The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Chess idols are whipping up bizarre fights with amazing results at the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. Checkmates. It had to be checkmates to get ahead in this illustrious event. Using an opening that belongs in a museum, a wonder Liang sprung a booby trap on leader Fabiano Caruana, but he avoided the pitfall with scholarly precision. Jennifer Yu kept the ball rolling, winning her game and snaking clear lead in the women's section. Results have been all over the map. What new lines will be explored? Day 10 of adventurous chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 10 of the 2022 U.S. Chess Championships and U.S. Women's Chess Championships held here in St. Louis. We are entering the final stages of the championships, and the players are surely going to try to show their best moves over the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and start today's action with Yasser and Anastasiya.
From the home of chess in the United States, welcome to the St. Louis Chess Club and the 10th round of the U.S. Chess Championships and the U.S. Women's Chess Championships. Hello everyone, I'm Anastasiya Karlovych and I'm here joined by Grandmaster and four-time U.S. champion Yasser Seirawan. What a pleasure to be here with you, Yasser.
Likewise, Anastasiya. Wow, wasn't yesterday amazing day? That was just...
Great day we had, actually.
Oh, it's a heart stopper with Lanier, but it was inspiring by Alice.
Exactly, and actually I noticed that nobody is satisfied with his position. Everybody is still trying to win their games, and Lanier tried all his best yesterday, same as Fabi. And Alice, of course, was so impressive against Arena.
And Ray Robson, too. It was an inspiring day indeed. And inspiration came in all sizes, including the 13-year-old Alice Lee, as she stubbornly kept playing for victory. I had dinner last night with Arena Krush, and Arena Krush was just amazed that her 13-year-old opponent put so much pressure on her in the game. But Anastasiya, after such an inspiring round, tell us about the leadership. Let's start with the ladies. Who's in first?
And we have Jennifer Yu, who managed to win her game yesterday, and she took it all for the moment. She is leading with 6.5 points out of 9. And then we have Arena Krush, who shares the third position with Megan Lee with 6 points. Alice Lee, the one you mentioned.
Yeah, our inspiration at 5.5.
On the first place. Yes, exactly. And then we have a group of girls with 5 points, Begim and Thalia.
And in the open section, who is in first in that event?
And we have Fabiano Caruana. He's still is a sole leader. Yes, 6.5 points, really impressive at the moment. And Ray Robson follows his steps, half a point behind only. And then we have Lanier Dominguez, Jeffrey Xiong, Sam Shankland, Darius Swiercz, Sam Sevian, and a wonder Liang, all of them with 5 points.
A gap of 1 point between second and third. And our format for our two national championships.
We have round-robin events for both of the championships, and 14 players are participating. 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game. Everybody will have 30 seconds increment from move 1, and no draw offers.
And our remaining schedule.
And the remaining schedule, well, tomorrow is the rest day.
Everybody's excited by that one.
Exactly, and after the rest day, we'll have 3 rounds to go and playoffs if needed on October 20th.
And drill down and tell us some more details about the closing ceremony.
The closing ceremony will take place on 20th of October, and everyone who wants to come over can pay
Welcome.
for the tickets, $25, and you are here. You can see your favorite chess players as well as the commentators. We will have a cocktail party, and then closing ceremony itself, and after party with DJ.
Oh, sounds wonderful. And it's streamed as well.
Yes, exactly. Anybody who cannot do it, who cannot make it, you can watch stream online.
Wonderful, wonderful. And we're very fortunate to have Cristian in studio. Uh-oh, everybody's getting ready for this round 10 as we see Megan Lee there. Her opponent's there. Cristian, tell us about this tumultuous U.S. Women's Championship, and the leadership keeps changing.
First of all, good to see you guys. It's great to be back in the studio. This is it. We're entering the final stages of the event, and heavy is the head that wears the crown, especially that is true in the ladies section. Yesterday we highlighted the open section, but today I want to see how the leadership has changed in the ladies section. And we're going to start after round 1. We see 4 players that scored an important victory in round 1. Specifically, I'm looking at these 3 players: Jennifer Yu, Megan Lee, and Irina Krush. Irina, after round 1, well, she started with a draw, and actually she started with 4 draws in the first 4 games in this tournament. And let's take a look how the leadership changed after 3 rounds. Well, we see Megan Lee. Blazing hot start for this young lady, 2.5 out of 3, and an important save against Irina Krush. And Jennifer Yu, well, she won the first game, and after that scored 2 draws, so 2 out of 3 after 3 rounds. And let's take a look at what happened after 6 rounds. Finally, we see the only grandmaster in the event, the 8-time national champion, Irina Krush, with 4.5 points out of 6 in the co-leadership position with Jennifer Yu. And Megan Lee is keeping close behind, 4 points out of 6, only half a point behind the leaders. And where do we stand right now after yesterday's 9th round? Well, we see Jennifer Yu, 6.5 points. She leapfrogged both Irina Krush and Megan Lee, and right now she's enjoying the leadership position, but we see how fast that leadership position changes in this event. Today is going to be a very, very crucial round for the standings because we have so many amazing battles, and there you have it. Megan Lee, she's ready for today's game.
Yeah, she's definitely got on her game face. And I saw that Alice Lee was also in that pack of wolves there in the ladies. But tell us about the pairings for today's round 10 and what our viewers can expect, starting with the ladies.
And we have the leader, Jennifer Yu, playing against Nazi Paikidze. It's a battle between 2 former U.S. women champions. Irina Krush today will face Rochelle Wu. And then we also have Alice Lee playing against Anna Zatonskih. Megan Lee will play against Talia Cervantes.
That's really a marquee matchup because if Talia can win, just look at, she's on the outside looking in. And in the open section, what are the crucial matches, pairings in that event?
So the leader, Caruana, will play against Christopher Yu, the youngest participant in this tournament. Dominguez will face Evander Liang. And then we have Robson playing against Sam Sevian. And of course, the battle of 2 titans, right?
Yes, absolutely. Levon Wesley not fighting for first. That's quite the surprise. And they've been fighting hard. And in the ladies, what is the prize fund for our participants?
Yeah, the total prize fund is $160,500. And then the first place will get $40,000, second 30, third one will get to $20,000.
All the way down to 14th and 3,000, very handsome prices indeed. And in the open section,
And in the open section, we have $262,000 prize fund. The champion will have $60,000, and then 45, 35, all the way to 5,500.
14th, and thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, for these wonderful national championships. As we see the players getting wanded, coming for this round 10.
We just saw Jennifer Yu.
Right, Chris.
And
Chris Bird with it. I guess they have to go through several various
stages.
wandings. And you were saying that Christopher, he likes these polo.
Yes, actually he changes.
shirts.
Because
He changes only the color.
the color.
The colors,
Yes, exactly.
yes.
I thought, what a great idea! You don't need to think what you will
Right.
wear. Only you can choose
Which
the
color,
color. Yes,
yeah.
which color. It actually helps you a lot to save some time.
Tournament leader Jennifer Yu there as they get ready once again for round 10. This is a marathon event because we're catching up after the pandemic with the various U.S. Open champions as well as junior championships. So it's a kind of a catch-up event instead of the usual 12-player fields. We have 14 players, making it a real marathon, Christian.
Yes,
Absolutely,
14
and there we
rounds.
see Sam Sevian. He has a big game today against Ray Robson. That one is
Jennifer's-
going to be crucial. There's Irina Krush.
Irina
Got her hat and got her
Yes.
cookies, man. I want to know what's in those cookies.
She needs some snacks.
Yes.
It's a gorgeous day outside. The
Yes,
temperature's a little bit low, but my goodness, for a fall day, it's so much sunshine here in St. Louis.
No, it's
Oh,
really
wow.
great
Beautiful.
weather. Yes, I like it so much.
October
All
is,
these
I have to
colors.
say,
with yellow.
my favorite
But Marina
month.
looks so different from Jennifer Yu, who came with this like silk short.
Yeah.
That's yes, Anna
And we
Zatonskih.
hear the bell as Anna just getting wanted as well.
Anna is
She
wearing
won
the
your,
short from
your
the
purse as well, it seems like Chris Bird told her.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, this is a big clash, guys.
I know
Yes.
that these giants aren't playing for first. That's the shock of this clash. If you had told me at the start of the tournament, you know, what
Yes.
will be the marquee matchup in round 10 and would it determine first place, I'd be pointing towards this game.
Yes.
It's really stunning that Levon has not had a victory,
No.
2 losses, and then our defending champion, Wesley So, with the black pieces, nowhere in contention either. And both these gentlemen are sitting there thinking, what has gone wrong? Probably not even paying attention to what opening they're going to play.
Wow. No, it's a really surprising situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
For Levon and Wesley. Maybe they were really tired after this marathon with Sinquefield Cup and then St. Louis Rapid and Blitz,
Right.
followed by 9 LX.
Yeah.
Wesley is
events.
taking he took his first thing before he played this move, E5, maybe
Right.
trying to figure out whether he wants a very aggressive middle game, maybe a more aggressive middle game with E5, or something more tame, more symmetrical after the move 1, C5. He decides
To
to
go
create
for
some
E5.
imbalances in the position very early on. So I like the trend that this game is showing up to this point.
Yeah, knight C3, knight F3.
Ah,
By the
this
way,
4 knights variation.
of the English, G3 is the most played move.
Yes.
Although I was just about to say, no kidding, honest engine, at the time he reached for the E-pawn, that Magnus Carlsen has basically blazed a trail almost single-handedly with this move E2, E4. I love the cat and mouse of opening play, and I refer to the game between Christopher Yu and Fabiano. Now you're white, and you're up against Fabiano, and you know he plays so many openings and so many things. If you play E4, what could you expect? If you play D4, what you could expect, and so on. So he starts with the move knight F3. And he says, okay, are you going to play into your Slav? Are you going to play into a Grunfeld? What exactly are you going to play into? I'm going to play into a early C5, and I may not play a Slav. But I also invite you to play an open Sicilian. And Christopher, like, wait a minute, you going to play a Sicilian against me? Should I accept that challenge? No.
No.
Let's play
C4.
symmetrical English. And then we have a 4 knights English. The difference between our two games,
Yes.
one, the pawn is on E5, and the other, the pawn is on C5.
I'm actually very curious to see whether Christopher is going to follow this up with an early D4 or allow black to potentially go E5. So there's a few ways in which you can play this position with white. You can go G3, you can go D4 directly, Oh my goodness.
G3.
G3.
Well, your question has been answered.
But did you see how aggressive he played that move? G3?
No, I didn't. It was
Oh my goodness. He almost wanted to put it to G4. Stopped on
And
G3.
it's going to be a different line. Interesting, actually.
I'm telling you guys, there was one round where G4 was played. I mean, like, I'm not
Yes.
kidding, like in 8 games. And check this out, D5, CD. There was a recent game in the Ladies' Championship that played into this line. I think it was like with A3. Wasn't an Arena involved in
Yes,
it?
I think so,
Yeah.
yes.
I think it was Irina versus Sophie Morris-Suzuki from a
Yes.
couple of rounds ago.
Yes, exactly. As this was actually a very, very popular line back in my day as well, as a lot of players with the black pieces were attracted to this idea of trying to get a bind in the position and playing for the move E7, E5. I had, wow, did I have a large number of games played in this line. Let's just go to some of our chasing players. Jeffrey Xiong playing the very restrained E2, E3 in his game with Sam Shankland. A wonder Liang Lanier. Both of these players need a result. If they hope to catch Ray Robson
Bishop
in
D3 variation.
a wonder Liang. Yeah, this line with bishop to D3. There was an international master, Danny Kopak, and Danny actually played this bishop D3 variation very, very often in his practice. And really, I began to refer to it as the Kopak system because he,
Really?
he really blazed a lot of trails on the white side, A2, A4. Lots of familiar patterns with a Rui Lopez, but the difference is that black hasn't put the knight on C6 and brought the knight back to B8 and then brought it to D7, but rather played it right away. So it's like a Breyer system.
But you have a better knight, yes?
Yeah, but
Okay.
a more kind of accelerated. And then finally, let's take a look at a huge game between Sam Sevian and Ray Robson. Sam Sevian saved 2 lives
Yes.
in the last 2 rounds, right, Christian?
Yeah, he's been shaky. I mean, yesterday against Lanier,
And before
we've
that,
seen that
Fabi.
endgame that was extremely close to being just
Right.
simply lost.
Well,
And
for
it seems-
whom? That's a question. Lanier,
That
who
is a
made
good
it?
question. That is indeed a good question because
Yes.
Lanier played a couple of moves with 1 second
Yes.
on his clock, and we were having a lot of fun debating that over dinner and whether it's actually legal to just like potentially kick your opponent underneath the table
or
or
sneeze, yes,
very
or something
loudly
like
or
this.
try to distract your opponent
Just for 2
before
seconds.
that final second, right?
Right.
Yes.
And apparently, I think it was Tony Rich that
He would-
mentioned, he
arbiter.
said he would probably give a lost game, a penalty of a lost game to the person that kicks under the table or creates the distraction.
No, but if you really need to sneeze, I mean, what can you do?
Right?
You
Right,
should better
right.
sit down.
That's what we call an act of God
Just crazy.
in the insurance business.
There you have it. But once again, look how crucial a game this is for both players. Ray Robson comes into today's round in clear second place
Yes.
by an entire point, half a point behind our tournament leader, Fabi. But the guy he's playing against, Sam Sevian, is one of those players who's chasing him by a full point.
Exactly.
Sam's thinking, oh
I
my
am
God,
playing
if I
with
could
white.
win with white,
Yes.
I would be in second place, tied with Ray. And vice versa, Ray is thinking, okay, if I could win and somebody please stop Fabi, you know, like this could, and so.
But
this
how
is
do you
huge.
approach this game as
Exactly.
Ray Robson? Do you try to take any unnecessary risks in the opening? Do you try to go all out? You've seen Sam Sevian being a bit shaky, maybe
Exactly.
losing some steam, maybe the energy levels are not there yet. You feel yourself to be in shape. He actually, Ray Robson, put a lot of pressure yesterday with the white pieces against Alex Lenderman as well. So you're still definitely in great shape. Are you going to try to take more risks and put more pressure on your opponent, play something like the Grunfeld, or we kind of have an answer to that.
Yeah, exactly.
He played a Rogozin, excuse me, how do you call this line? I'm trying to remember. It's not a Rogozin.
It's not the Vienna.
No,
Gosh darn it.
it's
I'm
it is the
blanking.
Rogozin. What are you talking about?
Great.
It is the Rogozin. Yes, yes,
You were
yes. For whatever reason, I was thinking about the Rogozin, and I was thinking about the Bishop G5 lines in the Sicilian. But this is, of course, the Rogozin, and we've seen it played at the top level so many times with the black pieces, right?
Exactly.
But it's not necessarily a very tame, but white has a lot of ways in which they can quiet down the game and just play for a slight advantage.
Queen A4 check is one of them.
Not so much in like the Grunfeld or things of that nature, the King's Indian defense, something a bit more aggressive. Do you go for that and risk losing, but also give yourself a higher chance of catching up with the leader?
No, but I think
or do you go for
Ray
this type of positions?
will not really try to do something wrong, let's say, immediately. I think he will just try to play this game slowly and check what his opponent would like to do. I don't think he will take some unnecessary risks at this moment. I mean, we know that Ray wants to win this event, right? He has a dream.
That's the dream.
He told us
All
that
the players.
the only thing he needs to achieve right now is to win the U.S. championship.
And then he will have met his goals of being an Olympic medalist,
then
2,700
player.
elite player,
Yes, and
a
now,
U.S. champion.
But you cannot take it all maybe in one event. So step by step.
Well, maybe you can.
Maybe you can.
You
Yes.
should try to maximize.
Yes, I think so.
You have to use the Seirawan field theory.
Which one?
Yeah, the Seirawan field theory prescribes that when you have a choice between two desirable objects, you should expand your capacity to accept both. And in this case, he wanted to be an elite player and a U.S. champion, so become the U.S. champion and become an elite player.
I love it.
Yes, I didn't go so far away. It just applies in my case. If I like both shoes, both pairs of shoes, I normally can buy both of them. So that's the only thing I can do.
Bravo. That means that you accept the theory.
I accept your theory, but
exactly.
I was thinking about the Richter-Rauser. Everything starts with an R, right? Everything starts with an R. So.
Yeah, from the Sicilian. Now,
course,
well, everything you guys were talking about, who's going to take risk, what kind of a game do I want if I'm in Sam's shoes, what kind of a game do I want if I'm in Ray's shoes, right now is one of those moments where a lot of those questions can be asked and answered. If you want to play very solid with white, you play e2, e3 at this point so that the pawn on c4 isn't hanging. Later you play for queen c2, and then you try to make the case that with the knight on c6, it's not so easy for black to counter in the center. If you're really in a frisky mood, you want to play all out for a win, you can go into some very, very sharp lines, which begin with the move bishop g5, and then you've got d takes c4, and I mean to say, away you go. I mean, these are very, very complex variations. So
it depends on white right now, right? Where do you go?
And Sam asked and answered with the move e2, e3. Let's play solid, and let's see where we go. Cristian, back over to you, and tell us what caught your eye.
Well, I'm still trying to catch up with what's happening in the Christopher Yu versus Fabiano game, and let's take a look at what happened. We were discussing this g3, d5, now you can take, bishop to g2, and that's the position, the type of position we've seen in the game between Irina Krush and Sophie Morris-Suzuki, but Christopher Yu decided to go for a completely different line. One that starts with the move d4, and now we have c takes d4, knight takes d4, d takes c4, knight takes c6, and now we're going to be storming into this endgame. This is the position we currently have on the board. A pawn up for black, most likely this pawn is going to be lost. Now the question is, how is it going to be lost? If I manage to corral it with the rook, let's say bring the bishop out, get the knight to e3, get the rook to c1, and then capture on c4 and maintain the pawn structure as it is, a7 and c6 versus a2 and b2, that's going to be very favorable for white. So generally, whenever you attack it with the move knight to e3, black just tries to give up the pawn. Go c3, and then we're going to have a symmetrical structure. I still like white's chances, but of course, this type of endgame surely has been analyzed by Fabiano Caruana at home, and he knows, potentially, hopefully, he knows, hopefully for him, he knows how to deal with white's pressure. White still a little bit ahead, nevertheless, it feels like this is quite a tame approach to try to beat Fabiano Caruana.
All right, I'll turn our attention to the ladies' championship for a moment. I'm looking at the game between Irina Krush and Rochelle Wu, and it will not have escaped Irina's attention that Jennifer won against Rochelle in a position as white where Jennifer got in this, queenside expansion with the pawn on c5. That particular game featured the bishop on f4. In this particular case, Arena's left her bishop on b2, eyeballing the e5 square, making it as difficult as possible for black to get in the freeing break e6, e5. Arena will have seen that Rochelle really did not, feel the position very well. A lot of Rochelle's moves in that game against Jennifer really did not fit, and Jennifer won a very nice, smooth victory. So Arena's looking to do the same recipe, if you will, as did Jennifer. Let's jump to our tournament leader. As we mentioned, coming in air, Jennifer is up against a former champion, Naji, and she's played this English, but it's not a Nimzo Indian because I haven't yet.
Because pawn is not on d4 yet.
Exactly. I haven't yet committed the pawn to d4. Jennifer played queen b3, basically saying, yes, I really do want you to trade on c3, but I'll recapture with the queen. I won't double my pawns. a5 on the, c5, defending
c5,
the bishop, expecting a2, a3, and again, trying to coax black into capturing the knight. If I play a3 and you drop back with the bishop, then g2, g3, bishop g2, and again, a lot of similarities with a Nimzo Indian, but not
exactly
a proper Nimzo Indian at all. Let's jump to Anna Zatonskih and Alice Lee. Again, a 13-year-old yesterday. What she did was just amazing.
Yes,
stubbornly playing for a win.
Against Rook,
and then going into an endgame of 4 pawns. She had the pawns versus a whole rook.
Exactly.
And still was playing for the win. Even there, refused a number of repetitions.
Impressive that Irina said that she never had this kind of ending, but she knew it's going to be a draw. Like her assessment was also very, very good, same as yours.
Well, even though she never got the ending, it seemed like she played it with awareness, with really a lot of understanding. Anna Zatonskih white against Alice Lee. The Queen's Gambit accepted. I've got to say, again, it waxes and wanes in fashion. Sometimes everybody plays it, and it's just like it's like the answer to 1d4. Just go Queen's Gambit accepted. Go into these endings, play like Wesley So, and draw them. And then other times everybody says no. Grunfelds. Grunfelds are the great excitement. A7, A6. Well, there are just so many approaches. Bishop to d3, bishop to b3, queen e2. This position has been played literally thousands of times, and we'll just keep an eye on this one. Cristian, back over to you, and what happened in that ending that you were telling us about?
So they are playing quite quickly. Let's take a look at what happened. Once again, we're talking about the Christopher versus Fabiano game. Knight to d5 was played, knight to e3, e6. You have to defend the knight on d5 and the pawn on c3. What you don't want to do is take on e3, because after bishop takes c6 or even bishop to e3 and then threatening to take on c6, this position is quite bad. You're going to go bishop to d7. I'm going to go rook to c1, pick up the pawn on c4. You're going to lose the pawn on c6. You also have huge problems with the pawn on a7, and I don't have any weaknesses in my position. You cannot play chess like this with the black pieces. So after knight to e3, e6 was played. Knight takes c4, of course, pick up the pawn, why not? Bishop to a6, immediately, and this is key to black's strategy, you have to immediately put pressure on your opponent. You cannot let white stabilize the position, finish the development with short castle, because after that, you will be in strategical danger to be much worse. And now, white has a couple of options, knight to a5, or the move b3, which I believe was just played on the board. b3 is played on the board. Now, bishop to b4 seems to be the main line. Once again, Keep the pressure on your opponent. Do not allow white to castle. Bishop to b4, bishop to d2, and I think it's important to set up the tension between the bishops. For example, after king e7, if you do try to castle, I'm going to take on d2, and then the pawn on e2 is hanging. You will be actually worse as white. So you cannot castle, at least not in a favorable situation. If you try to take first on b4 and then castle, now I can just simply take on c4. The structure is quite symmetrical, and I'm the one taking advantage of the open files, B and the D file. So rook to d8. In fact, I do believe that right now, black is probably just simply better. I'm going to be able to play the move c5 after I put the rook on b8. Absolutely no problems for black. So this position is quite intriguing. How is white going to create any separation in the position? Probably rook to c1 makes a lot of sense. Cement the knight on c4. Now, whenever you take on c4, I take back with the rook. This is the type of position you don't want to play as black, because now I go rook to c1. I put a lot of pressure on your pawn on c6. You will lose that at some point. And the knight, despite the fact that it looks it has a very stable outpost, it's not as stable. At some point, I'm going to be able to play the move e4, kick the knight back, take more space in the center, and make use of the fact that I have a very nice connection between my rooks and my bishop on g2. So this one is not looking good for black. Black has to play something a bit more after bishop to b4, bishop d2, king e7, let's say rook to c1, rook h to c8. Once again, you cannot castle. You have to find a way to castle, to get your other rook. If you manage to fly the rook on d1, that would be great, right? But unfortunately, that's not possible. You cannot play fly chess like this. So rook h c8, this is what I'm expecting. Let's see, do we have any more games, any more moves? No. b3 was the last move. This is the position, and right now Fabiano is trying to probably remember the setup needed for the position and for his case to equalize the game in this one.
Exactly, but still Fabi thinking, I've got this really youthful opponent sitting across from the board from me. How can I use my experience
Exactly,
yes, this is how you should think, right?
And let's not forget, Christopher lost a seemingly equal endgame against Jeffrey Xiong a couple of days ago, with the white pieces as well.
That's right.
When he played the c4 move, unexpectedly, absolutely.
Anastasia, you were talking about the psychology of the players when they come into this very crucial round 10, and how much risk do they want to take with the white pieces, and how much risk do you want to take with the black pieces? Turning our attention to the game between Megan Lee and Talia Cervantes. Again, Talia coming into this game is 1 point behind Megan.
And she won 2 games in a row, actually, and really nice games, by the way.
Right, and she's thinking, let me press my luck with the black pieces. So, an invitation by Talia, let's dance at the Najdorf party. Go ahead and play bishop to g5.
Najdorf party.
Najdorf party. Let's go. Let's go. This is really sharp stuff.
The next party at the St. Louis Chess Club should be called the Najdorf party.
Right? I mean, get your tickets.
Patent that.
There are different cocktails with names. Even here, you can find Caruana cocktail, right?
Exactly.
Across the street.
Kingside Diner. They have these chess
cocktails,
named cocktails.
But I've never heard of Najdorf party. Now it's Najdorf party.
You haven't lived. You've got to get out more. Bishop e3, and with this move, Megan says, okay, I'm going to play I'm going to play an English attack with f3 and g4, and let's see what you're going to do. Okay, knight to g4. I said, I'm going to attack the bishop. Now, there's a whole, literally books can be written about the outcome of bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, bishop g7. One, Gary Kasparov, would be a very, very good author of such a book because he played on the black side many times. Now, the crazy part is in Grandmaster practice, the move bishop c1 has really provoked the move knight f6. And I remember a very famous game, I think it was Luke McShane versus Hikaru Nakamura in a millionaire tournament where they couldn't offer each other draw. They had a repetition like this. But again, this whole idea of who's going to risk, who's going to play for the win.
No,
after the
it's
move
also
bishop-
psychological, right?
Yes.
I mean, yes, sir. Like, for example, Megan is playing with white pieces now, and after her loss yesterday, maybe she's not in the best mood right now.
Maybe
but
not.
at the same time, you play with white pieces, and you cannot really afford normally to give away your white colors so like that, right?
Exactly. You
So
want to play
you are
for the
fighting with
advantage.
yourself at this moment. Like,
Right.
would you like to make a draw with white pieces in 10 moves and have some rest, let's say, before the last rounds?
Right.
Or you still kind of have to push yourself and play this game, and sometimes you're really not in the mood to play, right?
Exactly. Well,
So
that is
it's-
exactly the question that Megan is asking Talia. Should we...
Would you like to repeat?
Right, just at least just once.
Yes.
And Talia said, no, 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 no. I will not play knight f6, and I will not even entertain the such a repetition. I'm going to play knight c6. How would you like to play the position?
Yes.
Well, h2, h3 on the board. Knight came back to f6. And now we have just a kind of, I want to say, open Sicilian, but a couple of differences. Well, in the first place, h2, h3, like we could have gotten this position from the starting position right here.
Yes.
Knight f6, h3, knight c6. And you kind of say, well, h3 is a soft move. That's not the... So
but
black
lost a little bit of
gains
tempo.
something with that. White says, well, it may be a soft move, but maybe not, knight c6 isn't the most critical answer to h3. Maybe now I can play for a Carrez attack with g4, and maybe your knight, you would prefer to have your pawn on e6, maybe your knight on d7. So again, this game of cat and mouse, and who has outfoxed who and got the position that they want out of these openings.
Actually, if you look at this game also from Thalia's perspective,
Yes.
like she won 2 games in a row. She has
Yes.
5 points out of 9. Her opponent has 6.
Right.
So in case if Thalia wins this game, she actually will share probably second place, third place, who knows.
Right.
And it's really important before the rest day and before the last rounds to try to catch with the with leaders at this moment. So maybe she is in a very, very like optimistic, aggressive mood, and
Let's
maybe
go.
she would like to try. She is actually this type of player who is not afraid of anyone. I think she...
For sure, I would really like to buttress exactly what you said, and I really think that Talia was experiencing great pangs of frustration in the first 5 rounds as so many draws, and that's not her nature. She's really aggressive, swings for the fences, and expects a lot of losses, but a lot of wins as well. And those draws were really injuring her spirit. But okay, she's got a fight on her hands. Let's see how it goes. And Cristian, over to you. What's happening in the Sam Sevian game?
Let's see what's happening in this one, because this is once again crucial to the standings. So queen to a4 castle was played, and this move bishop to d2. Take on c4, take on c4, and now bishop to d6. Now, black's plan is very clear. At some point, after the move bishop to d7, perhaps, or even before the move bishop to d7, you want to play the move e5. e5 is most likely going to force white's hand to change the structure in the position. If you do take, so for example, castle and then e5, if you take on e5, this is considered to be harmless for black. This type of positions, we're going to exchange a lot of pieces. I'm going to get the queen to e7, pawn on c6, the majority on the queen side versus the majority in the center and on the king side. It seems to be quite equal. There's absolutely no chances for white to get an early opening advantage. So white has to try to find something else in the position. After e5, most likely you want to push d5. But then again, I will retreat the knight, then attack and hook that pawn on d5 with the move c6. And once again, this is considered to be harmless. Let's see what Sam Sevian came up with, because he's still blitzing out his moves. He played this move knight to b5. Knight to b5, bishop to d7 makes a lot of sense. You're going to take on d6, you're going to take on d6, and now this move queen to a3. Immediately pressuring the pawn on d6, also getting out of dodge of these potential ideas of knight takes d4. So if you go castle, knight takes d4, well, you don't want to fall for this type of ideas, right? Discovery attacks. So queen to a3 makes a lot of sense. It's the best placement for the queen. Attacking, taking control over the dark squares as well, because it makes sense. You just took the dark square bishop, black's dark square bishop, off the board, right? So it makes sense that you're going to try to take advantage of that and control the dark squares. Now, knight to e4 is one of the ways black can play. d5 is another way. I really like this move, knight to e4.
Right.
You took my dark square bishop. I'm going to try to take yours, right? And establish, let's say, the balance in the position like that. Now, castle, if you do go castle, I can take, and play the move d5. And we get this type of position, which favors Fabiano Caruana, because Ray Robson is probably not going to win this one. And if Fabi doesn't lose his game either, he's still going to maintain his lead. So Fabi most likely is looking at the game and he's understanding that most likely Ray Robson is not going to win this one. And it does seem like Sam Sevian also is quite well prepared. He played the move knight to e4.
Yeah.
Ray Robson, after a long thing, played the move knight to e4. It's the most logical move in the position. And we see an immediate response by Sam Sevian. And by the way, he's blitzing out his moves. 1 hour and 30 minutes still for Sam at this point. Bishop to d3. Now, are you going to take on d2 and play d5? Are you going to go d5 and try to cement the knight on e4 and keep the knight on e4 as it is? This is once again another question for Ray Robson to answer.
Thank you for that, Christian. I think that that was a kind of a unique novelty in my practice as a commentator, that in the game between Sam Sevian and Ray Robson, we were told that Fabi gains an advantage with this move.
I was a bit shocked, you know. I was trying to understand
Fabi is
connection.
better. After knight takes d2, Fabi is better.
Fabi is enjoying himself. He doesn't even know it.
He doesn't even know it.
Right.
Nice.
That's a good point, yes.
I'm stunned. Guys, look, I played English all my life, and I'm referring to the game between Jennifer and Naji, and this is, I mean, the most standard position that you can get in these kinds of Englishes. And boy, I want to say E3, G3, D4. I mean, even if you really want to have a little hot sauce,
Yes.
you know, you could go for the G4 move.
So if you want to have fun,
If
yes.
you want to have fun.
G4 I like. Yes.
Nobody, and I mean nobody, has played the move that Jennifer Yu has played in this position.
E4.
E4, and it instantly came no games found. Whoa, I was like, well, I certainly don't know this move, E2, E4.
What about bishop c3 now?
Bishop C3, Queen C3.
Queen
and you
c3, like
kinda-
knight e4 is not possible because G7 pawn. Yes,
Well,
yes.
at least I
If
don't
we-
lose a pawn,
yes.
and I got the two bishops after.
Queen f6.
So E4, and okay, Jennifer is mixing it up early, and of course, if I'm in
Yes.
white shoes, my next, let's say you make a bad move. This is
Yeah.
a terrible move.
E5.
Please, E5, and I would chase your knight to the edge of the board, and I would quickly,
Happily go
yes,
to d6 square.
Exactly.
And c5 is also hanging, so yeah.
bingo,
Yes.
bingo, right? So Naji, understanding that E5 and maybe even potentially D4 is White's follow-up, she's played the very natural knight C6 and said, look, if you play for E5 and I go knight G, in this case...
What you'll do with your
want-
e5 pawn.
Exactly.
Right.
What
But
are you
maybe
gonna-
you can still afford to play knight e4 here.
Okay,
No?
and then because I'm looking at knight D6
Yes.
check, I don't like... I'm going,
Yeah, so
I'm
you
escaping.
spoiled the party.
Exactly.
What can I do now? Now e5 is hanging, and actually, I don't know. I don't want to
C5?
take on c5, trade c5 for e5. I
I
don't think
wouldn't
so.
imagine that this could possibly be better for white. I can
No.
only imagine it being better for black. So the move knight c6 responds to the challenge of e4. Says exactly what are you doing? d3, that doesn't look very good. I mean, I could drop a knight in on d4. You probably
cannot
don't even
take.
want to take it. So you'll probably end up having to play bishop e2, and maybe after castles. Now I start to think I'm better as black. Anyway, the move
Yes,
e2,
even
e4.
knight d4 sometimes still can hurt, right?
Even
I mean,
E4? Yeah.
you can lose e4 pawns.
Oh, black is
Yes,
definitely better
black,
right
black
now.
is good.
Just black is
definitely
better.
Black is better right now.
Already.
Yeah. And even
Just-
at
it's
the
that
end,
simple.
in the position that you guys were mentioning, black has the option of knight to d4, but also the option of playing d5.
Right.
Once you
Even
play the
D5,
move d3.
yes.
Once you play the
Once you
move,
play
well,
the
you
move
have to
D3.
defend
Yes,
that pawn on
yes, of
e4
course.
first, right? Now I can play the move d5 as well. Knight to d4 is an option. D5 is an option. I'm taking over the initiative as black. It makes perfect sense. I have everything in the position. I haven't even lost my dark square bishop, which usually happens. And your whole strategy, playing queen to b3, a3, trying to target that dark square bishop, actually feels like it helps me, because at some point I'm going to switch diagonals. I'm going to go from a5 to c7, especially after this move d5, maybe even create that battery with the move queen to d6 and target you on the king side. This one, I mean, the options are all in black's camp at this point.
Yes.
Okay, maybe if I'm going to, how do you say, argue on behalf of Jennifer's novel approach e4, maybe I have to borrow a page from
Bishop
Danny
this
Kopek, play bishop to d3. I mean, it's a little awkward, my bishop being in front of my pawn. How is this bishop ever going to develop if the pawns on b2 and d2 remain on their squares? At least in this case, with bishop d3, castles, and rook e1, I can imagine a scheme of development where I'm not losing or worse or something. But Jennifer's move e2, e4 over the board inspiration, but it might lead her into some difficulties.
But that's her usual style of play, right? We know that Jennifer, and she mentioned it.
She
said,
likes this provocative.
I'm not playing good openings in this tournament. I don't have time to learn good openings, right? I have academics, I need to submit papers, I have
This
exams.
was my approach too.
So I'm just
I
That
can
was your
understand.
excuse, is what it was.
Yeah, exactly, yes, it was an excuse. Yes.
take my opponents out of the opening and just play a game. At the expense of me being worse early on in the opening, that's okay.
Yes, and then you go to your university and you say, you know, guys, I also couldn't study all these topics
Because
because I had to play chess, you know.
It
So-
works both ways.
Yes.
Oh, that's fantastic.
You have to play the game. You have
I'm
to play
sorry,
the game.
but I played in US Championship. If you didn't know, look here, St. Louis Chess Club YouTube
I was
channel.
exhausted.
Yes.
I was exhausted. This round lasted all the time, and Jennifer at Harvard student can use the excuse for both sides.
And I have a question.
Please.
If, hypothetically, she wins the U.S. Women's Championships, would she be the first woman that wins both the junior and the women's title in the same year?
Wow,
I'm
it's a
going
good
to say
question. Yes.
no, and the reason I'm going to say no is I have it in mind that Arena was such a youthful player when she was growing up. She was a prodigy, essentially.
Yes.
That I'm going to guess that she won both.
Both in the same year, yes.
Yeah.
You can ask her, yes.
We'll find out. Speaking of Arena, let's just go to the game between Arena and Rochelle for just a moment, because things have definitely transpired. Important moment here. After the move rook e8, well, if you've ever want to telegraph your idea, you've done it with this move rook e8. The move rook e8 seeks to play the move e6, e5. Why is that so important? Well, ask the bishop on c8 how it feels.
Yeah, he's not feeling well.
Not feeling well.
But
So,
is it really a threat? Like if I play rook e1?
like, for example,
Yes, for
in
example, like
challenge,
you
you
play
mean?
e5,
Okay.
I take.
Once? Or with the knight? Or
Yes,
with
imagine
pawn?
I can take with the knight even to provoke your knight to take it on the 5, right?
Yes.
So now I take again, maybe,
Yes.
and then maybe I can jump with my knight somewhere.
Some nice,
like knight a4 or knight b5 with the idea to go to knight to d6.
Which
Whoa,
one?
whoa, guys, guys,
Yes.
guys.
Yes, to b5.
Jennifer played e5.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
That's ultra aggressive.
Yes, it is. That's really doubling down, if you will, on her whole idea.
But the engines are now saying that she's lost.
After knight
Really?
g4.
After knight g4, yeah. After
How bad
knight
it is?
g4, they are
How bad
giving
it is?
black a decisive advantage, almost decisive advantage, minus 1.6. I would call
Yeah,
that
it's
a
a lot.
decisive
It's a lot.
advantage.
Right.
Close to two pawns. Knight to e4, I think this is what you guys were discussing.
Yes.
as well.
Yeah, well,
Just
Just
simply
casting,
castle,
yes.
right?
And how
Right.
you will defend this
Get out
pawn?
of dodge of this
Yes.
check
Exactly,
on
business.
d6. You take this, I take this, but I mean, you've lost so many tempes trying to hunt this pawn on c5. The knight on c5 is, in fact, going to be a target later on in
Agreed.
the game. I have all trumps in the position. This one is not looking good. for Jennifer. So
Wow.
if Nazib finds the move knight to g4, which makes a lot of sense. I mean,
why not?
where else will you put your knight? You cannot go to d5, you cannot go to e4. You probably have to go. By elimination, you will go to
You're
g4,
forced to make
right?
the best move in the
Yes,
position. You have no
exactly.
choice.
Sometimes it's funny, right? And
Yeah,
you want your
exactly.
opponent to make a mistake, but there is no way to make a mistake.
No,
Like maybe this is the case. Like knight g4 is more or less the only move.
exactly.
Okay, this might be trouble. And we've seen how difficult it is to hold on to that leadership position in the ladies section.
Well, you
right?
presented that at the opening of the show.
It always changes.
Yeah.
So, you know, Jennifer may be in a bit of trouble in this game.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes, I mean, you sit there and you come in and you have this over-the-board inspiration, and you win like the most fantastic game ever, and they go, wow, what great preparation. You go, no, 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 it's over-the-board inspiration. And then you have these other moments of the over-the-board inspiration, and then you say, well, you know, nobody's ever played that before. Well, there's a reason that nobody ever played it before.
Yes.
It could be that it's just bad.
I can
And
understand
in
the situations.
7 moves, the engine is saying after 7 moves, White's, that is to say Jennifer's position, is just bad, bad, bad. And again, if you don't want to go down material, knight e4 is the only move. Of course, we can all understand that knight d6 check could be disruptive.
Yeah,
let's
so
just say.
that's why castling.
Castles, and of course we understand that you take a pawn, but bear with me here, guys, because again, this isn't my doing, but she must be thinking that she's got knight takes b7 as a bailout. In her mind's eye, she might be calculating that any trades, and she'll get to play b4, and life
It's good,
springs
but
anew.
but
But
actually, this bishop was hoping maybe to be retreated, or there is something here. Yes.
well, I don't know.
I'm trying
I
to
mean,
find
at
out,
the
but
moment, I've got a
yes,
4.
Exactly. So I'm queen's. Well, I need to move my queen.
Queen c7,
Queen
I
C7,
will
I don't like it.
gratefully take, and maybe I'll just try to bail. I
Maybe
don't
you
know.
have this queen b6, or what you want to.
I'm dreaming this dark square bishop. So, I mean, I can only imagine that this is, you know, what Jennifer, when she went for e4, was calculating. Now, before you reach for the e5 pawn, knight g4, knight e4 on the board. Before you reach for the e5 pawn, after castles, you have another move too.
Yes, I thought about this, but then d4.
Yeah, well,
yes,
let's
and
have
then,
a look. See,
Yes.
there.
Knight takes
there,
d4.
Correct.
Yes. And bishop
now-
c5. Oops. And f2. Yeah, and you have no great.
Whoa,
Wait,
whoa,
and then
whoa.
queen h4 maybe sometimes also. Who knows?
I'm doing my best to hang on, but I don't think I'm hanging on. I think I'm just, well, in fact, I think I just coughed up a pawn.
Oops.
Oops, oops,
Yes,
oops,
yes,
oops.
yes.
So that might be the point right there, that after knight takes c5, don't take the e5 pawn so quickly, but rather leave the knight.
Yes, great idea. Yes,
Yeah,
to keep the knight on
nice.
g4 and try to take advantage of this diagonal.
Exactly.
Right, bishop b6. Nice idea, actually. Yeah,
And it
looks
might be
impressive.
something that Jennifer missed, although, again,
For example,
just-
knight d3. Yes, trying to protect everything. Yes.
right? Trying to protect everything, the f2 and the e5. I think this is not good. I don't like White's. This is for
Something
for a
is wrong,
pawn.
yes,
Yeah,
with
something
all
is
this.
wrong. It doesn't feel like a very harmonious idea. I wanted to say before we got completely sidelined, big developments were taking place between Arena and Rochelle.
She played immediately knight e5. Let's go for that one.
Right,
Yes.
to stop
Yes,
e5.
to stop e5 just in case.
And then Irina said, okay, now I'm really serious about stopping you from playing e5. I'm going to go knight to e5 myself. And if I can play f4 exactly in this position, guess what? There is no way, I mean, that you're going to get in any central break. So Rochelle felt that she had to take
Knight
knight
d7.
d7, by the way, protecting against knight b6 and gift me the pawn.
f4, of
F4,
course.
and
You
we've-
have to protect the pawn.
And we've caught up with the players. Again, this is the game between Arena and Rochelle.
So if Jennifer should lose in this
Oh my gosh, that
case,
opens up the
it's
window for
Arena to jump.
Irina, Megan, Alice
Yes.
Lee
All
could
of them, yes.
jump.
We can have even, I mean, maybe tied for the first place. Okay, it depends, yes. So Arena
Yeah.
for sure has chances. So as Cristian used to say, this game is critical also for Irina, right? So now Irina has some advantage.
Right, exactly,
In this situation,
exactly.
yes.
She has an advantage in the
Yes,
position.
following the trend.
But
And she
she
doesn't
also
know
has
it.
the advantage because of this game, and she doesn't know it.
Right?
I like the way you think, Cristian. I mean, it's going to be our new approach to
Yeah,
the.
now I'm gonna be
the
really
We are chess
confused.
players. We have to be thinking 2 moves ahead, right?
Right? In the game of Elshan, Ray benefits by this trade of rooks.
Yes. That's a good point. Actually,
We're
since-
adding new dimensions, guys.
Exactly. What do you have for us?
Well, actually,
Cristian?
I'm looking at this game between Ashrita and Begim because Begim is also on
Somehow
5
in
points,
the mix
right?
too, yeah?
1.5 points behind Jennifer. If Jennifer loses, Begim wins. That's only half. You get the math, right? So check this out. Check what's happening in this one. A very similar structure, actually. It started off as a very similar structure, but with reversed colors. Nevertheless, Begim seems to be doing with the black pieces the right things, and that is to develop her pieces, not as Jennifer Yu is doing right now, going for the pawns and ideas with e4 or respectively e5 in Jennifer's game. g6, get the pieces out, knight to e7, bishop to e2, castle h6, king to h7, so white is hinting that potentially she's going to try to get, and by the way, with this move, she's definitely hinting at a plan related to knight to c2 followed by the move b4. She played the move a3, knight e1. We're expecting ideas of knight to c2 and follow that with the move b4. Black, on the other hand, is hinting at the fact that most likely there's going to be some developments happening on the queen side. h6, king to h7, f5 is the natural follow-up, but you look at the position, and in general, whenever you see these type of structures and you see the opportunity that is presented right now for black, and that is the move d5. You can take advantage of the fact that everything what white is doing right now, it doesn't really tie together very well. I can take advantage and have a beautiful structure in the center, a lot of space advantage in the center. And if you compare it to any sort of Sicilian, what is this knight doing on e1?
Right.
It's not really doing much. You don't want the knight in a Sicilian to go on c2 or c7, right? So it seems that if Begim decides to go with this move, d5, or even the
Bishop to
preparatory
E6.
bishop to e6, and follow that up with the move d5, she will stand better, and she will stand to take the early advantage in this one. And actually, I'm not 100% sure if you guys talked about this game as well, the one between Irina and Rochelle. But Irina is doing really well.
Exactly.
Yes, we just
She's
spoke about
doing
it,
really
yes.
well. And she has the space advantage on the king side and on the queen side as well. For black, it's very difficult to break, right?
Right.
You would love to play this move b6, but once you do that, I take, and I have the c5 square for my
Really,
knight.
yes,
Not
it's
only that,
unpleasant.
a lot of pressure on the c file, right?
Yeah.
I don't have any weaknesses in the position. f6 doesn't really work in this type of position. That's going to open up the long diagonal, and I'm going to be there to meet that with a bishop on b2 and pressure you on the king side. This one is not looking good for Rochelle, and Irina is definitely feeling it at this moment.
Just a quick question for you, Cristian. In
Yes.
that position with Irina at the
Yes.
moment, borrowing a page from what happened yesterday, this idea of h4 and h5, soften up the black king side a bit.
Why not?
Why not? Right?
That's an option, of course. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can go h4. Most likely, if you go h4, I will try to take advantage of the fact that, let's say, you weaken a little bit, and I have to do something.
You have to do something.
I need to do something. As black,
I
right?
thought f6 was actually forced, and that was
F6.
why I was playing
Yep.
h4, because I thought, okay, I take on. On
No,
f6?
again, if you go h5, I think g4 are great ideas in the position. I can even go
Maybe
with the
even
move bishop to d4.
bishop
Now, the problem is...
Bishop
after you
h5?
I don't know, I
Bishop
started to
h5.
think about it too.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Cannot
Why not?
stand it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
But you have time, right? Because
Yes.
once you play the move h5, f6 is no longer an option.
Very
Why?
problematic.
Because the pawn on g6 is a big weakness, right?
Right.
And once we exchange this, I have ideas of rook f3, rook
Yes.
g3. I'm going to put a lot of pressure on your g6 pawn, and that one is going to fall. f6 is no longer an option, so I have time. What is your other option of a break as black? B6. So
Right.
I'm going to take control of that as well with the move bishop to d4.
Nice. The bishop
I'm going to go
d4
rook
is
f3.
really-
Maybe I'm going to go king to h2 and then g4. I have so many useful plans in the
Right.
position.
Space.
This is just looking like a play on one goal
Yeah.
at this moment.
Yeah, it looks really
Space.
great. Actually, in open section, we had lots of development.
Oh,
right?
really?
I mean,
Before we
Yes, jump there. Maybe
jump
there
there.
is-
Just one more look at the Megan Lee
nice
game,
H3.
because I was just very curious how the
Yes.
Megan Lee, pardon me, and Talia Cervantes game was going to unfurl after this move H3, knight F6. Guess what? G4,
yes, of course.
E5, and oh, that was it. I just thought, okay, we get this Kara's attack where the move H3 is on the board. This move G4, you kind of cements the control over the F5 square. I'm thinking knight F5, but wait a minute. As black in such positions, I mean, it looks a little bit crazy.
Just
that
6, yes,
sometimes
knight is 3.
this bishop can actually work. Okay, this is a fun position. I'm really not sure where it's going to go. I remember
She played
games
knight
of...
b3 or what?
Oh, she did
She
play
did
knight b.
play? Really?
Remember games of Alexander Ivanov. He really liked to play these positions as white. He would bring his knight to g2. He put his bishop, pardon me, knight to e2. Put his bishop on g2 castle. Play knight to d5, and then swing the knight kingside. He won a remarkable number of games. Like it was almost like he had a system.
Okay.
Okay, open section.
Yes.
Take us, Anastasiya,
I think
where we'd like to go.
Linear had.
Linear. I wonder Liang
Yes, yes,
versus Linear. Whoa.
But look, I mean, how many pieces left the board already? And
That was fast.
I don't know. This ending, I wanted to ask you. It's like this kind of ending with 2 bishops against 2 knights, but the position
This
is
was
like
the kind of
semi-open, right?
Danny Kopak system. This move, C4,
C4 was played. Yes.
nicely gives the knight on d7 a tremendous square. Once on c5, it will hit the d3, b3, a4, e4 square as well. You don't want to allow such a knight. And after the move d4, you've got no choice. You've got to do en passant.
Yes.
And let's see what has happened. And just...
So many moves, like all
My
this
gosh,
is known or what? I mean,
right. That's what it must be.
Yes,
I
like-
think it's all theory.
How much time actually Linear spent? I mean, we know that he likes.
A wonder,
Oh, okay,
a
30 minutes.
wonder has 1 hour 34 minutes. Meaning that he started with an hour 30. He gets 30-second bonus for every move he's made.
Yes.
So he's gotten a 4-minute, well, actually 4.5 minutes. So it's almost like he's played every single move instantly.
No, it's 1 hour and 30.
And 30. Okay, 1 hour 30 minutes and
Hold
34
on.
seconds. Yes.
1 hour
30.
34.
Yes, here it's 34. Yes.
Here on my is
On
one-
your, yes, I agree with you. Yasser, you have 34. So yeah, I can confirm.
I'm being cheated. I'm honest.
Fake news.
Look, I mean,
Fake news.
Fake news, yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay, you were about to ask.
I would say that 30 and 34 is not such a big difference. I mean, it's
Right.
clear that Linear spent more time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm satisfied. 2 knights versus 2 bishops.
Exactly.
That's the imbalance. But we know that whenever you have the knights are looking for outpost stop.
Yes.
You know, if they don't have any outposts, you've got a problem. You put the pawn back on e6 and you start to understand that this knight on c3 has a problem. In this particular case, the knight does have 2 pretty splendid outposts, d5 and b5, which I would say is compensation, because
Yes.
I do believe that the 2 bishops are stronger than the 2 knights in most positions. In this position, I put a knight on d5. If you ever have to give up your light squared bishop, then it's knight versus dark squared bishop. Maybe black isn't happy by any trade. But this moment, everybody's playing so quickly.
Yes,
Christian,
I don't know, but it feels
it's
like
all
white is
theory.
fine, no? I mean, I have a feeling that white has quite a nice position, that d6 pawn
Space.
is also like can be weak, a5 maybe sometimes.
Okay, I can
know.
imagine that you want to maybe,
Yes, maybe put some
double
pressure
down
here.
and go with knight d. This is all known Christian?
I don't know how well known it is. It was played twice.
Okay.
Twice.
It was played twice, and in fact,
were the names?
Both of those games continue with queen to b8 right now.
Queen to b8.
Queen to b8, which is a bit of a weird move. Not even the computer's main line.
Okay.
I do believe this might be some sort of correspondence games.
Queen to b8.
Richter versus Schuppen from 2019, and Pospisil versus Acevedo. So, yeah, it sounds like correspondence.
Richter, but the name?
What year then? If you said
2018 and 2019. So,
Okay.
If it's Mikkel Richter,
it's
I
not
know
the Richter.
Right?
No. It's not the Richter that we know.
Yeah.
Right.
No, it's not the Richter browser.
Right, that we came to understand. Queen b8, okay, I can understand that the queen, should belong on maybe d squares
B3,
b4,
yes.
b3. I can understand that you want
there is
to,
an idea,
get
of
off the d file, but why wouldn't you play queen to b6 unless you were trying to bring the bishop from e7 to c5?
Wow, this is too deep.
No, queen to
Really?
b6 is,
Yes.
makes a lot of sense as well.
Exactly.
Yes.
And to be honest, from a practical perspective, from a human's eye, it makes the most sense. I would assume the difference between queen to b8 and queen to b6 is that at some point I will do this maneuver. Knight to e1, knight to c2, knight to e3, and then knight to d5 is going to come with tempo. Maybe
Okay.
that's one reason why you would put the queen on d8. Also, knight d5 directly, and that's going to come with tempo as well.
Like also queen b6, like you protect pawn on a5,
Of
right?
course,
You keep an
of
eye on the
course.
pawn. So that's why you kind of want to make
It's
this
very
maybe
natural,
right?
Very natural. But
Very
I like
natural.
this idea with queen b8 to bishop d8, bishop b6. It looks nice.
Remarkable game going on, and let's just take
So
a look.
Lenier fell asleep, but it seems like Fabi fell asleep as well. Did he
Really?
make a move, or is he still thinking?
Let's take a look at Fabi's position. He is playing Christopher Yu, and you have been discussing this ending quite some time, Christian, and some time ago you focused on the move bishop b4 check, as well as maybe just a kind of a preparatory move rook c8. And you were trying to mention that the fact that you don't really want to give white all the time that white wants to castle, play bishop b2, rook c1. Why? Because at the end of the day, you'll just have split pawns as black. You'll be trying to make a draw. That's
Yes.
not what's on Fabi's mind coming into today's game.
Is Fabi on a 40-minute thing?
No way.
40 minutes,
minutes.
Fabi, in
he
the
hasn't moved since
opening.
b3. It seems like he fell asleep.
Whoa.
I cannot believe it.
What is his personal record for longest think time?
That's a good question, but
40
It's not
minutes
really
sounds
must be
typical.
up there
No, it's
because
not
he usually
typical for
doesn't
him.
think for so long.
No. Wow.
Not at all. And again, if you don't mind, Christian, just kind of tell us what it is about this position that's caused Fabi to stop.
Once again, it's kind of a mystery to me because it has been played a lot of times. It has been played 68 times in this
68.
database. And in fact, there's a lot of known names at the top games leaderboard. We see Aronian versus Gelfand. We see Kramnik versus Peter Leko. Ivanchuk versus Peter Leko.
Wow.
Judith
Big names.
Bolgar. Lekwang versus Vidit more recently. We're seeing a lot of big names in this
Right.
position, and most of them play the move bishop to b4. So I'm a bit surprised because Fabi in general is very much aware of what the ins and outs, especially of theory, are. And he doesn't seem to be very familiar with the opening in this particular game. And right now,
Maybe it's
my
psychology.
goodness,
I don't know.
falling
Like,
down to his last 49 minutes out of the opening against 1 hour and 26 minutes.
maybe he's asking
Let's
himself
see.
how much
Bishop before.
bishop before he heard you.
And then it's sort of like, well, dude, why did you think 40 minutes on this well-known move?
Bishop before 35 minutes ago was better.
Yes, exactly so.
Yes. But you know, sometimes you're kind of trying to find the position, right? You play with this young player. You think
Right.
you want to look for the position, you have at least some chances to press him.
That's right.
Bishop
And
D2
you don't see
immediately
them
played.
and you try to think which variations I have to enter in
Exactly.
order to get at least something. And probably he couldn't find any.
Yeah, and where do I lead the game that will make it that much more awkward for my opponent to
Yes.
play? By the way, talked to Chris Bird, said you needed to come over. I had some doubts about my commentator.
Yes.
She's finding all the good moves. I want you to wander security protection and everything. He said, Yasser, that's not my problem. The players are my problem, not the commentators.
Yeah, so we need another arbiter here.
I tell you, you can't find good arbiters these days. They're not what they used to be.
Yes, yeah. No,
So you're off the hook today.
I'm fine today. Today I can do
Come the
whatever I
free
want.
day.
Yes,
I mean,
good.
we're going to go through security on you. But as always, we want to reach out to our audience. First of all, say thank you very much for joining our show and making it so much more enjoyable for us. How can you do that? Well, you can ask the commentators. And how can our audience join it, as Anastasiya?
Yeah, we are really looking forward for all your questions, and you can do it by simply subscribing to our social media channels and in Twitter account, St. Louis Chess Club. Then you can ask your questions and put the hashtag US Chess Champs or mention St. Louis Chess Club in your tweet. And yes, we have a couple of questions.
All right, let's go. Here it comes. Serious Sam. Wow.
Oh, actually,
Big
this question is really fits the discussion. Like, what's your advice for managing your emotions after losing a winning game in a tournament with some same-day games left to play?
Wow. P.S. Shout out to
Something.
Nas.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
Great commentary.
Thank you. This I didn't see you.
Yes,
Thank
very,
you.
very, very nice.
Thank you for your
This
comment.
is so tough. This is so tough. How to control your emotions, I want to say. I mean, the worst thing that can ever happen in a game of chess is losing.
Of course.
Losing is terrible.
You better
It
don't even
really,
start to play it.
I know. Losing is terrible. It's very, very painful. And one of my very favorite quotes, I love these world champions, and to quote them, Magnus Carlsen was doing a press conference and a little boy in the audience said, "When did you learn to stop crying after a loss?" Magnus looked at the little boy and said, "What makes you think I've stopped crying?" And that's tough. That's tough. What's your advice?
I mean, yes, sir, I don't know. I mean, it depends probably on the way you lose your game. And some losers, you take it, let's say, easier than the others, right? I mean, I also cannot tell you that I'm really a good loser.
I'm not a good loser.
It's actually funny that I thought about it one day. Like, I'm the person who normally comes to players after they lose the game sometimes, and I have to ask these questions. And I remember playing in the tournament and I lost a game like completely very stupid way. And I thought, if now somebody would have even come to me and asked me even one question, I don't know what I would do with this person, you know? So I really appreciate the fact that players keep calm and they don't hit me or something. It's really hard.
Yeah, it really is. Coach, you deal with it each and every competition that your teams face. Cristian, what's your advice to our viewer?
Yeah, I think you have to put things in perspective. As a chess player, and no good chess players are good losers. All of them hate themselves, hate their opponents, hate chess, hate life after they lose a game. But somehow they put things in perspective and go to the next game with a fresh mindset. It's all about the progression, right? The trend has to be upwards. The trends cannot be downwards, right? So this is what you should be focused on. But in the middle, you're going to see peaks, and then you're going to see valleys, peaks and valleys, peaks and valleys. And this is what you need to put things in perspective and understand that there will be losses and there will be wins. But overall, you should have a positive trend. And you can only maintain a positive trend with a positive attitude. This is how you should approach it. I
remember that Anish Giri said that one of the advices he got, I think, from Kramnik was just to focus on the next game. Like, really try to forget what happened before and simply change your focus. Change your mind and don't think about the way you lost or what happened there.
Right.
I think it's a good thing to do, right? I mean, especially if you have to play the same day, you really have to kind of tell to yourself, I will think about it tomorrow.
Well, I tell you, there's so much really, really great advice, like what you just said, but it's so hard to accept this advice. It doesn't work very well for me. Another question from our social media, but thank you for that question. It's just tough. From the film Gambit, I like the handle.
So the question is, do you think we'll ever see a King's Gambit in a classical chess game, in the US Chess Championship or any other top-level tournament?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes. no question about it. While some people today might think that the King's Gambit is unplayable, truly, I'm not one of those players. I think that the King's Gambit is risky.
Yes.
But at some point, you just get into these situations where a loss or a win, is such asymmetric risk that you're willing to take great risk. And I once lost to Boris Spassky in a candidates tournament. Talk about a loss. Oh, that was tough. And he's at the board, and it was like E4, E5. And he was doing this at the board, like a tick-tock. And he's kind of going back and forth with his head. And he played F4 and won a great game. He won a great game at the board. And he was mentally flipping the coin. Could he essay a King's Gambit in the candidates tournament? And correct answer, yes. Ooh, that was painful. That hurt a lot. Cristian, can we see a King's Gambit in the U.S. Championship?
Oh, for sure. We've seen knight takes e4 in the Rui Lopez yesterday. So we might as well see,
knight takes e4 in the Petrov. Yeah.
We might as well see a King's Gambit at some point in the future as well. But let's take a look at what's happening in this very interesting game between Levon Aronian and Wesley So. And of course, at this point, you play the move king to h1 as white. You are focused on making f4 possible in the position. That's why you start with the move g3, because once, for example, if you play something like castle, let's say f4 take, you want to take back with the pawn, open up the g file as well. Ideas of rook to f3, rook to g3 come in the position. f5, this is looking really good for white. So what does Wesley do after g3? Hey, you just played g3. My rook is still on h8. I might as well try to take advantage of that. h5, a very nice move by Wesley. And after some thought, white played the move h4, counteracted this expansion with the move h4. Now, f4 is going to be very difficult to play right now, because once you play the move f4, this g4 outpost for the knight is going to be solidified in the position. You don't have any pawns to attack it anymore. So f4, not so easy to make it happen. What I can do as black is play the move queen to d7. Now I have ideas of knight to f4 and queen to h3. You have to be very careful. For example, if you play bishop d2, boom, knight f4, you take, I give you a check, you go here, and now I can make a draw if I want, but maybe I don't want to make a draw. Maybe I'm going to give you checkmate in a few moves. After this move, knight to g4, you have to take, I take back with the pawn, rook takes h4 is coming. This spin is very difficult to deal with, of course, and if you try to go bishop to e3 after rook to h4, queen to h1 is going to come next move, or queen to h2 for that reason, and the game is over. So you have to be very careful. After this move, queen to d7, most likely we're going to see a defense of this key square, h3 with the move king to g2, and then still ideas maybe later on of playing the move f4. A very intriguing middle game is developing in this one. And you can rest assured, both of these players are enjoying this game right now because it's very complex, very nuanced, and there's a lot of options for both sides to create imbalances in the position. And take a look at this lifetime between these two players, very, very close.
Yes.
What a
wins, 4 wins for Levon, 3 losses, and 16 draws.
16 draws.
Levon color his hair in. That was a good picture of Levon. I can see Levon with some blonde blonde tips of things.
Speaking of hair, he really has that look like he just fell out of the bed. I mean, like with the hair up.
Yes.
And today, just pay attention, no flowers on his shirt, nothing.
That is the St. Louis Chess Club shirt.
Yeah.
It's the U.S. Championship shirt?
Yeah, that's an American Cup shirt.
Oh,
and I love that shirt, by the way. I like the color and I like the embroidery as well. As we prepare for a break, tell us what our Q Boutique specials are today, Anastasiya.
We have this athletic jacket today of Chess Club, St. Louis Chess Club. Look at it, it's very nice. Heading to fall in this athletic track style zip-up jacket featuring the St. Louis Chess Club logo. It's available in both men's and women's styles, and you can find it online right now at QBoutique.stlouis.com.
I must say, I love shopping the other day because I knew I couldn't have the slim fit or the straight fit, but the fit that works was the athletic fit.
Oh, really?
I love
Yasser,
America,
I like
the athletic fit.
Yes.
So when I saw the athletic fit, I thought, must be for me.
Yes.
As we go on a break, we asked our lady players their expectations for this U.S. Championship. Take a look, and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
This is a very strong tournament, including a mix of young talent as well as experience. What are your expectations about this tournament?
Right, the tournaments get stronger. Younger players are almost dominating. And overall, my expectations are, first of all, to play well and to be up to my own standard. And of course, if I can get top 3, that would be amazing too.
Play well and score some points, I guess, and not lose a game. That's the goal.
And I've been playing in this tournament for many years, and I've had a lot of heartbreaks. So at some point, I do want to claim the title.
I just want to play to the best of my ability. I'm not putting a lot of pressure on myself because this is my first time playing, and I perform better without pressure.
So it is kind of weird because last time I was here, I won. So I feel like any other result other than that would kind of be disappointing because it's that was the standard. So I feel like that is what I'm aiming for. It is also kind of a tough tournament for me right now too, not just chess-wise, but also because I'm in school, so I'm really trying to balance everything as well. This is the first time playing a tournament like this in college. So I'm just trying to do my best, still maintain my schoolwork and just have a good time.
I don't come in this year with big expectations. It's great to see some of the youngsters having done so well in the past few years and having progressed so much. So I feel just excited to play again. And really, I think this is the first year that I really don't have any expectations. I just want to play good chess.
It's not easy time, politically, and I'm originally from Ukraine, and last months I was busy with other things. And I'm trying to recall how good I was when I won US championships last years, and I will try to just repeat my results from past. And I don't have big expectations, and it's not easy question to answer.
Oh, I think my expectations are still the same as they've always been, to try to do my best, and if that works out, hopefully I can win my 9th title. And yeah, I feel pretty good. I feel like I'm still in pretty good shape, despite getting, older in years.
Well, I just want to do my best. This is my first year, and a lot of people I have watched and admired are playing here. So yeah, it's a good experience to play against them.
Players are definitely getting stronger, and this year we also have more players than usual, 14 players. It's also getting younger. I used to be one of the younger ones, not anymore. My goal is always to do my best, and results will just come.
So this is my first US Women's Championship. Of course, for my expectations, of course I want to try to win, but with such a strong field, it's extremely hard for anybody. So I think more realistically, I'd be happy with an even score, especially since this is my first time playing. It's always great to get some experience.
I just want to do my best, as always in every tournament. Yeah, I don't really have any super large goals, just try to play good chess.
And welcome back everyone, round 10 of US Championships, and we have the standings in the women's section. Jennifer Yu is leading the field with 6.5 points, and then Arena Krush and Megan Lee tied for the second place with 6 points, just a half a point behind the leader.
It's a half a point in a very, very fragile lead, as we've been witnessing in the Women's Championship and in the Open
And
section.
in the Open, we have Fabiano Caruana with 6.5 points, same as Jennifer Yu, and then Ray Robson is on the second place. But the difference is that they have quite a distance from the third place, and 1 point between Ray Robson and the group of players, including Dominguez, Jeffrey Xiong, and all the others.
Yeah, quite a chasing pack. As we are underway in this round 10, we're seeing a kind of a repetition taking place in the game between Levon and Wesley, and Levon said, "I've had enough. I am going to play this move, Mr. Arbiter," and that will be a 3-time repetition, as both players not having a particularly stellar result.
Exactly.
It's funny how these top players always find the repetition. When they want to, they will always
Regardless of the
find
position, right?
When they want to, they will always find it. It's incredible.
Yes, it's a mutual respect. You know, they say to each other with this game, like, "Yeah, I know you're not having a great event, and me too.
Me
but
too.
I'm not going to be the one who will spoil it even more.
Even
you
worse
know,
for
like
both
I'm
of
not
us.
going to do it." Yes. So both of them decided to sign the peace and, let's say, maybe still try to do something on the last 3 rounds.
Exactly. They'll have a free day tomorrow to do
Yes.
precisely that, to recharge their batteries and take another look at these 2022 U.S. Championships. Let's jump to the game of Fabiano and Christopher Yu, because we have seen something that, well, for all of us, we're rather stunned, because Fabi went into a 40-minute think earlier in the game, and we didn't know if that was a personal record, a personal best, or a personal worst. But whatever it was, there was something about the position he didn't like. And when did he do it? Well, right here. This was the that was not the moment.
Yes,
this
Bishop
was actually
before,
the moment.
Before the move he played.
It was
Bishop before,
35 minutes, or was it
40 even.
40
Yes, we
minutes,
were told
Anastasiya,
even
my
40
goodness. So 40 minutes thing to play a move that, as Christian said, is the main move in the position. Well, Christopher happened to be sitting at the board. He answered instantly, Bishop D2, probably wondering, how did this guy win the U.S. Championship with a 40-minute thing on a very well-known position? King E7, Rook C1, Rook C8, Bishop B4, Knight B4, A3. All of these moves are, in fact, theory. Castles, inviting Bishop takes E2. No. Don't even think about grabbing this pawn. This will get you into a world of trouble, as soon as the bishop drops back, there's a pin along the E file that will cost the piece on D5. So you don't take. He played Rook D8, now threatening to take on E2. And I think Rook C2, actually, both Bishop F3 defending the pawn, as well as Rook C2. There are games with these two moves, and we're expecting the theory to continue from here.
Yeah, sir. You
Yes,
know
please,
what I was
Anastasiya.
thinking about? Now that you mentioned this 40-minute
Thing.
you know, some players, they need 2 minutes to finish the games. And
Right.
in general...
Like linear,
Yes, like in general, in this world, I mean, people are not used to think. You know, sometimes it's not only about remembering the theory. Sometimes players really want to go deeply into the position and kind of remember and settle their mind in order to kind of understand better like what's going on, right? Maybe you see this position not that often and you try to remember what are the main plans and ideas here. Maybe something like this can happen. But it's really funny. Sometimes even my students, they ask like, why, what the hell he's thought for 15 minutes in this position? Like, what's going on with you? How can you spend so much time on one move? And it's an interesting question, because these days people are not used to think for so long and spend so much time.
And calculate so deeply. And are you always calculating deeply, or are you thinking
about Hippo?
Yeah, about Hippo, or some other non-chess things going on in your mind? And I still love it. I mean, it's just a brilliant moment in chess history. It was at a Hastings tournament where one David Bronstein, one of the world's most I want to say, experienced and knowledgeable theoreticians. So in the Soviet Union, he wrote books. He was a trailblazer in everything from the King's Gambit to the King's Indian and all stops in between. If you ever look at the ECO series and look at all the footnotes, regardless of the opening, there'll be an idea of David Bronstein. Anyway, David Bronstein, he comes to a game in Hastings. I think this was the 50s. They start his clock and he thinks for 56 minutes on move one. Wins
didn't know.
brilliantly. Yeah,
Wow.
wins brilliantly. Wins brilliantly. Then after the game, the journalist asked David, well, Mr. Bronstein, what were you thinking about for 56 minutes on the first move? And David, who knows everything about everything, said, well, I was thinking about what to play. I mean, like, it's just great.
Good question.
It cracks me up. I was just thinking about what to play.
E4, D4, B4.
It's
Yes.
so awkward, so difficult.
Good
Can I
question.
get an advantage here? Could I get an advantage there? Just thinking about what to play. What is going on? What is being played?
Well, actually,
Christian?
Irina is in trouble.
What?
Exactly.
Really?
Exactly. That was my response also when I saw the position. Check this out. So we left it somewhere around here, and we were saying that if black doesn't win it, and I think you mentioned this idea of
H4,
H4.
yes.
I really
Right.
liked this move. She decided to go rook to C1. Okay, that makes some sense because one of black's breaks in the position is via B6. So it makes sense that you're getting ready to put some pressure on the pawn on C6
Fair,
if things happen
fair.
on the queen side. She
Okay.
decided to go F6, Rochelle that is, makes sense. Bishop takes F6. And now we've seen this move, bishop takes F6. We will understand what she missed in just a second. What she should have done is just play moves such as queen to D2. The battle, it's all about how
E5.
will you react when black will play the move E5.
Right.
And the response to that is you have to immediately take advantage of the fact that the pawn on D5 is susceptible to an attack. With the move E4. I'm going to open up the light
Okay,
squares.
this
I'm
is
going to
nice.
get to the king slowly but surely, right? Not only that, if you take, I also have the C4 square to maneuver and to transition this knight from A4 to C4 to D6.
Wow.
This is what I want to see in the position as white, right? So E4 is
Okay.
key whenever black plays the move E5.
Okay.
Now let's take a look at what happened in the game. Bishop takes F6, knight takes F6, queen to D4. This is what she missed. E5, now you're probably going to have to take.
Normal,
I don't
yes.
capture back. I play knight to E4, and once again, we see this battle being lost by white right now because you're not going to play E4 anytime soon. I'm going to take with the queen back later on, queen takes E5, and as this knight on E4, I'm going to develop easily bishop to F5, solidify and cement the knight on E4, followed by the other rook to E8, doubling up on the E file if we enter that endgame after the queen trade on E5. This is going to be a clearly better position for black. Better structure, you're a bit overextended on the queen side, you have a huge weakness on E3, and there's no way to attack my pawns. Irina might be in trouble right now.
I really like this idea with
Wow.
E4. How do you meet E5? I
That
mean, if
was
you ask this
beautiful.
question, you can come out with this
Yeah.
E4 idea.
That is
Right.
key. You
Very
have
good
to meet
point.
E5 with E4.
Wow.
So she missed
That's
it,
nice.
and now
I like this queen D2 and just saying, okay, your turn. And black is basically obliged in that position to
try.
play E5. She's got, Rochelle's got all of her
And maybe
army.
we can pan out to see Irina's reaction right now because I do believe that she is suffering and she understands that she made a mistake right now.
yes.
She appears to be suffering, actually.
She's not happy with what just transpired in this game.
Yes.
Right.
She doesn't take on E5 immediately, probably trying to guess maybe she can afford any other move, like move her queen back. But this is what you don't want to do after once you played queen D4.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And what is the head-to-head between these two ladies?
How do they match up with one another? I'm sure
I
they played
remember
a number
I
of
think Rochelle
times in
beat her before.
Really?
I think
In
so,
US
in one of the
championships.
US championships.
three games between them where we'll double check the exact results here.
Huge missed opportunity for Irina because Jennifer
Agreed.
is still in a very difficult position. She's actually close to losing right now. Of course, still plenty of play to be had in that one, but she's in trouble.
Yeah,
What about Jennifer?
let's just bring this game of Arena and Rochelle up on our analysis board for just a moment to show what an important moment this is. Again, Jennifer's in trouble, our tournament leader. Arena half a point behind. Arena's got a good position. And from Black's point of view, look, this rook on e8, this knight on d7, this bishop on f6, queen is on c7. There's only one thing on Black's agenda here, and that is she's got to play for e6, e5. And after this developing move, it's a waiting move, and it just basically says to Black, okay, what are you going to do? Well, nothing else to do but to play e6, e5. And this is a very beautiful but hidden point. After this move, e3, e4, you want to open up the position with the rook on b8, with the bishop on c8, blast open the position so you can play bishop c4 check. Maybe on the long diagonal, good things can happen too, tactical things, and open up the rook. With the missed opportunity of that move, queen d2, she took queen d4, e5, and she must have just failed to realize that knight e4 is actually very, very strong. Black is going to win back the pawn on her terms, whether she takes with the rook or the queen, and follow it up with bishop f5. Everything is coming out roses for Arena. Arena's just taken the pawn on e5. Cristian, we have a special guest in studio.
Yes, we are with Levon Aronian.
Oh, very special.
Very special.
Very special.
Of course. Levon, welcome back to the show. Tell us about today's game against Wesley. It was short, but it was full of content.
I'm not sure about the content. Of course, the position is very playable closer to the end. I think this is a variation that is maybe underestimated, because it's kind of interesting to play with white.
This idea with e4, right?
Yeah, generally.
e4, and he responded with probably the most topical line, bishop to b4.
Yeah, and I took a look at it sometime. I think this king h1, the point is of king h1 is I want to meet knight d4 with b4.
Okay.
So you don't have this
Knight
taking
f3
with check.
Got it. And if you take on c5.
Yeah, and this is a good structure for me,
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So here black has many options. I mean, a6, castle, a5. In every case, you have to play very differently, because with the pawn on a5, you can afford to play queen a1. But with pawn on e6, all these lines are very, very dangerous, because black can long castle at some point and just start the attack.
So in order for you to attack, you also have to be ready for him to castle long with the pawn on a6.
Yeah.
But not with the pawn on a5.
Yeah, because the pawn on a5 is going to be hanging.
It's going to be like some sort of a hook a3, b4 maybe.
The knight goes somewhere.
Knight b5, knight d5. Yeah.
Yeah, this type of things.
Makes a lot of sense. And you play this move queen to e1, knight d4, bishop d1.
Knight e6.
Very nice regrouping.
G3.
And now he came up with this
I think
aggressive h5.
It's not aggressive, it's more strategical, because if black castles, then f4 is very unpleasant. Then f5, g4, this type of things.
f5, g4, and if you take, of course, take, and rook f3, rook g3, f5.
Yeah.
This is not looking good. And he played h5, you responded. Were you, by the way, still in your preparation?
No. I thought, if I play f4, I thought, well, after knight e6, that was an interesting moment. I thought f4 is the most topical. And then he probably has to take ef, because if knight f4, bishop f4, ef, and e5.
e5. Ooh.
And queen takes e5, and if queen e7, bishop a4, c6, rook a1.
Yeah.
And he cannot play bishop e3 because I take and rook f4.
He cannot take because of
rook
double
a1.
Up, and I mean knight
d5.
d5. The game is over. That's very nice, actually. Yeah, everything comes with tempo.
Yeah, so I felt it's very, very dangerous to take with the knight, but I rejected it mainly on the grounds of e take f.
Yes.
Yes, and now I cannot take bishop f4, knight f4.
No more e5.
Yeah, so I have to play knight d5, and here I felt castle, and then knight f4, bishop f4 and bishop d4.
Bishop d4.
Black should be fine here. Somehow.
This is a very strong bishop on d4, protecting the king side as well. And you play the move g3 now.
I felt that g3 is not the way to go, but somehow I felt after f4 there's nothing. So I didn't really remember what I was planning to do here. And here, yeah, you know, after bishop c5, I mean, after bishop d4, I think is the right setup. Because the point is, he wants to meet f4 with knight c5. And then, you know, it's kind of awkward. I have to defend this pawn, and then he might try for a4.
Bishop e2, and then a4, a3 ideas.
You know, create some counterplay, yeah. So f4, I don't think is a very
And you're actually not that fast on this side either, it seems like.
Yeah, yeah.
With your attack.
Of course, I can do it on move number 14, you know, instead of king g2. Play f4 here. Bishop, maybe, if I was to play f4, of course, I had to do it here. But then bishop d4, same. I'm also not so sure I'm really doing any progress here on the king side.
f5, knight c5 once again.
Yeah, f5 is illogical, and if knight e2, he can always play bishop c5. He's also waiting, you know. So maybe I can play it with knight g1, but I wasn't not so sure. Some strategical position, black can, you know, try to play knight d4 and knight g4. I mean, if I was in a better shape, I would definitely, you know, try to play on and create some battle. But at this moment, I'm trying to minimize the damage.
What would you say is the main factor that caused, let's say, this drop in shape for you?
Oh, I think I played too much at some point. It was, yeah, it made me tired. So I just need some, I think, a week of rest, and I'm back on a horse.
Week of rest for sure. And tomorrow actually is a rest day. What are you going to do during the rest day? What's the plan?
Oh, just you know, walk around, maybe you know, go for a little jog, something like that.
Absolutely, guys. Any questions for Levon?
No, absolutely, Levon. Get your rest, recharge your batteries, come out
Yes.
strong for the last 3 rounds.
We're not going to make Levon tired.
No.
Even more.
Not going to
Yes.
torture.
No.
Absolutely. Rochelle Wu did play that move, knight e4, the very move that Arena likely feared. And I'm saying, wow, what a huge missed opportunity here for Arena, because she had I think, a very nice advantage. That advantage is gone. And why is that so important? Because Jennifer, I don't like Jennifer's position in her game with Nagy. Last move after d7, d6. White's king still stuck in the center. If she wanted, she could have captured this pawn and, you know, been prepared to maybe e5 and something like e4, blast open the king in the middle of the board.
Yes.
Careful.
That's
of course, I could
good.
play queen takes d6 as well, but Jennifer said, well, I'm going to shut down this bishop. I'm going to play the move c5 takes, and I think we're caught up. And now it's got to be h3. If there's no h3, well, I'm worried for Jennifer that queen d5 and c4 is just killing. Like again.
I don't know, like h3, do you have like c4? No, this kind of.
Let's
I'm
take
not
a look.
sure. Yes.
Let's take a look. Is there
some geometry or not?
Right.
Is it something or not?
I didn't see it immediately.
No, I don't see
But
anything.
but there's nothing particularly
Wrong with
gruesome with knight h6.
Six
I
and
mean,
knight f5.
yeah, if you could get your knight to f5 and to e4, you're just so much better with the black pieces right out of the opening. By the way, I always look for that too. I noticed that you had asked me about geometry, and then in the game between Sabina and Ru Yang, I just like these 4 knights. You know,
Yes. All of
the
them
cavalry.
are really
The cavalry is coming, right? White's knights on these squares d4, e5. Black's knights on these squares f5, e4. I don't know what's going on in the game. It was just that caught my eye.
I'll show you some nice geometry as well.
Caught your eye, yeah.
Yes.
And this game between a Begim with the black pieces and Ashrita this last move, knight to f4, check out this line. I've been toggling through the variations. Queen to d1 seems to be the best move, but you just played the move queen to g4. So psychologically, queen to d1 is an extremely difficult move to make. Now, if you play the move rook a d1 and try to defend like this, you're in trouble.
Like
your
h5.
queen is actually getting trapped, right? Or at least almost trapped. Queen to f3, knight to d4, you take on d4, I take back with the e-pawn. I can even start with the move g4 first, but of course take with the e-pawn, and then g4 might be problematic for your queen. So, for example, knight to e2, g4, where do you put the queen? You probably have to go here. I follow it up with rook to e8, you're in trouble, right?
Yes.
You're going to lose the queen. So this one is over. Now, what can you do? To my eyes, knight to e3 makes the most sense. Queen to d1, I'm even going to cancel that move. I don't think is going to land on the board because psychologically it's just so difficult to make queen g4 and then go back to d1. So I'm expecting something along these lines. And now, if you play the move rook a d1, this is the geometry that I'm talking about. Check this move, e4.
Bishop c3.
You cannot take with the knight because I'm taking on b to a full piece. You cannot take with the pawn because bishop takes c3 and whoops, there is a check there. King h1, knight takes c3. This is key. Very, very nice position and very nice ideas for black with this knight landed on f4. So knight to e3 is on the board. Right now, we're expecting rook to f7. I don't think there's any other move. Rook to f7 was played, of course. Most likely we're going to see queen takes d7. And then, well, white is going to have to be very careful because rook a d1, that move e4 is extremely aggressive and it's not going to be easy to challenge that in the position. Let's see what Ashrita comes up with as a defensive mechanism in this one.
Yeah, it seems like the queen g4 was mistimed. Just turning our attention to Megan and Talia for a moment. This was this sharp knight or party.
Yeah, I remember. Yes,
start.
h3 g4.
h3 g4, bishop e3, knight a5. Oftentimes this knight on c6 is in the way. But once it goes to a5, it hopes to land on the c4 square. So Megan said, well, I don't want to see that happening. Knight takes a5, queen takes a5, queen d2, b5, castles, b4, and I've up to date with the play. Now, this idea of forcing white to occupy the d5 square is great. From a strategic point of view, I get that. Everything's nice for black. So you look just a little bit deeper. At the moment, white's bishops are pretty good, you know, kind of open. And give me the move, and I'm ready to play a2, a3. And maybe you would rather have traded queens and maybe left your pawn at home on b7. So there are things for white to nibble on. a2, a3, she will get the better structure. For example, if you do something like castles, a3, rook b8, and then again, I'm just putting moves on the board to try to show what I'm thinking about. We get all this position, and this is the, you know, better pawn structure, I want to say, for white. It's easier for white to attack the a6 pawn than maybe the c2 pawn. So for the moment, I'm thinking that in this game of cat and mouse, who's outfoxed whom, for the moment, I think Megan is doing quite well.
I think we don't pay attention that much to open event. There are some games we never checked today.
Tell me, where would you like to take us, Anastasiya?
Let's check the game because I will keep an eye on it. Between Hans, he plays
Elshan.
With Elshan, yes. I mean, suffering Elshan. Maybe Hans got some chances because I think his position looks quite good. He looks like he solved his problems with black pieces at the moment.
Funny, I'm looking at these two minor pieces. I look at this bishop on d4 and I say, what a magnificent bishop. Really,
bishop looks great,
but then I look at this knight on e4 and I say, wow, what a magnificent knight. So two offsetting pieces. And okay, I saw earlier it was a game with h6, g5. The bishop got chased to g3. The knight went to h5 and took on g3. What's your first take? Do you like black's position? Do you like white's position?
I really like this bishop actually because I used
So
to
you're
play
attracted to
like
the-
Volga before, and
Did you?
when
Oh,
this
very
bishop
nice.
goes to d4, I mean, I'm normally very happy, and
All
this
right.
long diagonal seems to be mine.
Yeah.
Nobody is really trying to make any problems for me there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of those things, you've got your trumps, I've got my trumps. So
Yes.
in a position where we both have mutual trumps, one of the things that I like to do is I like to look at the strategic factors for just a moment.
Yes.
I'm seeing that your bishop on d4, and I'm going, whoa, 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 whoa. That is really,
impressed,
really
yes.
an impressive bishop, right? So the bishop hits f2 and b2, but now here's the key. The bishop can't do it by itself. It needs help.
Okay.
It needs the help of the rook.
Yes.
It needs the help of the rook. So whether your target is b2 or f2, your rooks have to help the bishop target. So I really, really like the move by Elshan, rook to a3. What that move says to me, it's a neutralizing move.
I see.
So as soon as you go rook f8, guess what I'm trying to do?
Or f3 probably.
Rook f3.
I have 3. Okay, you want
I'm
to
trying
close.
to neutralize the doubled rooks and to take away the sting of your attack on the pawn on b2. Conversely, let's say you had played the move b5.
Yes, this was this
Another
move was
possibility,
interesting,
right?
Yes.
I might just play the move rook b3.
B3.
Okay, so what's my idea here? Well, I want to neutralize your
But
rook.
if I take on c4?
The rook hangs.
This rook is on the
Good
7.
morning,
Yes, it's on the
St.
7 already.
Louis.
It's,
Now,
yes, it's not
now,
good. Yes, good morning, good morning. Now we're sure I don't have anything.
Right,
Yes.
that's
Now I proved.
the test has been approved.
Yes.
Don't hang the rook. But yes, that was why I like the move rook a3 by Elshan with this idea. And the key is I'm going to either neutralize your play on the b file if you initiate the play with b5, or if you play rook f8, I want to play rook f. And then it
that's
makes
why
it very
he played
easy.
g4.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
he-
exactly right. That's why, and it's so easy to, sometimes the grandmasters play are so logical. Oh, well, if
You
you're
want to
going to play
play
rook
this?
f3, I'm
Yes.
going to play this and I'm going to stop you. So the move g5, g4.
G4.
Now, the question for Elshan is, you're taking away rook f3 from you. I have to make my own play. Maybe I will play now the move rook b3. Why? Because I'm trying to keep you honest. I don't want to
Exactly.
see you double your rooks. I want to make it cost you a pawn. If you're going to go after my king, you have to make an investment.
And is it possible to play rook f8? Yes, rook b7. Do you really want to take on f2? It looks like no. You have 3 pieces
Defending.
threatening and 4 pieces defending. Yes.
That's a lot of
Yeah,
defenders.
that's a lot. Yes, I don't
Yeah.
know what else you can do here. Like, can you still try to do something like h5, h4, g3? These ideas
Precisely.
come to my mind. Like maybe
Yeah.
that's a plan of.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. One of the things is your queen's kind of okay, defends g4, defends h6, but you kind of like to feel like the queen could do more.
Yes.
And if you could get your pawn to h4 and your rook to e3, kick away this knight, maybe you could.
Play g4 because if knight
G3,
takes
yes.
queen, g3, the queen takes g3 is
Exactly, this-
possible
yes.
sometimes, of course.
Right.
We
So
have to
I like
check.
your idea of h5, and we'll see whose aggression is paying off. And as always, thank you so much for joining our show and challenging our panel. We have a question
We have a question.
from
Okay.
social media. Henry the Geese, the guys,
Yes.
would like to know.
Yes, so dear Yasser, it's a question for you, Yasser. What steps or actions do you recommend to do for preparation a week before an event like a US chess championship, a day before a match and a few hours before a match?
Exactly. I thank you very much for the question, Henry, because I think already once you get that window of a week, it's over. Whatever training you needed to do before that week or before that day or before that hour. The best thing you can do is clear your mind. You don't want to be overwhelmed with so much preparation that you're actually going to the board tired. And that happens to a lot of players. You will hear their complaints, like Arena was complaining to us last night at dinner, that her preparation is so intense that she's not coming to the games with enough energy. So at a certain moment, you just have to shut down this whole idea. You say to yourself, I've done the best preparation I can. I want to go to the gym. I want to take a walk as just prescribed by Levon, and to say, recharge my batteries, because sometimes you're just out of energy.
It's just too much, yes.
Too
I know
much.
actually that Anna Muzychuk was telling me that sometimes she would spend like 8 hours to prepare for the game. I mean, can you imagine,
No,
Yasser? It's just
then
crazy.
it's just too hard.
And I've seen also players running like 15 minutes before the round to check with the trainer something else. Like unbelievable, you know. Sometimes it's just also lack of confidence. Something what you said.
Yes.
Like you really need to stop at certain point. But still, there are some tricks, Yasser. Maybe you used some of those tricks when you were active player. Like, what would you do? Like, kind of make your brain work. Like.
Yes. One of the things I liked to do, and asking a number of my colleagues, it was funny. We liked studies, and we liked just solving studies, like calculating, but they had to be pretty. They had to bring us a smile. It wasn't something we did for work. It was something that we just a switch to turn on our brains a little, okay? I mean, if you do nothing, if you watch TV, then you're kind of a passive, you're not in there. And that's why I really understand why a lot of chess players are gamers. They like the video games because they like being actively involved in decision-making, stuff like that. Gadakamsky, he didn't mind playing a few blitz games.
Okay.
He'd like to warm up with a few blitz or bullet games. He would come to a U.S. championship with some feeling that he knew how to move the pieces. So different strokes for different folks, whatever works for you. But yeah, don't overdo it. Anna really overdid it.
Yes,
with that
I think
8
so.
hours. That's just like then you're just drained.
At that time, she was like 18 or 19. She could still afford, you know, to
right,
spend
she had the
so
energy.
much. Yeah, it was too
and
much.
Christian, what do you recommend to
do before
Henry?
the game?
When do you pull parachute? Say no more prep.
Well, recently, yes.
Recently.
For example, in the case of Begim Tokhirjonova, she was struggling because we were doing a lot of preparation. We still are doing a lot of preparation. So usually the way our days work is after she finishes the game, we actually meet sometime around 9 p.m. after dinner, and we try to do a couple of hours of preparation, at least try to figure things out, figure the direction of where the game could potentially go. And then she goes on and she repeats her lines, and that usually takes her towards midnight. And that's when I tell her, at midnight, you have to go to sleep. Midnight is the end time. And after that, at 10 a.m. in the morning, the next day she comes back, she repeats. But in the recent games, and things weren't working that well for her in this tournament, because it wasn't that much about the opening phase of the game, but she was consuming a lot of energy in preparation, but not having a lot of energy in the critical moments in her games. And that's when I told her, okay, we're going to slow things down when it comes to preparation. We're only going to do things maybe for 1 hour at night and 1 hour in the morning, and then you repeat on your own time. Try to take some walks. That's very, very important, especially after the game, to release some tension and get your energy back. I think that's quite critical. And of course, around 1 hour before the round starts, you shouldn't be looking at any computer screens. You should try to take a break from that. And right now, by the way, speaking of this game, things have matured in the position. In fact, they followed just the line that we were discussing.
With
Great.
E5,
With E4,
yeah. Begim as one pawn. I want to turn, sorry, Anastasia,
No, I just
did you want to jump in
mention
as
that
well?
Jennifer, for example, I know that she goes to gym after the games. It's also one of the possibility, right?
Of releasing these frustrations.
Exactly.
And,
Some players, they do this. But
it's a great idea if you can, if that appeals, yeah.
Cristian just said that about the preparation. It seems like 5 hours they were preparing before. Wow,
Right.
like 2 hours
between 3 and
midnight.
and 5.
Wow,
Yeah.
it's a lot. I mean,
Combined at night
5 hours.
and in the morning
And
as
if you
well.
take into account that sometimes
play
game
6
lasts 5, 6
hours.
hours, wow, that was a lot. I mean,
It's
but,
a heavy day.
Yeah.
But now we're entering
Yeah.
the final stages of the event, and energy levels should be prioritized.
Exactly,
I feel.
yes. That's
Because
a
at the
great
beginning you
advice.
have energy, right? You've done your work before, you've went to the gym before the tournament, you're in tip-top shape. Hopefully you're in tip-top shape. and all you have to do is kind of have your preparation ready, or your openings ready, and get a good game out of the opening. Towards the end, the final stages of the event, you have to prioritize energy levels.
Yeah. I would just say one thing about the whole question that Henry asked about preparation, and this is very important, is that I came to the games with this idea that I had an idea. I had an idea for the preparation, and I was confident.
Yes.
The moment I have that, like build up of like, I've got the energy, I'm confident, I come to the game. And this was really, really funny. I had the game between Christopher Yu and Fabi on my screen, but I think it's a hilarious moment in my chess career. And I'm at the World Team Championship in China, and we're playing against Azerbaijan. I'm on like board 3. I basically retired from chess, and I was saying to my dear friend John Donaldson, the team captain, like, I take it easy on me. I haven't played in a while, don't feed me a lot of blacks. He started me with 3 blacks.
So you're that guy. Okay, you're that guy.
And it was really, really cool. I mean, the St. Louis Chess Club, Scholastic Center, is going to help our team.
Yes.
So they sent a coach. Now, all of my team members are super pros. Man, they got their databases, they got their files. Yaz is in trouble. But the coach was Ben Feingold. So this was great. So Ben would come to my room at about 10 in the morning and then stay till 11. I'd kick him out. We could then go have lunch, and it was really great. So none of our preparation ever happened.
Yes.
That was the first good news. But Ben, in that 1 hour, that 60 minutes from 10 and 11, got me in the right frame of mind.
Yes.
Like, I got this great idea for you, Yasser. You play like this, and you'll nail the guy. You go here, 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 here. I was like, okay, I'll do it, Ben. And I never got the position.
Yes.
So I was playing. It was Azerbaijan.
Mm-hmm.
And there I am on board 3, and the Azeris sandbagged.
Ah, yes,
They put their number 1 player on board 3. Shakhriyar Mammadar was the highest rated player. They put him on board 3, so I got to play Shak. So in those days, Shak was playing Grunfelds.
Yes.
So there we were for 1 hour busting Grunfeld after Grunfeld, and in 2 moves, I was badly out-prepared. I played D4.
Out-prepared.
Out-prepared. He
C5.
played C5. I played D5, and he played F5.
Ah, this is...
So I'm stirring my coffee, and I'm looking at the position, and I'm saying, this is the strangest looking Grunfeld I've ever seen in my life. This is not a Grunfeld. But the whole point was that Ben, had got me into that right state of mind, that I was confident I could do anything and beat anybody. And that's when I played E4 takes, knight C3, knight F6, G4, and blew Shak off the board.
Wow.
Like, let's go. It wasn't the Grunfeld, but it was this idea that the preparation stops when you just have that confidence, that knowledge.
Everything is fine.
This is what I can do.
Under control, yes.
I'm
no
ready.
matter what
Right.
happens. No, because it's really frustrating sometimes, right? When you start the
Exactly.
game and all your 5 hours of preparation are gone. Yes,
Exactly.
so you have to kind of put yourself together again.
Now
So
I would
what's
like to
going on?
turn to Christopher Yu and Fabi for just a
Yes.
moment to say, I am really, really impressed by the 15-year-old Christopher Yu, because in my estimation, he's completely tricked Fabi. Like, the computer may say even,
Yes.
0 zeros and stuff. And I go, no. If I'm in Christopher's shoes, I see the split pawns versus my B3 and A3. And I say, that's 1 for me. That's an edge on my side of the table, because your pawns are split, which means they're a little bit more vulnerable. That's the first thing. The second thing is 2 rooks. Well, who's attacking, who's defending? That's also in my favor. The knights were more or less balanced, but I would just ask this knight on B6 how it's feeling. Like, it's maybe
How many places you can
not
go?
so good. And lastly, and this is very, very important, Christopher Yu is like 200 rating points lower, or maybe 100 rating points lower than Fabi. What could be better than having a position where you have control.
He's 200 plus.
200
I
something.
think.
Yeah.
200 plus. Less,
So
yes.
wow, what how great it is to be in a position you're slightly better.
But this is what we discussed at the beginning of this endgame.
Yeah.
If White manages to get this structure, AB versus AC, double
Yes.
up the rooks on the C file, and Black doesn't get the move C4
Right.
to try to exchange those pawns,
Right.
White is just simply going to be
always
better.
enjoy.
For a
Right.
very long time. It's going
For
to
a very
enjoy
long time.
a disadvantage for the next 20, 30 moves, right?
Right.
And at some point, usually, I will win the C5 pawn
Mm-hmm.
in the end. I mean, you're going to have to, whenever you move the knight, by the way, I go B4, right? And that might be problematic. So if you go knight D7, B4, not only that, but if you give me one more move, I'm not even considering taking. Maybe I go B5, followed by knight to C6.
Yes,
Once that
hello.
knight lands on C6, I can switch files from C to D with my rooks and invade via D8. You might be in serious danger in that
Exactly.
situation. So this one is a difficult decision and a difficult defense for Fabiano Caruana. He's going to struggle in this one.
Which is something very, very unique for this tournament for
Yep.
Fabi, because Fabi has been cruising, not
Yep.
just his victories, which have been splendid and power to him, but even in the draws, he's been on the sunny side. This is the first time we see Fabi maybe in a position that's unfavorable, and dare we say it, if Christopher
Yes.
defeated the defending champion.
And now he can
if
defend-
he
defeat
defeats,
also Fabi.
it opens up the door for Ray Robson and that host of gangsters
Oh
you've
my
been talking
Absolutely.
about
But
in the trailing
look
pack.
at this, Yasser, if you play, for example, King D6, like out of nothing, right?
Right,
This move.
please, yes.
Look what White has, like Rook C5 then, or what?
Oh,
Can I
very
have Rook
nice.
C5 and then
Very
Knight
nice.
B7?
Of course. Yeah.
I
Okay.
just saw the geometry again, if it works.
Yeah,
Let's
no, it's
just-
beautiful. It's
Yes.
that's
you
really
cannot-
getting him from behind.
And
Knight
completely-
B7,
yes, Knight B7.
a lovely fork. The king would have to give up the protection of the rook, and you just
want a pawn.
grab the pawn.
Yes.
For-
So just in this example, if you try to, for example, bring your king into the center, it
Which
seems
is-
like a logical move.
Right.
But then there is this trick, Rook C5.
Exactly.
Wow.
Those tactics, you've got to be careful, even in the ending tactics. And by the way, I like this move also, H2, H3 by Christopher. He gives himself the flexibility of playing for F4. And he says to Black, if you play G4, I'll bring my king into the center. And
Yes.
it's quite possible this pawn on G4 is more of a liability than an asset. So we're going to keep an eye on this one as Fabi, for the first time in the tournament, might be, is suffering. And again, this was the game he had the 40-minute thing.
Yes.
Maybe he suspected very early on that he was walking into a position
Which
that he
was
shouldn't.
unpleasant.
And he played this move, bishop b4 check, only after 30 minutes of thought. Cristian, back over to you, and what has caught your eye?
I'm looking at the ladies section and this game of Begim and Ashrita. This is the position. So we saw this move e4 come on the board. Knight to a4 actually was Ashrita's defense. Take on d3 with the pawn g3, force the knight to enter White's position via e2. But now this is a nice transition square because I'm headed towards the center on d4. It makes a lot of sense. Rook to f8. So she's definitely hinting at the fact that she will be putting a lot of pressure on the f file. And bishop takes g7 right now was played. Rook to d3 was another option. Bishop takes this is a critical moment right now because once again we talk about geometry and tactics in the position, and Black has this move, which is, by the way, not very natural, I have to say. Rook takes g7.
Yes.
Not king takes g7. And now after rook takes d3, it looks like, sure, but White, and she did play king takes g7, which once again makes a lot more sense than rook takes g7 if you look at it from a human's perspective. The
No, but
key
this
was
nice-
that
yes,
if you take on g7 and take on d3, I have this move.
Yes.
Check.
Knight
Really,
to
really
f4,
nice.
check.
Disruptive.
You take, you move the king somewhere, king to f1. I pick up on e3, but I can also start with the move knight to e5.
Nice tempo.
Once again, everything comes with tempo, and my rooks are perfectly perfectly placed to create a vicious attack. If you go rook to c3, I pick up this guy, and then I go knight to g4.
Wow.
Both your h2 and f2 pawns are under attack.
Beautiful.
You cannot defend both. You're in big trouble right now with the white pieces.
Look
So
at this knight on a4.
big missed opportunity indeed for Begim. She took with the knight right now. Rook takes d3 most likely is going to come on the board. It makes the most sense.
Knight
And
d4.
still after knight to d4, it is white that needs to find the defensive mechanism. Nevertheless, she improved her position a little bit. Black had much better ideas in the position. Still,
happened.
black to be preferred in this one.
Right.
Let's wait and see. And she is putting some pressure on her clock as well. Ashrita is playing very quickly her moves.
Right. Just turning our attention to the game between a Wonder Liang and Linear Dominguez, this chasing pack of players who are on the outside looking in, hoping that Fabi stumbles as well as Ray Robson. This was the game between the two knights versus the two bishops.
Yes.
And in Seattle, University of Washington, Marv Harshman was the basketball coach, and he was asked why he always recruited tall players. He said, well, tall players remain tall, short players who are fast get tired. Why do we like the two bishops? Because as the position opens, the bishops begin to really enjoy the diagonals, more diagonals for the bishops. And it's inevitable that there will be pawn trades, and inevitably the bishops will start to bloom. That's what I'm seeing in the game between Linear and a Wonder at the moment. I think the game is still, don't get me wrong, very balanced, but I am seeing that the bishops, like for example, imagine I would play a move like bishop b4 in this position. I can see that you could
For example,
take, and let's say I take and take, and this is where this bishop is kind of blooming, if you will, for just a moment. There's a pin. Yeah, I understand that the game is still very even, but you start to see that the bishop is, well, again, it's wrong to say taking over, but my point about the bishops improving is being seen. Also, I just wanted to go, where are you, Jeffrey Xiong versus Sam Shankland? You know, the U.S. Olympic team, and you heard Ray Robson say, you know, like that was a really goal of his, to be on a medal-winning U.S. Olympic team. You get on the U.S. Olympic team, I got to tell you, you're in a pack of a great company. You like
actually,
being with these guys.
The fact that you even
managed to make
it to the team
with
not easy.
With the players we have. Well, Jeffrey Xiong and Sam Shankland are both those bubble players, if you will. They're just, you know, like trying to make that fifth spot on our Olympic teams. They're going up against each other, and it's more than just, you know, the U.S. championship. It's more than rating. It's sort of like, hey, you know, we're jockeying for Olympic team placement as well. This position, the players have, again, we're seeing these kind of like Queen's Gambit accepted kind of positions. Now it changed, though. The structure changed dramatically when Sam decided to recapture with a pawn, isolating his pawn. I think thanks to that decision, I like Jeffrey's position because of that decision. I want to say isolating the e-pawn. I would, if I were white, I'd probably just get out of this potential pin and just ask black, are you going to try to target my pawn on b5? Well, don't do that. I've just defended it, and I'm warming up to Jeffrey again. Jeffrey's coming into today's round undefeated.
Yes, +1.
+1, looking for more. Christian, back over to you.
Well, I'm looking, and you might actually be wondering why we're not giving prime time to this game between Sam Sevian and Ray Robson. It's not because Ray Robson is, well, he is only half a point behind the leader. So by that metric, we should definitely be looking at the game. But the position is just so dry. He equalized with the black pieces.
Easily.
White is not really trying to do much. Most likely this one is just going to end up in a draw very quickly. What I'm saying is king f8, king e7. At some point I'm going to take on c1, follow it up with rook to c8. We're going to see the bishop endgame in which none of the players have any real chances at actually making a dent in their opponent's position. So this one is headed towards a draw. So the big game remains the one between Christopher Yu and Fabiano Caruana, in which Christopher is definitely making some strides and putting a lot of pressure on our leader.
Actually, putting the pressure on the leader, yes, both of them, yes.
Yes.
And also Brave Robson, everyone.
Yeah.
So actually, in case if Fabi loses this game, then Ray Robson will catch him on the first position, right?
Assuming that Ray draws, which seems to be the assumption at the moment as...
But I really like what Fabi did, right? With this move f5 and king to f6. It seems like he at least is getting more active in the position. And I think that's
the move
key.
h3, he played f5.
f5, yeah. f5, king e3. Christopher still plays very, very quickly in this game.
King e3 with the idea that if you take on f4, I will take with the king and you will have this e6 weakness.
Another
as well.
weakness in the position.
Yes. So of course black cannot do it, king f6.
Leads the charge. At some moment, I really desperately want to play this move b4. You mentioned it a moment ago that the knight could come to c6. When the king was on e7, the knight hopping to c6 was far more attractive. Now playing the move b5, I'm seeing I've got issues here. It's not so that easy. Well, I think I'm going down a rabbit hole there. So without b4,
maybe you can take d file right now, or it's not possible, just to...
Swing?
Yes, but I think then c4, or what?
Yeah, I think that was the problem that Cristian was mentioning. Here, I could be very savvy and move my rook back to the
But actually,
c5.
we have to check this variation until the end.
Which
Maybe
one?
you can take c takes b3.
No,
I'm joking,
really?
of course, but I mean, just I'm always checking this kind of lines.
Oh, that's...
And b2.
And b2. And Verasing, you've just made a new girl. Look at this. Nice. Yeah, I like it. Love it, in fact. I would have to try to swindle a draw. But okay, huge game, and in the balance hangs our lead going into our rest day. We have a question from our audience, Anastasiya. Let's prepare. Let's brace for an incoming question.
Ready for questions.
This one is from
Pihuela. Yes.
Pihuela.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Cristian, is there any chance you will invite Hans to your podcast in order to hear once and for all Hans speak for himself?
Is he a likely victim?
You guys are starting to stir the pot, trying to cause some problems.
That's our job.
Yes.
Look, we will invite Hans at some point, and we will see whether he will accept to come. But it's unclear whether he wants to do that. It doesn't seem like right now he wants to make too many statements. Let's just put it that way.
Well, just to remind everyone, our viewer, you and Fabi have created C Squared, a podcast of the chess world. You're talking about the latest and greatest things that are going on, and right now it is the major controversy.
Of course.
And you've had a number of guests, including Alejandro Ramirez, talking about and what has
yourself
been, and myself. But I'm not the guy to ask about.
Don't sell yourself.
I'm not the guy to ask about the computers and all of that good stuff. I know nothing. What's the feedback then from your viewers?
Oh, the feedback has been great. I think the podcast has been received quite well, and of course, if you want to go check it out, you will find it on YouTube and all the other platforms. But I don't think we should sell it too much.
Not too much. Modesty becomes you. You're a very modest man with much to be modest about. So, very nice. And we have another question, Anastasiya.
Let's check one more
Let's see
question.
what we have. Da-da-da. And here it comes for Martin CFC. That's very official looking.
Yes, so we have a question. Do you have to be in a chess club to join FIDE chess tournaments? I have only played online and really want to try to achieve a FIDE title someday.
My answer to the question is no. You don't necessarily have to join a chess club, but it would really, really behoove you to join your national federation. The national federation is really the member. Let's be clear what FIDE is. FIDE is an international body, and its members are not Anastasiya and myself. Its members are federations.
Yes, yes.
So the United States Chess Federation, in my case, the Ukrainian Chess Federation,
In my
in your
case, yes.
speaks to the FIDE on our behalf. So if you wanted to make a FIDE title, your federation would have to petition FIDE and say, look, we've got this wonderful, promising player over here. Please recognize them for their success. So really, join your national federation, wherever it is that you may be, and good luck on your title.
That's great. And on tournaments, okay, first we should
Exactly.
start to play in offline events, and then step by step you can do it. Also, I think there are some online, there is FIDE Online Arena, where you can
Yes.
make online titles even,
That's
right?
right,
I mean,
that's right.
Which is a little bit still different case.
Awkward,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
you should still, I think, try to...
The overboard
yes,
titles,
yes, yes.
they take precedent.
But okay,
yes.
it depends on you. Maybe sometimes people don't have time to play offline events, then you have a good alternative in this case.
Exactly. Turning to our chess question for a moment, you said you liked that Fabi played f5 and king f6 against Christopher. I kind of like Christopher's position. I just don't know exactly how he should increase his advantage.
That's
If I
the
can
question.
speak in those terms, I'm not exactly sure how big his advantage might be. But how could Christopher increase his advantage? What should he be playing for?
Well, it seems like he actually lost all his advantage.
He played f4.
Yes, f4.
I wasn't a move I
G takes
liked.
f4 and opening up the G file might actually backfire in this
Yes.
position. It seems like you actually have to be very precise not to be worse as white right now.
Wow.
Okay.
So you have to take
because-
back with the G pawn, it seems like, and then most likely I'm going to continue by taking the other pawn as well.
Okay.
You continue.
Right.
And now maybe this move, h4. And
Whoa.
this is quite a nice move, quite
I
a
like it,
critical
yes.
move. It's all about this dance of, if you move the rooks, I can move my rook, right? Because you ease the tension on c5. If you move the knight, I can exchange or I can move my own knight because you ease the tension as well in the position. So it's this dance in which it doesnn't seem
King
like
takes
there's...
f4 came on the board.
Whoa!
King
takes
takes
f4. Wow.
That was unexpected.
That's not good. that is actually not good after the move
E5 and then
e5.
rook g8 or what?
Yes.
Or rook d1. It
Yes,
depends on where you
E5
go.
and then rook d7 perhaps.
Right. Rook
This is
d7.
an idea as
yeah,
well.
That was what I was afraid of.
And if you take on c5, maybe you're already...
Check.
Oh, you're actually much worse right now. King to
Yes, because
e2,
then
you
if
take
you-
on c5, you take on c5, and then I take
What's-
on e4 or
Wow.
g3. Guys, this is not looking good. And it seems like Christopher is hurrying up to get to this position. He's not taking his time. And he has let Fabiano Hikaru off the hook. And maybe even worse right now with the white pieces.
Yeah, I was going to say I didn't like the move f4, but I was kind of grasping towards you for a question how Christopher should have played instead of... I didn't like the move f4.
No. F4 was a bit too much. And in fact, it was just about Fabiano's very, very
F5?
level-headed play. Yes, this move f5 and trying to
Okay.
create his own chances was quite important.
Okay.
At this point, though, what White should have done was take advantage of the fact that you created some new weaknesses by
Right.
overextending on the king side and try to exchange the knights with the move knight to c4. Take advantage of the fact that the pawn is still on e4 and you don't have a way to run away from, positively run away from this exchange with the move knight to d5. You have to stay passive if you want to do so, but then unfortunately after this trade, you have some problems on the d file, right?
With knight e3.
It's all about the overextension. Rook to d1, rook to d2 is an option as well. It's obvious to the naked eye that white is just simply better at this point. So, yeah, this was the critical move, knight to c4. And if we see this trade, once again, we understand. If you take, I take. Now
More
I have rook to
weaknesses.
e5 coming.
More
This guy,
islands.
this guy, this guy as well.
More.
They're all very, very weak in the position. So you will be struggling with the black pieces in this particular structure. He did not play that. He allowed Fabiano to activate his king with the move king to f6, which was a critical part of his idea. And now, whenever you take, I also have this check. On d5.
Yeah,
That's the
king is
problem.
not good on e3.
It's not great at all. And king to f4, this is the position we have right now.
Yeah.
It's still balanced, but I mean, if you make 2 or 3 more bad moves with the black pieces, you might end in some real danger to lose this one, as Christopher you.
Wow. Thank you for that. As Anastasiya, as we get ready for break, let's just remind our viewers that we do have one result already in the open section between
Le Bon and Wesley So. And all the
Early
other
draw.
games, yes, this was the early draw, and the other games are still on the way, and we will be back soon to check them.
Absolutely. See you on the other side of the break, everyone.
As part of the World Chess Hall of Fame lecture series, author and international master John Donaldson will be doing a live presentation on the 1972 Fischer-Spassky match, examining their early lives and careers leading up to their classic match. You can join John live on October 18th at the World Chess Hall of Fame, or watch the live stream on the World Chess Hall of Fame YouTube channel. That's October 18th, John Donaldson Live. More information at stlouischessclub.org.
Be surprised, be intrigued, be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
back everyone. We are on round 10 of US Championships. And current standings for women's section. Jennifer Yu is leading with 6.5 points.
Right.
But her position doesn't look that great. So Arena Krush, together with Megan Lee, share the second place.
Trailing only by 0.5 point. Alice Lee on the outside looking in as well. And in the open section, we have one result.
And in the open section, we have the result between Levon Aronian and Wesley So. They made a draw, and all the other games continue.
Absolutely. Let's just jump right into it. In the game between Christopher Yu and Fabiano, again, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves with hyperbole, but so much is at stake in this one game. Christopher, we liked his position before he played King E3 and F4, and we thought that already after takes E5 check, Fabi would be, well, ever so slightly for choice. Fabi made a decision I found a little confounding. He took on E4, took an E4, and dropped back with his king. And I'm kind of looking at the position, and I'm saying, everything I see on the board's okay. A little bit more free, a little bit more active. And I noticed, by the way,
yes,
you have some classical training in you, Anastasiya, because you use the word islands.
Yes.
Pawn
yes,
islands.
Pawn islands.
And you look at the position, there's 4 pawn islands for black, 2 pawn islands for white. So maybe Christopher is back with a slight pull. Again, I'm just thinking this knight on A5 is a little bit off sides now, and I would try to redirect my knight. Knight C4, knight to E5 is one idea, and I can always make a passer. Christopher, again, maybe a little bit too impulsive here. Has not patiently played the position, played G4. And guess what? I mean, Fabi said, well, there goes one of my pawn islands, and I think things are back into, let's say, normalcy, balance, but I can't help but mention the very nice tactic you pointed out quite some time ago. It still exists. If you want to come back to the D6 square, I gotcha. Knight B7 check, and that'll hurt your feelings. So
I have a feeling Christopher just wants to make a draw. This is what I kind of feel. Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm not convinced.
Yes.
I'm not convinced.
Yes. No?
We have a dissenter.
No, I'm not convinced.
Why?
You guys think he wants to make a draw?
I don't know. This
the
is
move
like
G4
feeling.
doesn't show a lot of ambition. I thought knight C4, knight E5 was
I think
more
he's
ambitious.
okay with a draw, yes.
Yes.
Does he want to make a draw? I think he still harbors some hopes that he can potentially create some problems for his opponent in this position. And it's not that easy. I mean, you still have some moves to go until you're completely safe as black.
Okay.
What do you play, for
Rook
example?
G8,
Let's
for
try to play
example.
this one.
Yes, just in case, Rook G8.
But Rook G8 I take on C5.
Yes, this is what I thought.
No, that's problematic, I think.
No, just to show how you can go wrong. Yes, I mean,
okay, then let's show it. Yeah,
like, for example,
I mean,
you try to get the other pawn with check.
What could be more simple than that?
So Rook C5 immediately comes.
Okay, and then let's trade it off.
If we trade, then Rook G4 check,
and now
then
King F3.
King F3, and yeah, I mean the
next
threat
move is Rook C7, Rook A7.
Exactly.
Right. Well, is it the end of the story? I mean, I go Rook G7. If you go knight check, haha. I'll turn the tables. And if you go rook check, I'm still, I mean, the reduced material is so...
It's very reduced. That's true. That's true. So maybe this one is close to equality. Let's go knight C6. Let's keep going in that
knight
position.
C6, okay. Rook G7, knight C6.
All we have is time. Yes.
Yes. Okay, this knight ending, we know that if king is more active...
Do I have to be so... I'm reluctant to. Maybe
I'm a bit worried for black in that position, by the way.
You are?
Yeah,
Really?
after knight c8, just king e4.
King e4, king f6, of course.
And now maybe king d4.
And king d4.
Now I have king d6. No, I don't have king d6.
I just
knight
don't
A7,
see your
yes.
next move. That's the problem. I don't see your next move. That's fine. And now I go b4.
And you just kind of like press a little bit over there.
I still don't see your next move because a6 is met with knight b8. If I manage to get my pawn to a6 as well as b5,
a6,
then I have
knight
ideas.
b8, knight d6, sorry.
a6? Sorry.
Knight b8, knight d6. Now I want to play knight b5.
a4?
Okay, you play a4, but if you take the pawn,
I will take it. It's just going to take some time.
But hold on. I mean, anytime you move your knight away, I've got
some ideas.
We're off. We're really down the rabbit hole on this one. But the point is that.
By the way, he played King F6 back.
King F6 back.
How do we feel about that move? Now he's going towards G5. Is that his plan?
Why not? Although it's strange. It's strange. I really thought that Fabi should be bringing his knight back into the game. Something like knight d7, preparing to move the rooks. But okay, King F6. Nothing wrong with that move. The king.
There's an interesting move right now for White, in fact.
After King F6?
G5.
And then King F5 or what?
Yeah, and checkmate.
Some checkmate ideas.
Oh no!
Checkmate.
This is really cool.
Checkmate ideas, yeah.
No.
Wow.
Okay, this looks great.
This is
G5, maybe
I
a
like
wrinkle
it
that will
very
upset Fabiano.
Well, I tell you, once you see G5 with the concept of king takes G5, king E5, your adrenaline starts pumping and you get yourself really excited because that is a very pretty.
No, because like you try to
checkmate.
run away and you play King G6 and then Rook F2.
How far are you running, right?
Yes,
I
and
mean,
actually your piece is kind of not really helping.
I mean, it's sort of like you start to run, which is in a very strange way. You run into the corner so that you're just in time to block the checkmate. But G5
But then your king is so far away, maybe you can.
Right. You take no risk ever of White ever losing such a position. But I love it.
Can we switch to the game of Elshan versus Hans?
Yes, because
I know it's not very influential towards the standings, but
it was a very good exchange
interesting
sacrifice.
One. Yes, I think so too.
When we left it around these parts, and we were mentioning the really, really good knight versus the really, really good bishop. And Elshan came up with a very nice concept. He said, you know what? Your bishop is so good
that I'm ready to give my rook.
I'm going to eliminate it.
Yes.
And by the way, did we see G5
We
played?
did see G5 played in the Christopher Yu game.
Christopher.
Putting some pressure on
throwing the
Caruana.
patties. And I love this knight. It really just reinforces the king. Like the king is really safe. Whenever you go H4 and HG, this knight will block the F file. The king will have escape hatch. And isn't it time to play moves like, I don't know, C5, Rook C1, and can I make a passer?
And I wanted to move to this game just because Elshan is down to his last 4 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yes. Still only 5 moves to go, so it's not panic mode yet. Hans is playing very quickly. He has 55
H4
minutes.
idea with Rook H6 later, right?
Yes.
I mean, after you take on G3,
Queen A7. Whoa.
Whoa!
He's going for the pawns.
Whoa! Okay,
No,
I'm a pawn grabber. No,
he's going for the pawns.
I mean, he's looking for membership in the very, very exclusive chess club.
Which one?
Pawn Grubbers Anonymous.
Yes.
First, you have to admit that you have a problem if you're looking for rehabilitation.
Of course, H4 immediately Hans played this move. I
And
want to
he
give
is
you a
playing
checkmate.
for the clock.
He's definitely playing for the clock.
How many moves have the players?
Only 4 moves to go.
Okay, not that
so
much.
H4,
So it's critical
HG.
moment.
Okay, so.
But there are some serious pitfalls, right?
Okay, let's fall into them.
You don't want to take on B7.
Let's.
No,
I think you should take on B7 just to show because it's a very nice concept.
Sorry.
So if you do take on B7, if you get greedy right now, I take
greedy.
on G3, you take on G3 back.
Okay.
And now I have E5, which finishes the game.
E5? Yes.
Are
Look
you
at
sure
this.
this
Yes,
finishes
because
the
the
game?
idea is you cannot take en passant because queen is hanging, so you have to take on
finishes the
H7,
game,
and then it's a pin. Unbelievable.
Just a second.
It's
I was
beautiful.
taught that passed pawns can be worth a rook. And you're telling me that they're not worth.
Your pass pawns are not going that far.
4 pass pawns.
4 pawns could be worth a rook. I mean, but you're telling me this.
I take on G3.
You take on
Okay.
G3 with some idea.
I take on C5.
Oh no!
I go Rook F8.
No.
Or rook d6. Even nicer.
Oh, pain, the pain.
Lots of pain
very,
here.
very, very nice. So queen takes b7, falling for that nasty trick.
Maybe he realizes, and now he's starting to panic because he was planning on taking that. Oh, he took it.
He took it. Wow.
Oh, he's in
no.
trouble.
Hold on.
This is very painful variation.
No,
Yes.
because he's got the idea of hg3, queen check on c8.
First. Yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
He's got the
But
idea
rook
that
f8.
then I check you again.
a6, yes. Okay.
And then I recapture the pawn, and there's no e5.
But
You
you
block.
get back in time because with the queen on c8, so I go king f7, right?
Okay, let's see, king f7.
I take back the pawn.
Now I go rook h6.
Now I understand that you want to checkmate me. I got
Kind
that
of.
part.
I have
Kind
some
of.
queen c2 coming.
Yes.
Be careful.
Yes, we want to play rook h1 and rook
Oh no,
h4.
he took
He took immediately. Oh no, he was
No.
supposed to play. He was
Oh,
supposed
this
to
is over
include
now.
Queen c8
E5.
check.
is over.
Okay, look at d7. Okay, if Hans finds now e5.
I think he set him. I'm sure Hans set him
Wow.
up beautifully for that e5 move. I mean, and Elshan.
yes, he
Oh,
wants to take.
did you
Yes,
see?
he wants to play e5.
we're
but
He was
going to see-
hovering.
We're going to see a shake of head by Elshan.
No, he was
realizes.
supposed to include. Yep, e5.
e5.
Oh, he missed it.
Oh my gosh! And Elshan paused. Usually, it's one of those signs when they pick up the pen.
Yes.
They're ready to write down the move. Then you play a move that they weren't ready to write down, and that's shocking.
He missed it. That was a cold shower
I think
right there.
Elshan went from a better position to losing in like 3 moves.
He did.
Unbelievable.
That's why I thought this sequence is so important because he was going down to his last 5 minutes, and there's a lot of options in the position, right? Queen a7 was one way to go, c5 was another way to go, rook e1 was another way, but he chose the worst one.
Yeah.
Because of this move e5.
Because of e5. Oh my goodness. So Queen a7, h4. He took the pawn, which was, I think, okay, but it was absolutely crucial that he play queen check in this position. Maybe he's worse and so on. He did not. And then it's this, oops.
Cold shower.
Cold shower as this a double attack in the position. The queen is under attack on b7, as is the knight. And Elshan.
Okay, we can see now that he realizes.
Now realizes.
Now the harsh. Oh.
Yeah,
And hold on, one more look. Help me out here, guys. Okay, you just played e5. I'll trade
You
queens.
trade, yes.
I'll play c5. And now instead of no, the pawns are way too slow. Oh, and Hans knows it as well. He's got this. This is the move, rook f5. If it's my turn with c6, I might be able to turn the tables. It's black to play, pardon me, and rook f5 is a clincher.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh.
Yeah,
Painful
it's really
realization for Elshan.
Can
He's
we call-
been having a rough tournament.
Can we call
rough
some
go.
variations painful variations?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
This is really one of them.
It's really strange. I talk to a lot of people who are not chess players, and I tell them I make a comment like, chess is a cruel game. And they look at me with like no understanding. They say, how can chess be a cruel game?
Yes.
I say, you're not a player. You're not a player because chess is a cruel game. Just a few moments before, Elshan had played a really wonderful exchange sacrifice, set up, outplayed Hans, had a good position, and in 3 moves has lost the game. The move e5. You saw it with his pen, right? I mean, he was ready to make your move. And again, it's so cruel because exactly this moment, mentally you're thinking, my knight is unassailable.
Yeah, so he just resigns immediately.
Resignation. Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, he doesn't
It's
even
just-
check
It's
what will happen
unassailable.
after.
Anytime you play e5, I take it en passant, so you can't touch my knight. So he's thinking, I'm rock solid, I'm super safe, I just win a pawn for free, what's the problem? And then e5, it comes with a double attack, and Elshan resigns
Yes,
the
you
game.
can see also
Hans
Hans-
probably not feeling very well, but Hans is probably thinking, oh, my strategy of playing for
Paid
time
off.
trouble paid off.
It definitely paid off. Handsomely.
Well, yeah, handsomely. Handsomely.
I'm not sure what that means.
Handsomely.
He got the full point. That's pretty handsome to me.
A point is a point.
That's
that
pretty
is
handsome
it.
to me.
Yeah, that's a handsome point. Sam, Sevian, Ray Robson, again, that is cruising right towards a draw. The ladies, we haven't seen Jennifer Yu. We knew that Jennifer
was in trouble.
But that was on move 5.
Yes.
How, I think it was move 7, actually.
What happened after?
What's the trouble?
Yes.
Okay, so we got here, and the troubles began.
Queen c4 was played, yes, so she
Okay.
blocks this pawn on c5.
And goes for the knight on g4. The knight dropped back. Knight to f4. Okay,
Yes, giving some
Jennifer
space to the bishop.
is thinking, if I can get my bishop and maybe my queen to e4. There she goes. Knight to d4. Okay, trade. Bishop e4. It's almost looking like she has a position.
And knight goes back. Yes.
Whoa.
Now you cannot do castling. h4 is hanging.
Correct. But
So what to do? f3. Okay.
go back with a knight if you can.
Yes.
I think, again,
I think knight been here.
It's like it got a bit better for Jennifer, right?
Just a second.
Somehow
Yeah,
that's okay.
It's like she's clawing her way back into the game, I want to say.
Maybe
Yes.
some king f2 ideas. Just
King f2.
b4, bishop b2.
maybe b4. Yeah, that's a good move as well.
b4. Yeah, I definitely like, b3, b4, bishop b2 in order to get that guy developed. I don't know
If it's possible.
Yeah, because I still have to harmonize my position and
What about
deal with my king.
b7 pawn? Just in
Glad
case.
you
yes.
asked. Glad you asked.
Learn from the best.
Everybody likes to be a hero.
Yes. And
well,
then bishop even maybe a6 to make sure rook doesn't come.
disturb
I don't know.
you
I'm
on
not sure.
c8. Yeah, the bad news is that there's active attacking possibilities for black on the king side, but.
I think it's Keres who said the older I get, more I value pawns. Something like
He's a
this.
very, very, very wise man. Yeah, through the magic of television, there's this moment where your opponent picks up their piece, picks up their pen, and they're prepared to write down your move. And then the move that you've played is such a shock that you don't respond. You don't just write down the move. You take that pause, and that's the tell. That's when you know your opponent has missed the move you've played, e5. And he just resigned after that because he was losing a piece. And oh, what a terrible feeling, Christian.
Oh, absolutely. It's devastating. But this is what happens when you're just having a rough event. These tournaments are so difficult. You're not catching a break. That's the problem. You're not playing an open event. You lose a couple of games, then you're going to play a much lower-rated opponent, and then you have the opportunity to bounce back. You're playing killers every single round.
Right.
And this is exactly what's happening with Elshan. And whenever these guys smell weakness, smell blood in the water, they're like sharks. And you can see that with Hans as well in today's game.
Yeah. With 2 games in our
We have
history
2
books.
results.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. So one draw, pretty quick draw between Levon Aronian and Wesley So, and then we have one decisive game. Hans Niemann just won against Elshan.
Took advantage of Elshan's time mismanagement, I want to say. But it wasn't the position. Elshan had chances there. I wanted to turn our attention to Irina Krush and Rochelle Wu's game. When we left it, we thought Irina had pretty much blown it. She stood worse. She agreed with us. The move e6 is a kind of her way of saying, I messed up. Now, at this moment, Rochelle's doing well, but then Rochelle decides that she starts or wants to trade everything with the move bishop e4. You kind of want to leave some pieces on the board, don't you? Rook e7 would likely have been my choice, just to bring the rooks and to pressure pawn. She did it like this. She does stand better, but we can imagine, let's say I make a move, just any move, like say h4, we can imagine that if we do get into such a situation, I have one weakness.
Yes.
I've got to properly defend it, and I don't think Arena will fear such a double rook ending, let us say.
I think, yes, it's going to be pretty drawish.
Exactly.
Yes.
What about Anna Zatonskih versus Alice Lee? Again, this was this Queen's Gambit accepted. Well, somewhere, somehow, Anna won the 2 bishops. Slight advantage for White. Nothing major exactly at this moment. A game we haven't seen. Tatev versus Sophie. What is going on here? Not sure. But we have special guests.
Yeah, we have one of those sharks, as you said.
One of the sharks is with Cristian.
We do indeed have Hans Niemann with us here in the studio after his victory against Ercan. Hans, first of all, congratulations. Important victory for you, would you say that?
Yeah, very important. Like today I realized, I decided, either I'm going to lose or I'm going to win. There's no in between.
And that's exactly what it felt like for us as well, the commentators. You were putting a lot of pressure on your opponent's time. Was that the case? Was that the strategy going into the game?
Well, I just didn't feel like thinking, and yeah, definitely wanted to put some pressure. And considering, I think whenever someone is having a difficult tournament, you have to. Even he held himself very well under the pressure, but. Eventually he cracked, but okay, I was not in the mood for another Berlin game today. Let's just put it that way.
It was definitely a very tense middle game, I have to say. Take us through the
critical
moments.
Yeah, it was completely insane. So let's first, after knight d7,
all the way here, yes.
Bishop d3 just stops this entire plan. Like if h6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, knight h5, there's knight g5.
Oops. Yes.
Okay, queen a5, apparently there's queen a5. Yeah, no, okay. But it's just funny that there's actually, okay, it's still, okay. I was, let's say, I was not considering, but yeah, this was what I
mean
like.
Queen a5?
Yeah, okay, I just saw knight g5 and I stopped. Didn't go beyond that. But anyways, yeah, so now this is actually really quite nice. But again, I play the King's Indian, and he goes bishop g5. And let's go before, I think before he plays bishop g5 on the third move. So here, instead of c4, he's played bishop g5 before, but I'll be honest, I did not prepare. I did not take the preparation too seriously, so maybe he's also played this. But I was hoping he would go for something, because if they play this against the King's Indian, I play the King's Indian every game. If I can get this, it's like such a fight.
And we were discussing about that. As the tournament drags on, the energy levels are much more important rather than just prepare for like 5 hours before the game.
Yeah, to be honest, I did not even check a single variation in the King's Indian. But I had already decided that I was just going to, freestyle a bit because, I felt like I need to go back to my roots of playing just absolutely psychotic chess. Because I don't know what's gotten into me, playing the Berlin and trying to make draws. I've always, I've become a bit too professional. But I felt like if any day was the day to go absolutely insane and disregard, all chess principles, then today was the day.
And it paid off.
It did, but so of course when I get, this first, so this is of course amazing.
Yes.
This is like a dream. Yes. And okay, and then a5, okay, let's first, a5, this is an inaccuracy, because again, you're never going to, okay, in my opinion, if you're ever going to punish my, let's say, speculative play, you have to castle queenside. If you're going to, if something's going to happen, it's going to happen to exploit the kingside weaknesses.
On the king side.
So a5 for me is just weird because first of all, okay, after a5, the rook is sort of stuck to the pawn, and also this it's like the b break is coming, so it just didn't make much sense to me. Okay, you should know that b5 is sort of a threat. It's sort of a threat because. I can't even think of like a passing move. Yeah, rook a3 is, I guess, stopping it. But
well, if you go castle, then you don't have the rook on the h1.
Yeah. But for example, right now b5 would be an idea because if
let's say b3.
Yeah, that's like the worst move I could think of. But but basically, the point is that after AB, you're forced to take on a8, and then the d5 pawn falls. So b5 is sort of a threat. So I can understand why you played a5, but just from a positional perspective, I was like, okay, it's just game over. Like in this position, I'm thinking, okay, life is good, I'm gonna cruise, you know? And I was cruising. Let's go to the next critical moment. Like,
sure.
I was so happy, knight g4, you know, f5, you know, knight e5, to, you know,
Things were looking good,
and then queen e5. I was so happy with this, take, you know, bishop h5, bishop g6, take. Yeah, here I was like, okay, game is over. I was like, this is just lost. And okay, of course it's extremely speculative, and I see it's equal, but I'm just thinking like, you know, I've got the b6 break coming, I've got bishop on d4, I've got g4, h5. Of course, my optimism is a bit unfounded, as usual, but I just disagree with the computer here, to be honest. I completely okay, so yeah, so rook f7.
From a practical perspective.
Yeah, practical, no. I look at this position, I'm like, I don't believe it's equal. But let's go back. So I thought maybe, what if I play queen e to rook f5? This was maybe just a slight, and here was rook g4. Okay, so because when I was playing rook f7, and then he plays knight e4, it's like, oh wait, knight takes e5 is a threat. But okay, bishop d4, yeah, rook a3. Okay, so everything, like, yeah, so, okay, g4, rook d3. Yeah, so, okay, yeah, this is just ridiculous. Why not just b5? Like, this whole rook f4, because I thought, like, I just miscalculated, like, when I play rook f5, okay, because here, okay, let's say just, not rook f5. Like, you just look at the structure.
Yes.
Like, this is just a dream. Like, come on, this is just game over. Like okay, let's say I play b5.
Yeah.
Let's say I play b5, a, rook takes, and you go like rook d2. Like, come on, this is just disgusting. Like, this whole structure, you've got pressure everywhere, h5. I just had zero patience, and this is very stupid. You know, again, this is just a disgusting position, but I play rook f5, just way too arrogant, and completely underestimate this. And then now I'm like sitting here and I'm like, wait, you know, this is not too pretty. Yeah. So I guess rook f5 is just. I just missed everything.
Yeah.
I thought, you know, he's going low on time, just going to collapse, you know, game over, and then he does this, and I'm like, yeah, okay, that is bursting my
But then you guys got
bubble.
To this position.
Yeah, queen d1. Okay, that's ridiculous.
Queen d1 is a difficult move to make.
Yeah, so here, okay.
But he played this move, queen to a7. Did you calculate this whole h4, e5 at the end of it?
Well, I was like,
or was that the
I
only
wasn't
thing
doing
that
much
you were
calculation here. I was more looking at his clock and trying to play the move h4 at all costs. You know, because what else am I going to do in this position? Am I going to sit there and like pretend like I'm okay, or like I understood that the only way that I do not like lose is to play h4. So it's not like, let's just say that I was taking a very psychological approach here, and then when he played queen a7, I'm like, okay. You know, it's. I already knew he was going to lose. Like I could already when I played this queen a7, I knew the game was over because it's like if you look at the momentum had completely shifted, right? Like in the opening, I do this weird stuff, I play quickly, I take control, and then I have all the momentum, and then I make one just idiotic move, and then he plays like 3 genius moves, and I'm sitting there like an idiot. And then here, okay, he plays a queen a7, queen takes
b7.
Yeah, and I'm. Yeah. Okay. So you still could have had queen c8. I saw this, but
you were planning on playing
it was just
f7, right?
Yeah. But and then rook h6. Yeah. Okay. I also considered instead of this, I could go rook f8. Yeah. Queen e6, queen f7. Yeah. But here, now he can take. I thought if he can take first, and then king takes fg rook c8. It's still not easy. Rooks. Yeah. It's probably fine, but like rook c1, rook c5. I wasn't sure how to evaluate this, but considering my previous position, I was.
You were happy.
I was very happy. But then, like, yeah, okay, this e5 en passant is like it's a very interesting concept because like this you would never think that this pawn is going to move, but the queen is sort of. It's a very nice concept. Probably the only way I could have won this, but I guess when you're an arrogant idiot, you get rewarded sometimes. To all those people who think I'm not humble, I am a complete idiot, and I have a lot to learn in chess, and I have too many things to work on, and I'm.
What are you going to work during the rest day? No more Berlins. We know that.
No, but it's not even about working on the rest. It's going to the rest day and somehow convincing myself not to just finish the next game with an hour and a half. It's like. Whatever, just rest day, try to go to the pool, like at a time we'll know and we'll expect.
Yeah, we saw there were some paparazzi. Were
yes.
you expecting that, or?
I have a question.
What was the
I haven't been going to the pool much after that. I don't really enjoy that. But okay, it's the rest day, and I think a comeback is brewing, because now I have 2 more whites, and I'm playing Lenderman and Liang, to the lower seeds. So I could feel a comeback. I think a comeback is certainly coming, and I've definitely been humbled a lot in this tournament. So I think it's always good when someone as arrogant as me is humbled.
Guys?
Anastasiya.
Yeah, I have a question to Hans. How does it feel to be a professional chess player these days? I ask also this question, Jeffrey, but I wonder, would you recommend to the others to become professional chess players these days?
Well, you think I'm a professional chess player?
I don't know. I'm asking you, and if you consider yourself as professional.
Well, I think advice how to become a professional chess player or how to survive.
What are advantages and disadvantages?
It's sucking your soul. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I mean, what are advantages and disadvantages? You live this life of professional player, right?
I would say that the life is definitely not for everyone, and I think a lot of people, end up. I think it's an extremely difficult life, unless you make it. So I think it's very similar to sort of some music or something, where you really have to have a very, very high pain and stress tolerance, and you have to be able to have this ultimate confidence in yourself that no matter what you will achieve. For example, right now, it would be very easy for me to be very discouraged by my career and by what is happening, but I sort of have this, and I've always had this faith and confidence in myself, which has allowed me to persevere through very difficult moments in my chess career, because to be honest, there were probably 4 different junctions where I could have quit chess forever. So thankfully, I made it through those. But I think as a perfect chess player, I wouldn't recommend it to everyone unless unless you really believe in yourself or you have the proper support. If you've got certain countries like Switzerland, giving you a kilo of gold when you become a grandmaster, then maybe it's okay.
Maybe.
But it's not something for the lighthearted. I'll say that.
Yeah.
And you see a lot of people struggle to break through and then go and do stuff like commentating and podcasting, which is for the people who just don't have the mental strength to actually win chess games. So,
I feel attacked.
Yeah,
that's okay.
It just isn't for everyone, and
you were a streamer yourself. Come on.
Were or are?
Or you are.
I cannot tell you the last time I streamed. So I definitely wouldn't say I am a streamer.
Yes,
right.
I would say that I'm a competitive chess player on the path to becoming a world champion. That's how I would put my LinkedIn profile.
Hans, this is your first U.S. championship. You've got 10 rounds under your belt. What have you learned thus far?
I've learned a lot. This has actually been a very introspective time in my life.
Okay.
And I've learned a lot. And I think that I'm really looking forward to working on my game and taking all of the lessons that I've learned on and off the chessboard, because this has been a very unique time. And I think the tournament, of course, it hasn't gone well, but when you're losing games, there's always a lot to learn from them. So in a specific regard, I would say that I would not like to share what weaknesses I've discovered in my own game, but I'm really looking forward to just improving and continuing my journey as a chess player.
Well, good luck on your journey, and good luck in the last 3 rounds. Enjoy your free day, Hans.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Turning our attention to Jennifer. Oops. By the way, we do have a repetition going on in the game between Christopher. Oh, it's
yes.
Well, okay. It's going to be a stalemate shortly, and/or naked kings, A5 and A6.
But look at Christopher. He makes this A5 move with certain power.
That's how he played G3 at the beginning.
Earlier, just this
Yes.
the blueprint.
He wants to show that
success.
I'm the one who has an extra pawn in this position.
And look at him go.
Yes,
King
we're going to
B8.
see probably a stalemate.
That's interesting. It's the second game in a row in which Fabiano finishes in this particular stalemate.
Stalemate.
Okay.
Fist bump, handshake. What's it going to be? Nah, let's go with the handshake on this one. as, well, it wasn't a bullet, but Fabi had to do some dodging in this game, Christian.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I think Fabiano was under some pretty serious pressure, and we could see that from his time management, right? When you spend 40 minutes in a seemingly, well, it's not even a new position, right? Because it's a theoretically known and sound position, but when you spend 4 minutes for one move, you understand that you don't like the position.
Right,
you
something
don't
is
like
amiss.
The trend of this game. You're going to be under pressure for the remainder of the game, and you don't actually have a lot of chances to win that. And this is exactly what he did. But then again, he's a professional player. He knows that. He sees the fact that Ray Robson is also not putting any pressure with the black pieces. He's on the defensive end, and he understands, look, with a draw,
he keeps
I'm one round closer to winning the championship. I'm still in the leadership position.
Absolutely, and here are our results.
3 results so far.
3 results.
Yeah, so 2 draws between Levon Aronian, Wesley So, and Christopher Yu and Fabiano Caruana, and we have 1 decisive result. Hans Niemann defeated Xiong.
It looks like another result is upon us, as we're expecting a Wonder and Lanier to make a claim of a draw. Looking for an arbiter. Where's an arbiter?
Maybe they're busy. Too many games are finishing right now.
Right now.
Yes, maybe 3 of them at the same time.
A lot of repetitions need to be confirmed.
It seems today Lanier is not against the draw.
Right.
Yesterday, you remember, there was a claim.
Come on, Frank. Move it. Move it.
Here we
he's
are.
setting up for the next round, and he's not worried about this. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. By the way, I understand the way it actually is going on. Leonard Otis, he's got all of the games monitoring on Lee Chess, and the Lee Chess confirms there's a 3-move repetition coming up, and Leonard is saying to the arbiters, it's correct. And then the arbiters know that it's not, because we had an incorrect claim the other day as well. You got the 2-minute penalty, and they do it rather instantly. In the past, they used to go to another board.
Check
from
the whole game.
The very first moves, they would check the whole game.
And we can see
there's
Leonard
our photographer extraordinaire, Leonard, behind his monitor. Right there, Leonard Otis. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Jennifer Yu, because after all, she came into today's round in clear first. She made things very, very, very difficult on herself. And in the last few moves, still strange things are going on. I can only guess that she did not want to see F5 and F4 and the knight coming to F5, so she herself played the move F4. And in truth, I would have really resisted playing this move, because I hate giving my opponent, objectively such an outpost. Naji, I think, played it very well. She moved her queen over, and I'm expecting queen g6 is what we've got. And okay, it's crazy because there's so many strange imbalances going on in the position. First of all, white's a pawn up. Yes. Second of all, white has terrible development for the pieces. They're completely kind of a mismatch of things. This bishop on a6 makes a very strange impression. The knight on d3 makes a strange impression, etc., etc. And for the moment, queen takes g2 is a big threat. When you've played the move h2, h4, sort of like you're kind of resisting playing the move castles, which just got played. And again, I can imagine Naji playing the move queen g3. If she could get in the move knight g4, we all know what happens next.
Yes,
There'll
and
be
you
a
don't
checkmate
have
on
time
h2.
to play even knight f2 to protect this g4 square, because d3 probably will follow. Yes.
This is Jennifer when she's in a good position. Imagine when she's not in a good position. Okay, queen g3, I will play rook f3, and I'll give back the pawn, and I'll kick your queen as far away, even at the cost of the pawn.
Yes.
I'm happy to get in those moves. Keep in mind, bishop takes d4 is what's on, and again, we do have queen g3. Bishop takes d4 is on Jennifer's agenda, and I'm going to ask Christian what the evaluation of this mismatch is in the ladies' game, because I don't know what's going on.
Well, it's a very strange move that she just played, and actually
Queen
we're
G3?
seeing some moves flowing on the board right now. Queen G3, Rook to F3.
Okay.
We expect Queen takes. Actually, I think we have Queen takes H4 on the board.
Okay.
The Rook is ready to protect the king side, so whenever I go Knight G4, I go Rook H3, I'm fine.
Exactly.
What do you do if I go A4?
A4.
Yes, I'm not sure what's happening.
That I think is
our broadcast is
resetting.
Yeah.
Resetting the moment.
Yes, so
Okay, you go A4.
With the idea to move this bishop, yes, from this diagonal.
So that you could play bishop takes D4.
Or Queen takes D4.
Or Queen takes.
Queen takes D4. Also, Knight to C5 is coming as well, with some really nasty threats, right?
Makes a great deal of sense. If Black's threats on the king side are held at bay, A4, A5 could...
I'm going to tell you the assessment, and you probably will be shocked.
Okay.
Right now it's +6 for white. I'm not
Plus
sure why.
6?
+6 for white, and I'm not sure why our thing keeps on resetting itself. It's a bit...
It's a bit disconcerting. Weird. Apologies for that. But +6.
+6 after
thanks
the
to the
move
move A4.
Yes.
Prior to the move A4, it's what?
No. I mean,
if you don't play
after
A4.
the move Queen to G3, Queen to G3 is a huge blunder.
Oh, it's a blunder.
Yes, because of this idea of Rook F3 and A4.
So what was the
and
better
you don't
move?
have time. What?
What was the better move instead
The better
of
move,
Queen
I mean, to be honest, the trend was already reversing, right?
I see,
Jennifer's
yes.
We've
It
seen
felt
Jennifer.
like this.
Jennifer was completely down. It was a -4 at one point for a Nazi. And the best move, by the way, is Rook to C8, which is not
to give up the
all.
exchange.
Just to give up the exchange and try to free up some space for your pieces on the queen side. It's not looking like a natural move, right? Queen G3 definitely makes a lot of sense from a visual perspective, but once you understand that, okay, this pawn on H4, you can take it.
You want it.
It doesn't help your position at all. And in the meantime, I'm just completely demolishing you on the queen side, and you're not in time to create any counterplay. Once you understand that, you understand why this position is so bad for Black.
Wow.
Jennifer is repeating. Wait a minute. What are we?
What do you mean?
She took on D4.
Yes,
She's not repeating. We got the wrong information. Irina is repeating right now. Let's take a look. So Rook to F8, King to G3, Rook to E8, King to F2. Let's take. And I think
was
we have a draw
slightly worse. Irina was slightly worse, and she bailed out into this ending.
We have a draw in that one.
Yes. I think she should be, of course, she's not happy with this result, but considering the fact which position she got,
she was maybe
it's not so bad after E5,
fortunate,
right?
Yeah, because she had missed that opportunity. And okay, where was the repetition? Oh yes, it was just Rook to F8, King to G3,
and Rook back.
Rook back, King back, and this is how they repeated and made a draw. Again, back to the Jennifer game, because again, Jennifer entered today's round with a ½ point lead over her nearest rivals, Megan and Irina.
Yes.
Should Jennifer win,
she will increase her lead.
Irina just made a draw. Yes. She's looking like she's gold. Up until the moment she played bishop takes d4, maybe this move was actually a big miss, because this bishop suddenly is about to get active. The move a4,
I like it very much.
Very, very much.
Yes.
It suddenly it becomes so visual once you see that you're going to go a5, take this pawn and keep Black's pieces at bay. She took bishop, rook. I think we're up to date. I guess I could expect queen g4. Even
For example, queen g4 and threatening checkmate.
There's nothing about those mate and one threats.
Yes, so let's say queen f2.
Right, just
and
to defend.
Then I'll do play.
Okay, so if I'm in white shoes,
Yes.
my dream position is to go knight, c5, and bishop e2, and just kick Black's pieces as far away from the
dream
king.
position would be bishop e2 and bishop h5.
Trapping the queen.
Yes.
Oh,
Give me
very
a queen.
nice, very nice. Okay, is there something that Naji could do right here, right now, that would disturb those plans?
I'm not sure.
I don't see it either. I mean,
Like g5 moves probably
yeah,
will
those
backfire.
types. Well, those
Just
types
three.
of moves, I start to look for the
Yes.
shock value of
Yeah,
such
that's-
moves, you know. But
It's shocking, but it's shocking.
shockingly bad, right? Oh, shockingly bad. Yes, let's
but
not
I mean,
go
we
there.
are trying kind of to do
I'm
something,
desperate.
yes, because you're completely desperate.
Exactly.
And
No
that's
moves.
the sad aspect of this type of positions. You
Mhm.
actually don't have anything to do in.
Wow.
Maybe my queen on g4 is actually just terrible. If I drop back with my queen with the intention of knight and rook, am I dreaming?
How fast are you, and what is your knight doing on g4?
I don't know.
I
but
go
it's-
knight c5. I continue with my plan.
Yep, yep.
And now with the queen on e7, I'm even thinking of transitions. Okay, that's probably an important move.
I
Yes.
didn't want to see queen d6
I
land
was
on my
going to play
doorstep.
queen d6.
Yeah, exactly.
And now queen to, let's say, c3. I don't want to get hit by
Okay.
knight.
And yay, at last.
Now I
My
go
knight on
back.
h6, it was terrible.
Yeah, yeah.
But then bishop c4.
I need to find some ideas. Okay, so I cannot move the rook on h3 because you go queen to h4. So that's problematic. Yeah, I don't want to see that on the board.
I know, of course, I have f2,
Yeah,
but I'm just
yeah.
saying that don't go there.
So I
yet.
probably want to go bishop to c4, right?
Bishop d5, maybe.
Bishop d5.
Kind
yeah.
of forced.
And how do we assess this position?
I like white. I mean, I think white is for choice, but
And white has an extra
by the way,
pawn,
she
by the
did
way.
play queen g4.
Queen g4 is on the
putting the queen maybe on the least desirable square. Black's pieces are fighting over that square. Queen came back to f2. Nope, that's not the. Oh, let me
No,
just
this is-
refresh.
yes.
Where am I?
Yeah, and we discussed that knight c5, bishop b2, or bishop f1 are the moves which can follow.
Yes, exactly. And I like that knight c5 move very much. Ooh, she played rook c1. Okay, that's anytime you can develop with a tempo. You know, I'm signing up. I love that's. I dream of developing with Talia. But I have to go to the game between Megam and Talia because again, Megam she came into today's round
She's-
a half a point
yes,
behind,
exactly. Yeah.
tied with Arena for second place, and she's a pawn down. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 3 islands, 2 islands. We have to. We
So
have to
Megan is
speak a
suffering.
common. Yes, we have to speak a common language.
Yeah.
Looks like. By the way, doesn't that mean that Talia comes into today's place?
She will actually get 1 point, and she will have 6 points.
Right, but she came in on a streak,
Yes,
right?
2 games in a row she won. She
Wow.
had already. So now,
Hat-trick.
yes, exactly.
Wow.
Yes, if
wow.
she wins, once she wins this game, she's fighting for the top places in this tournament.
And
What a comeback.
She started incredibly slow, very frustrated with her start, was Talia. But then, as you say, putting together a win streak will change your outlook.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm looking at this pawn and I'm saying, yeah, I'd like to go for it. I'm looking at this bishop and I'm saying, yeah, I would like to put the bishop on d4, put my bishop on g2, keep that b pawn. The only passer in the position for white is the b pawn. Keep that b pawn well contained, even maybe tucking my king on the b6 square and hoping that these pawns in the center and the king side looks winning to my eyes. Huge result. And again, because Arena drew, Jennifer is guaranteed
Most probably will win this game. Yes.
a share
then
first
maybe she
and
will
maybe
share
more.
second.
And here's the ladies. So
we
far.
have one
Single
draw. Yes, Irina Krush, she made the draw with Rochelle Wu, and which means she still is on the second. Actually, she caught Jennifer, but Jennifer will win most probably.
Exactly.
And
And in
results in
the
the
open,
Levon Aronian made the draw with Wesley.
that was the early one.
Yes,
But then we
but-
had a whole slew of draws, right?
3 draws, yes, between Sam Sevian, Ray Robson, Wonder Liang, Dominguez, Christopher Yu, and Fabiano Caruana, and we have only one decisive game.
The
Hans
luckless
defeated
Elshot. Just painful to watch. That
Yes.
was a train wreck, taking place under our eyes. Even Hans saw it from afar that he had this move E5,
yes, exactly.
and played for it, played on the clock, and poof. Well, got rewarded. What can I say? But this is huge for the ladies. Talia wins. Irina draws. That's good for Jennifer.
Yes, I'm just wondering.
What's
yes,
good
sir.
for Jennifer? Please,
Good, yes.
Anastasia.
I got, yes, now we have this different evaluation system, right?
Exactly,
Yes.
yeah.
Especially at the end of the tournament, it really helps to understand, yes, what's going on.
Who has the advantage?
Yes, yes.
Right.
I just have a feeling that still maybe we will see today two bishops given checkmate to the king. Like, for example, if I was in Megan's place, I would try to sacrifice my bishop for a couple of pawns if possible, or something like this, in order to kind of maybe have some drawish chances. And two bishops checkmate is pretty easy to give. It's not knight and bishop.
I was very, very proud of myself as a
Yes.
youngster when I learned these basic mates. The two bishops I thought was so easy. I just like patted myself on the back. Whereas I struggled with the bishop and knight.
I think everybody has this issue.
I
like
did.
you remember everything is fine. Like
Right.
everything is absolutely clear for you. Then you need to play a game and imagine, let's say your king or king of your opponent is not on the last rank but
Where
on the
we're
first
supposed
one.
to be,
Yes,
yeah.
and then you kind of try to find a way.
Right, maneuver. Today, I'm wondering at myself why I found it so difficult. Because, okay, I'm a grandmaster,
Yes.
and I've got it down to just that I could do it in 60 seconds. I can't do it in 15 seconds like Danya Noroditsky can. Right? I can't do it in 15, but I can do it in 60. But then I'm trying to remember why I had it so difficult, right? Why it was so difficult. But I think a lot of top grandmasters, like they forget how difficult chess is, and this bishop and knight, you know, if you haven't worked it out and mastered it, you can really trick yourself at the board. You start seeing the wrong ideas. It's terrible.
Yes, yes, yes. And today you can have all this. You can use all this workshop.
Right, the
right?
tools.
How you call it? Yeah,
Yeah,
these tools.
Right, there are.
Chess.com, Chess, Chess
You
Kit.
have these applications
Yes.
that test your knowledge in those particular endings that we're mentioning, bishop and knight, for
And you can
example.
play it 100 times and great,
Yeah.
you're fine.
How's our 13-year-old Alice Lee doing? Because again, just as the leaders are stumbling, maybe that will open up the door for Alice. She has defending the black pieces against Anna Zatonskih. Anna just captured pawn on a6. Anna's looking to play the move a3, a4. She's got the two bishops, does white, but, well, I don't know. I'm feeling that much more drawish than anybody has any.
It definitely feels very drawish.
Very drawish, unfortunately. But again, you know, Alice, what she did yesterday, and I mean, I really mean this very, very sincerely. It's fantastic to see the young players. I don't want no stinking draw. I'm going to play and play and play and play. And Arena couldn't
Yes.
believe it. Where's the respect?
Where is the respect? I'm 8-time U.S. champion.
Right.
I mean, you happily make a draw and go home.
Right, exactly.
Yes. No, she will play until the end.
And
I
to
mean,
play for the 4 pawns versus the rook, that
Yes.
that was tip of the hat. A draw going on here, Sabina versus Ru Yang. Ru Yang has got an exchange, should be winning for black. Megan, we think, is much worse, probably losing. And it's all about Jennifer now. Let's see what is time trouble a factor?
It is.
In this game?
Yes, yes. So 2 minutes and 48 seconds only for Jennifer Yu, and still 7 moves to go.
Okay.
and the evaluation, what's
Oh,
happening?
she's doing well.
She's
yeah,
doing well. Okay.
she's better for sure. Now, how much better? It's a practicality question.
Not +6 anymore, right? I think
No,
after-
no, by any means. No, it's
No.
it's only +2.
Okay.
Only +2?
Yes, but from a practical perspective, I still have my ideas. I still have my shots in that I can potentially get as black.
Okay, I see that white would love to get rid of this knight. Something like knight c5, bishop e2, and maybe on a good day include the rook. What are black shots, Christian?
Perhaps I can try to get on the d file fast,
Okay,
so that whenever you go knight c5, maybe I have some ideas. I'm not sure if with that rook or with the b rook,
Okay.
because why I'm saying that, is because if you go with the B rook, I still have this move rook to f7 in my back pocket. And
Right.
that's going to defend the 7th rank. And I think that's definitely an
Useful.
improvement
Okay.
in black's position.
That's
Perhaps
fair.
after knight to c5, let's try rook f7.
Okay, and I'll
We exchange,
comply.
yes.
I'll, and I'm just thinking anything close to my king, I
So
want to
let's
swat
go-
it. Oh, whoa,
Queen
whoa.
e8?
Whoa. I spot a pussycat there. Look at this, a putty tat. I got a double attack. Your favorite tactics, everybody.
Yes.
Where's the double attack?
I'm attacking the rook on,
And the
and
pawn.
queen on h4.
Oh, that
Excellent.
position. No, I thought you meant after this move, queen to e8, played by.
Oh,
Naji
sorry,
Paikidze.
no, Naji. Okay, sorry, we're on the wrong position. We were on an analysis position, and there was a queen h4. Let me refresh my board. Apologies.
Oh, but that opened up the discussion and opened up the opportunity for Jennifer to play knight f2.
Which she did. She
Which
seized
she
it
did,
right away.
yes,
She
yes.
played knight f2, saying the knight is stuck. Oh, excuse me. The knight is stuck. I want to play knight takes g4. Don't
You
even
cannot take it.
think of knight takes f2. That's mate in 1.
Perhaps this helped Jennifer's case for a big advantage in the position. I think queen to e8 was a bit too passive for Naji.
Yes.
Okay, see. So
don't
you
know,
were
H5?
advocating rook
Can
to
you play
d8.
H5?
All right. Knight
Knight
f2,
f2,
h5.
I mean, I don't see other move.
I'm going to do a slow.
Horrible. I cannot play g6. I mean,
Right,
it's just
I was
not
thinking,
possible.
yeah, queen h4 to tickle the pawn on h5, but also again, anything that kind of chases the attackers away while opening up.
So this is the only thing that I'm seeing as an idea for black.
Yes.
Since she played the move queen to e8, queen to a4.
Uh-huh.
Can we go from behind? Queen a4 and queen d1, if you allow me to.
Yeah. Funny, I remember a game I was playing against Gary Kasparov. I was on the black side of a King's Indian. Had a queen, it went from like h5 to d1 to a4. It was a billiard shot. I mean, it was like, whoa. It was really shocking when you get these long moves and they're unexpected. The problem is I have a safety square,
Yes,
right?
Yeah,
Exactly,
you do,
like-
which is kind of unpleasant.
Knight takes
A6 bishop
E4?
is hanging, but probably you don't even care.
Oh, no, I'm ready
I
to
understand. Yes.
checkmate.
There's some
Checkmate
mates
is
coming.
coming, yes.
There's some
So you
mates
have to give me a check, and pawn takes probably.
But now bishop d3. You cannot take my rook.
Yeah, the rook is. The rook is.
This one is not looking good.
Yeah, it's not.
Maybe
it's taboo.
even, maybe, I know, rook h7 maybe is too much. I thought about
But,
immediately. rook
yeah.
That's an
h7.
idea. That's,
It's-
I mean,
that's
it's
an
possible, but
idea.
we don't need really like.
Queen d8.
Queen to d8.
Okay.
Okay. That tickles the rook. So after knight f2, queen to d. Oh, that's nice.
Interesting
actually.
idea. Yes, rook
takes.
h7, queen.
Yeah, queen b6.
Is she going to take the knight on g4? No.
She's
she wants to go
reaching
queen
for a
c3.
queen.
Queen
Okay.
c3.
Makes
She
sense.
wants
Just
to maintain
defending.
this grip.
Yes.
Wow,
exactly.
she doesn't even check other moves. How much time she has? 2 minutes?
3 minutes and.
Yes.
19 seconds
19
for
seconds.
the next 5 moves.
So that's why she plays fast and tries to keep everything under control.
By the way, that move, queen c3, it does, in a sense, keep everything under control, right, Anastasia?
Could you play something like more brave, like knight g6, rook g7? I don't know.
what do you want me to do? Hold on. So
Like,
what?
No, knight g4. I mean, maybe instead of queen c3, like something what you discussed, like knight takes g4.
Okay.
And if you take
this
with the
rook.
I just thought that. Okay, now.
No.
Knight
Now
f6.
you have to go check.
So what
And-
you can do? If king h8, I give you a checkmate. Yes.
That's
so if
clear.
king f7, I take on h7.
And
Also asking questions.
asking very pertinent questions.
Rook g8, you have to play most probably.
Well,
right?
then I give back the exchange, and you won a pawn in the whole deal as well. Good for you, I would say.
Yes.
So why didn't she do that? Queen went back to e8.
Yes.
Knight to f2.
Yes, queen d8.
Queen to d8. And once again, we'll just take a look. Oh, I'm
What
sorry.
if you
I
take
can
on g4? Yes, and now rook g7. I don't know.
Wow.
I didn't count anything. I just tried to
Okay,
understand
let's
like what's
do it.
going on. And maybe it's not enough. Yes.
Why not?
And then because I think that I don't have enough pieces to give a checkmate.
That's bad.
I mean, I thought like bishop d3, but now rook f5 or rook f7. Yes, it's like.
Or rook b7.
Yeah, I don't have enough pieces.
You ran out of firewood.
Yes, only maybe perpetual sometimes if there is any, maybe not. Anyway,
I
we
think
just
we're
tried.
most likely going to see a result in this
So Queen
game
is really
of Jeffrey
good
versus
move.
Sam.
Sorry, where Ray Robson?
Jeffrey versus Sam.
Oh, okay.
That one
I'm
feels
going
like-
to.
And we don't have to jump there for too long, because still the action is in this one. But this game
Looks like it's going to 4 versus
it's
3.
going to be a
no?
4 versus 3 that both of these players know quite
Exactly.
It's
And
one draw for Jeffrey.
our
Wow.
apologies to both Alex Lenderman and Darush. They doubtlessly played a tough fighting game, but it was just that the other games had attracted our attention. As I'm looking at this position, I'm seeing a fortress kind of thing, even though I like white's obvious space advantage. Anytime f5 comes, black will be very happy to trade everything off the board and make a very comfortable draw. Back to the game of Jennifer, because again, time trouble as well as position dictates that we should keep our eyes focused here. After this move, Queen c3, I like what Jennifer's doing.
Yes.
Keeping control.
But also I
Cristian.
like what Nagy just did.
What did
Rook
she do?
f7.
Rook f7.
And it's all about the control over the c file and the control over this a5 d8 diagonal, because my queen wants to land on b6 with a check. right?
Exactly.
Or a potential pin.
Right.
So I like this move, rook to f7 by
She's
Nagy.
ready even to give up this h7 pawn.
Oh,
Wow.
absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
cool,
Yeah.
actually, yes. Like, you don't see it every day.
Oops, excuse me, that was just a mouse slip. So what we were talking about is this diagonal, G1, and you're pitting the knight, but you're hitting the bishop. So I'm thinking rook c5. I mean, I see this as a defensive rook. I see this as an aggressive rook. And I'm thinking rook c5 is a nice way of just keeping that queen at bay. She's reaching for the rook. She took it.
Rook
Verrassing. That's a
Rook
surprise
f7.
move for me.
And what
King
now? Queen
takes?
c5? Maybe?
That is the big question. How are
Maybe-
you going to continue after king takes f7?
Maybe she wants to-
What's the
Queen
follow-up?
c5.
Queen to c5, try to cover that b6
Yes.
square. Okay.
Oh, I definitely, I'm eyeballing the pawn, yes, but I'm much more concerned that the queen,
It's more defensive move than aggressive move.
right? Yeah,
An
that's what I
attacking
feel.
How is the endgame after, let's say, queen b6?
I'll take it.
Rook takes b6. Even though maybe I should take with the a pawn. No. I want to go to c6. I want to invade via the c file.
I do have rook c3 as a way of keeping you once again at bay.
And that's actually going to be just a... Actually,
An extra pawn?
But what if I go a5 now?
a5, b5.
b5, yeah, that's an unfortunate sighting.
An unfortunate side.
Yeah. But I mean, okay, it transfers the game into the ending. Yes.
And
with,
then the
extra
whole
pawn.
point, again, is that every time black tries to get some activity for her pieces, I'm just in time to
bring your rook to
diffuse.
c3. Actually, this rook on the third rank
Turned out to be a
does a great
brilliant
job.
defender, right?
Does really great job.
Absolutely. But why is Naja? I was about to say rook takes f7 and then she stopped.
She thought for
Maybe queen
like what?
b6.
for no reason.
Maybe
Like-
queen b6. I don't know what
What?
she was. No, queen b6 maybe was, but yeah.
Okay.
Queen to b6, yeah, that makes sense. That's,
Yes, maybe
okay.
she was thinking about this move, but maybe rook just. I don't know.
So just at this moment, we
Yes,
were a
queen
little
b6.
bit confused why Naja didn't immediately recapture, and queen b6 is a legit move.
Yes.
Yes, it
absolutely.
was a something for her to consider. And again, I'm thinking that this bishop is more of a tactical target.
It's the next 4 moves that are going to
1
dictate
minute,
the
20
outcome
seconds.
Yes.
of this game. Because if she manages, Jennifer, that is, to exit the time trouble situation with a clear advantage, she will be in pole position to take this
No
one
question.
home. But only 1 minute right now with a very complicated position.
But
Yes.
Queen C5 is not one of those moves that's complicated. It's just such an attractive looking move.
So what if I try to go a rook to b6?
Rook to b6, yeah, with the idea of rook c6 as well.
Yes, yes.
So, like, would you like to play bishop
I think
b5
she's going.
now?
No, she went for d4.
Whoa.
d4? Really? Interesting.
Remarkable move.
Yes.
D4.
Normally- We're stuck for a moment, just because like you
Pause.
didn't consider this move at all. Like just to
I have
close
to
this diagonal.
recalibrate, you know,
Yes.
like what just happened.
Perhaps.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of this move. I'm seeing rook b6, rook c6.
Yes.
As you've just prescribed.
And if you have to go b5 and lock the bishop on a6 like that.
That's not desired. And she played it very quickly.
Rook b6, yes. So b5. What else you can do?
Things are getting interesting, guys.
Jennifer. I tell you, between her and Lanier, I'm not sure who's a bigger thrill seeker. I mean, Jennifer likes to get into time trouble almost as much as Lanier. It's like she needs that motivation. I don't know what it is, but she needs that extra kick to get her to play quicker. Rook b6 with the idea of rook c6 and queen c7, invade down the c file, and that's why we're thinking that this invasion is too strong, and we have to stop the rook from going to c6 as well as capturing our bishop. We've got 37 seconds to do it. Come on.
Uh-oh.
This one is, oh my goodness.
She's reaching for her bishop. Oh
Rook
no.
c6 is going to come after that. That rook invading is
No, you
very
got to play
dangerous.
b5. Come
Yes.
Oh my
on. And Jennifer's
It's already
17
15
seconds.
seconds. Wow.
What is she going to do?
I know.
Bishop
she
to
moved the
e2.
Bishop b2.
Wow, guys. Okay.
it's getting wild.
Yeah.
And we know rook c6 should come
Instantly.
And what will you play? Queen d2 or what?
What else do you want
Yes,
me to
and then
play?
queen c7 with rook
Queen
c1
C-
idea.
Right. Well, rook c6 looks absolutely
You have to
forced.
You have to play.
You have to take over the open file.
Yeah,
and
so queen d2,
By
yes.
the way, Nagy is playing very well and very efficiently in a time trouble scramble. She knows her chances, like Hans knew his chances with Elshan were at that moment.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
Queen d2.
Queen
Quickly
d2,
play.
yes.
What move are they on? I'm sorry.
39.
I have to refresh my
39
board.
was this last move. Queen to
Okay,
d2.
well that's good. So she's about to make the time control. I'm assuming knight takes f2, queen takes f2, queen c7.
Wow. And then also
To my
bishop
eyes, queen
f4 will
c7
come.
makes the most sense.
Immediately?
Maybe why
yes.
not?
Maybe
Well-
just to keep the tension. But then what happens if you take on g4?
Thank you.
Yes.
That was
let's
the-
That's a
continue.
good
I
question.
would
But
take
then
that.
pawn takes, you cannot take with the bishop,
Yes.
maybe.
Yes.
Or maybe you can and bishop d1 or rook c2
No, I go
immediately.
rook c2. And then
You
lo-
go rook
lose
c2
the
immediately,
G2 pawn.
yes. That's a trick.
Ooh, but if
I know. I agree.
You're playing with
G3.
fire,
Yeah.
Yasser, in that situation.
Yeah.
Some
Maybe.
G3 ideas.
Really?
I'll give you a check. Okay, so who's going
Bishop
to be
b3
first,
is
right?
also.
No, but I give you a check on c1 now.
Yes, rook c1.
Uh-oh.
Queen
Okay.
c3.
I was dreaming. Now I'm getting worried that I got to bail.
I'm not sure about bailing.
I'm
You're
not
not
sure I'm bailing into a draw either. Oh boy.
Queen
Can go
c8.
wrong.
Queen
By the way,
C8.
guys, Queen c8 was the best move in the position.
Really? What is
Yes.
the difference?
It's on
question.
a light square
We're
instead of
going
a dark square. What else would you like to know?
No, remember with this king h2 and king g2, what is the difference? Like,
The light squares and the dark squares.
And now
Uh,
after Queen c6, Nazi has an advantage.
after Queen C8.
Queen c8.
she has an advantage. Oh my
She
What?
is in a better position.
Wow.
Knight, bishop. Whoa.
Bishop takes
Bishop
g4.
takes g4.
That's a different approach by Jennifer.
That's surprising. Okay, we're expecting f takes g4 to come.
Well, unfortunately, Rook C2 has to be considered, right?
But rook to c2, maybe I can start with bishop
Even.
h5.
Ah, you're absolutely right. Bishop H5 check would disturb. So there's no choice.
Okay, take.
F takes G is box.
So what if I take on G4, first of all?
Well, there is G2 as an issue, right?
Yes,
The
and
bishop
then just Rook C2 immediately comes. Yes.
makes a very
Yeah.
nice geometry, pleasing. Unless I have some wonderful bailouts with
Yeah. It doesn't
knight
look good
checks or
at all.
something. No,
Yes,
it
so
doesn't.
you cannot do it. So then you have to play what? Rook G3 or Rook H7?
Yeah, Rook
F
G3, but then I go H5. I can. I mean, I'm in a much better position right now. And if you take on H7, now G3 comes with tempo on the
Oh,
knight.
yes.
So
Rook takes
it's even
H7.
worse than taking with the
G3
knight
is even-
first and then
yeah.
with the bishop.
No, that decision to retreat her bishop and not to play B5 meant that she lost complete control over the C file, and we're
Yes.
seeing that the worm has turned completely once again. Black, that is to say, Nagy is now in the driver's seat. She's the one. The bishop on I mean, look at this bishop on D5. Isn't that not lordly? The rook comes to C2, and the idea of G3 just plays itself. How bad is it? The evaluation is definitely better black, but how bad?
Decisive.
Oh, decisive.
It's a decisive advantage.
Can you imagine how many times this game had different evaluation?
Right,
Yes.
the advantage
Yes.
just keeps flip-flop. Like,
Tables were turning.
like you gave us +6 a moment ago.
yes.
And now what is it when you say decisive for black?
It's close to -2.
Okay, I mean, it's pretty decent
That's a-
advantage. I mean,
So,
Minus 1.6 with best play. And it's not very clear why you would do what the engine is recommending.
Can
And
we
that is to
see
go
maybe
Rook G3,
Rook G3.
and after H5 to try to go for F5, and Queen to G5 and get your own counter chances.
By the way, it is funny now that the queen is on C8. I
And
will
that's
explain to
probably
you.
why she played it. That's probably why she played it.
She's anticipating F5, and then after E takes F5, and Jennifer is looking at the shreds of her position. She's wondering, where did all my advantage go? And I think it was this time trouble. We're seeing time trouble. Our friend Maurice Ashley has this great expression. He says, time trouble makes fools of us all. And it was in time trouble that Jennifer played the move bishop E2, lost control over the C file. The rook is where Batasi is about to land. She had to play the move B5, just full stop, so that the rook could not go to C6, the rook could not go to C8. Yes, she's entombing her bishop, but that's just the way she had to play. Her decision to play bishop E2 meant that, oops, this did not happen. I am going to have to refresh my board. Apologies for that. Her decision to play bishop E2 meant that suddenly Queen C8, Rook C2 and or C1, and Black's attack was wonderful, and we have caught up with the players. Bishop takes G4, F takes G4 again. Knight takes G4, the desirable knight G4, Rook C2, and
it's not possible. Yeah.
that's it. Whew. Time trouble, Anastasiya.
Yes.
Time trouble.
I know how many positions also I spoiled in time trouble. I can imagine.
I can.
How does it feel? Yes,
Oh,
and
and
you can
she
see
is
also.
shaking her head as she could be seeing the U.S. Championship ladies' crown slip from her grasp. And Christian, your student, Begum, we liked what she had been doing earlier. Do we like her position now?
Yes, we do. Yes. Begum is right now in pole position to take this one home, especially after this last move, knight to e4. It seems her advantage is increasing. And if we do see the very natural move, rook to f1, and why am I saying natural? Because these are the last few moves for white. Check this out. Knight, rook to d1, rook to d3, rook to d1, knight to c3, knight back to d5, rook to d3, rook to d1. So white is just waiting.
Right.
White is just waiting for black to do something. Black is hinting that maybe I want to transfer my king to e8 and d7 and protect this pawn on d6. But now after the last move, knight to e4, you cannot go back. You cannot repeat this same situation because now I go with the other knight to d2. Once you move the rook, I invade, and the f2 pawn is hanging. You cannot do that. So how do you defend right now? The best move in the position is something which looks... Whoa, wait. Knight to f5.
So you could play rook takes f3?
But now I can just simply go back, right? And now you're actually just losing an exchange. So I don't see that as a highly likely outcome to come on the board. Knight to c7 is another move as well.
Same idea, yes.
Of course, I'm not going to take because then you take on f3, but what if I just simply go back to e7?
Right.
Now you go back to d5, let's say, and now I go to e5. Once again, it's all about the f2 pawn. If I manage to get to f2, then you're in trouble, right? You cannot take, you're not in time because I think you're getting checkmated. That's one check. And I'm not going to take, but I'm going to go knight f3. One mate, knight takes g3, two mates, rook to h3. You cannot defend both of them.
Yes, both.
Interesting situation right now. Ashrita, 38 minutes. She has been playing very quickly. We've passed the time control. So the ladies have plenty of time to think about the position. But it does seem like Begim is putting some pressure right now on her opponent. And she has some decent chances to win this one.
That looks like some Dutch painting, you know, old masters with the sunbeam going across Begim's face. Well, after the time trouble, Anastasiya, what do you say? A break time, huh?
Yes, let's have a tea time.
Tea break,
Yes.
tea time. We'll see you all on the other side of the break.
As part of the World Chess Hall of Fame lecture series, author and international master John Donaldson will be doing a live presentation on the 1972 Fischer-Spassky match, examining their early lives and careers leading up to their classic match. You can join John live on October 18th at the World Chess Hall of Fame, or watch the live stream on the World Chess Hall of Fame YouTube channel. That's October 18th, John Donaldson Live. More information at stlouischessclub.org.
round 10 of US Chess Championships. And we have only one result in the women's section. Only Irina Krush made the draw with Rochelle Wu.
Wow,
And,
six fighting games still in the way, but in the open section,
in the open
quite
section,
the reverse.
it's absolutely different situation.
Right.
6 out of 7 games.
No,
5
that's
out
right.
of 7 games are over.
Because Alex Lenderman has also made a draw.
Yes, unbelievable.
So only one game remains in the open section. Pardon me, Jeffrey Xiong versus Sam. And we think that one is going to, well, in fact, they're
Shankland,
repeating at this moment. So we do expect that game also to be a draw. So only one decisive game in the open. Again, Hans Niemann taking advantage of Elshan's time trouble to secure, as he said, a much-needed win. He wasn't happy with his results. I'm looking at the game between Tatev and Sophie. If that pawn were on h6, I mean, it would be so easy. We'd go king f3. We've got checkmating patterns. Very unusual that in a major piece ending, a rook ending at that white has this mating pattern, but thanks to the 4 rooks on the board, Tatev still has real winning chances. I want to say king f3,
king f3 and
king g8. So you kind of have to be able to defend your king, as the simplest way of putting it. But we're looking at a number of draws, but also maybe a number of wins as well. Anna Zatonskih is, I think, about to draw should she play bishop takes e7 against Alice Lee. For a long time, I thought Ru Yangyan was winning against Sabina, but now with the queen, it should still be winning. I was thinking that there was a bishop c4 check ideas, but Megan Lee and Talia.
Yes.
I don't know. I was surprised that Talia made the decision to trade the light squared bishops. Like right here, if I'm in Talia's shoes, I'm thinking this bishop is trapped.
Yes.
Simply entombed, nothing to be done. And I would be thinking of moves like bishop f3 and slowly
Advancing
trying
the
to get an outside h pawn passer with bishop f. She went for the trade of bishops, and
we have
well,
3
more
against,
work.
Yes, maybe more work to do.
More work ahead of her in this game. Jennifer Yu, the huge game. I was about to say something about, the arbiters are going to have to do something about that glare, because I would find that just simply too distracting. Oh,
she wants to play king b6.
Bishop c7 is a great move.
And king b6 and
king
b5
b6 and just pick up the pawn. Well, that's it.
That wins the game.
Yes.
Oh, I apologize to Talia. I just simply bishop c7.
Bishop c7. Yes.
Wonderful move.
Guys,
please.
I didn't think we're going to end up in that situation, but look at what's happening in the Begim game.
She did win in exchange.
Okay. Test. I'm going to quiz you guys.
Okay.
What,
Find
knight f2?
the best move. What?
Sorry, I'm thinking about knight f2 immediately.
Knight f2, yes! Yes, that is the move.
Yes.
Look at that beautiful move, knight to f2.
Chris Bird.
Where's Chris Bird?
I mean, I'm telling you, I mean, fair
Guys,
play,
if
fair
she
commentary.
finds knight f2, this game is over. But look how beautiful this move, knight f2, is. You take with a knight, I take on
take the
e3.
knight.
Yes.
You
F3,
take with a king,
I take
on
knight.
e4. And by the way, I'm also breaking through on the king side.
Right.
Knight to f2 ends the game, but it's the only move that
Wow.
actually maintains the advantage. You have to be very careful.
Will she find it?
She spent a lot of time for this move knight to e5. Actually went from 24 minutes to 17 minutes. Now, this is the key moment, whether she finds knight f2 or not. Let's take a look at her situation right now, her reaction. It's a big moment for this game, because she's been laboring all this time to try to break through, and finally she has a golden opportunity to do so. But she needs to find this move knight f2.
Knight f2, like, of course, I mean, it was just a, how to say, when you ask someone, she doesn't know Begim that there is a move here, right?
No, she
yes,
doesn't.
you asked this question, like, find the move. And of course, the first crazy move which came to my mind, I just offered it without calculating, let's be honest here. But let's say when you don't know this, you kind of sometimes don't even look at this direction, right?
That's
now,
right.
the thing is, you might actually be forced, because if you go back to e5, then I take on g5, and
Yes.
you're losing the exchange back. So by elimination, you must be looking at something crazy.
Right.
Now, also, rook takes e4, at least to my eyes, it's appealing. Right?
Yes.
You look at rook takes e4, you see maybe knight f2 coming after that,
Yes.
and knight takes e4 comes back, maybe invade via the second rank. That's an option as well. So you start calculating those moves. But
How long she thinks already for?
she's been thinking for 2 minutes.
She's been thinking for 2 minutes, okay.
And
Not that
perhaps
much.
that's not a good, not a good sign for her. But yeah, let's wait and see.
But that's Anastasiya, what you were saying about this being alerted, and it's so absolutely true. In some ways, I think these tactical puzzle books.
Knight to f2 is on the board.
Oh my God,
She found it.
The coach, proud of
Yes.
his students.
That's a good move.
That's a great
That's
move.
a good move.
That's a great move. No, it is. It's a great move. Knight f2, forking the rook, and as you pointed out, knight takes f2, rook takes e3. Black crashes through, king takes f2, rook takes e4.
But it's such
Again,
a nice move to make.
Visually.
Visually, right?
Yeah, it's really stunning. But that was the point I was wanting to make, that sometimes, you know, we train ourselves with these puzzle books, but for the wrong thing. Because it's sort of like, I give you this puzzle book and it says 1,200 checkmating ideas.
Yes.
Well, now you start looking for the checkmating ideas. But when you're at the board, somebody doesn't tap you on your shoulder, says, now you have the winning tactic, the winning combination, the winning checkmate. You don't know that.
You don't know that.
So, I mean, you were stimulated when you say, okay, find the winning move. You
And
went
that's
knight f2. You're looking for the shocking move.
Yes.
And
And that's why they say that sometimes some good players, they just need this kind of tickling, like,
That's
hey.
all you need.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's a good move.
Like, you know, so cheating in the playing hall can be as simple as my waving my hand and say, now.
Yes.
Oh, there it is. Thank you for pointing that out. That was very kind of you. Back to Jennifer Yu, because again, a moment ago, we had this question. After the move queen c3, there's no question that Naji is going to move her queen and to take over the c file. Queen c7, queen c8, equally appealing. Which move do you choose? She chose c8.
Okay.
Nobody can understand why until we come to the game position and we get right here, and if white is going to go in desperado mode and go pawn to f5. After pawn takes f5, queen h5, trying to, you know, drum up your own counterplay. Well, the good news is we've already pre-defended the pawn on f5 with our queen being on c8, not being on c7. But we think we know the evaluation is -2, maybe even worse. We think that Jennifer is in deep distress at this moment.
I think also maybe the other reason for this move is to play maybe sometimes queen a6.
Queen a6.
Yes.
That is a good point.
Yes, maybe to put pressure on a3 pawn, and sometimes maybe try to jump to second rank if your queen moves somewhere, right? Maybe.
Okay,
like
if we
one more
okay,
For example.
well that actually shuts down your queen a6.
But
I
maybe
apologize.
Still, maybe still, I know. No,
I'm trying to.
but there is a rook on g3.
Yes.
It's hidden.
Yes.
Yeah, so you cannot put pressure actually. Wow.
Okay, I mean, obviously,
forgetting about this.
for me, a dream would be to kind of reroute my knight maybe to g5 check, where I could. In this case, I need my queen on d3 so that I could go queen g6 check and get compensation for my lost knight. So that was why I was attracted to the move queen d3, thinking to myself, okay, if it's my turn, not necessarily that I'm playing for f5, but maybe I'm playing for knight h3 and maybe queen h7 ideas. She went knight d3. Okay. Either way, she's trying her best to activate her knight, and obviously knight c5 would be a dream. But rook c2 is the problem. And doesn't that just put the kibosh on white's position? Ooh, where can I go with
No,
the...
for example, like Queen D1, I don't know yet.
Okay,
like Queen
just,
D1.
and then Queen lands,
Oops.
and she went Queen E3, by the way. I think in case of both Queen D1 and Queen E3, as we saw in the game, I'm going to go Queen C3. Okay, the idea is that your Queen and Rook are, let's say, tethered together.
Yeah,
Whoops.
Rook G2, yes.
Whoops. Whoops. Whoops.
I don't like it.
No, the knight can't move.
91, maybe.
Ah, thank you.
91.
Didn't see
Trying
it.
to somehow...
Do my best to resist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
Ooh.
91, yeah. I mean,
it
covers
keep
everything.
kicking. Okay, Queen E3. Have I missed something? Ooh, H4.
And by the
Yes,
way,
maybe.
after Queen C3,
Yes.
can I try to do F5 and do something very similar to what I did previously? Just to invade with my queen?
Yeah, anything that kicks up a fuss, I'm all in favor. Yeah.
So what else instead of maybe Queen C3, maybe 3 something like,
Well,
like H4? What is the idea? They give the G4?
I'm the pawn grabber.
Okay,
I'll take it.
Okay, let's
I mean,
find-
if you go Queen to G5, that is another pawn with a check. I mean, I don't think you can afford this, but I could be wrong. I mean, how big is your, how dangerous, I want to say, is your play?
Like you can still protect F5 for sure. Maybe even, yeah, like Bishop before.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but Knight F4 is annoying to me.
Another thing, maybe after E takes F5, maybe I can go E6.
Ooh. She's
Wow.
played Queen C3. We
She
may be
played
heading
Queen
into this
C3,
direction. And Jennifer almost immediately was reaching for F pawn.
Well, I don't think she has a lot of options left.
No, she doesn't.
She has to
This
go for
91,
something.
91.
yes, for example, then she has...
But F5 is the money move. I mean, to try to immediately, and she's done it, to
wow, F5.
to get in her own counter checks and maybe equalize Pipette.
Yeah, bravo. Maybe sometimes it can be really unpleasant for black. If you don't
Right.
play the right moves, you can you can get to the dangerous position.
Yeah.
Like something what we've seen with the 6 knight F5, I don't know, Queen G5. I don't know what's going on.
Exactly, Queen G5,
Or
E6, what Cristian just prescribed. Cristian, jump in on this one, because
Yes, this is
suddenly,
really
I mean, the U.S. ladies championship title is on the line.
It's
in this
critical.
one.
This
Yeah.
one is critical. With only 3 rounds after this one to go,
Right.
I mean, this is a make or break situation and moment for Jennifer Yu. We know Nazi Paikidze probably is not in the hunt for the championship.
No.
But Jennifer Yu, I mean, if she wins this one, and she could be winning this one if she takes on F5, because after E6 she's winning.
Show us how.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely. So taking on F5 is already a huge mistake.
Really?
A6 wins the game for white because you go king to E. By the way, you cannot take back.
Yes.
And this is the key because knight to E5 and I have a rook on G3, queen on E3. I'm going
You
to take
just
on
take the
C3.
queen.
The hidden
That's
rook.
it, yes, that's the rook.
I'm going to be a rook up, right?
Yeah.
So you have to go king to E8, but now I'm invading.
Right.
Now I go queen to E5.
Right.
And how do you defend? Bishop to E4, maybe,
Okay.
sure, but then I take, you start seeing some
Queen
checkmates,
F7,
you have to
Queen
defend.
D7, yes.
You're not going to survive this one. I can just even take on C7
Knight
and play the
C5.
move knight to C5.
Wow.
Even that
Look at
endgame,
this.
I think you're slightly worse. But most likely I have ideas of just keeping the queen on the board with queen to G8, king to E7, knight to C5 right now. I don't think you can touch this because you're going to get checkmated. Right?
Yes, you...
That's a check, that's
Queen
a checkmate.
D7, yes.
So,
Wow.
dangerous play for Nazi Paikidze right now. The white king has been in danger for quite a while, right?
What a
With the bishop on
game.
D5,
It's
nicely
crazy.
That's a
attacking
game.
this G2 pawn. But right now, the black king on F7 is getting exposed, and it's not going to be easy to defend this position.
I'm telling you, I've got my my heart is like beating because we went from, Jennifer was +6. I mean, she had the game in the bag. to a situation she was down to, and then maybe Queen C3 is
Queen
an
A1 was
accuracy.
played,
And
which is
Queen A1, is that an accuracy?
No, it's the right move.
That was the
but-
right move.
It was the right move, but still the position is just simply equal right now.
Sounds very
after
funny.
King, yes,
For this
simply
position,
equal.
And equal is a funny.
Yeah, I know you're by your triple zeros. You go. You know what you can do with your triple zeros.
Equal is a funny thing. Yes, yes.
I mean, come
of course,
on.
it's not equal. It's balanced from a
I mean, what is the
practical
next
perspective.
move
After
for,
King H2.
for black?
Maybe you have to go Queen to F1.
King H2,
Queen
F1.
F1. Yes, maybe to try to.
Well, that is a mate on G2 that I'm staring at.
Mm-hmm.
By the way.
And maybe if you go Knight F4, can I go Rook C1?
Knight F4,
And there
Rook
are
C1,
some
and
more
I'm staring at,
checkmates,
at
right?
another.
So the only way is to
checkmate.
try to create your own checkmate patterns. Otherwise, you just lose this
So
position.
how do we defend after Queen to F1 is the question.
Wow.
Maybe you
Okay,
have to
let's
take
go-
on E6 first.
Let me just
Am I
refresh
obliged
my.
to play Knight F4? Maybe I can take on the 6
No.
first.
Oh, you're not. That's the
No?
question.
King
That's what I
H2,
thought.
and she's
King
played
H2.
it. And we're expecting the
Queen
move
F1.
Queen F1, which of course does harmonize nicely. But here I can check,
Yes,
right?
yes, let's check.
So if you take with the bishop, that gives me a tempo
Mm-hmm.
that I need because I don't have to defend. And if you take with the king,
Oh,
Roro,
it's
that's
really bad.
That's bad
Yes.
news.
Mhm.
So you're probably going to have to back away, right?
So what if I take on E6 with the bishop?
With a bishop, at
Oh.
least you are not threatening to take on G2 anymore.
Right.
What do you do?
Can you have some other questions?
Queen to G5. Queen to G5. Wow,
Maybe
what do I
D5
do?
with 6, no? I don't know, I mean, it's just like...
So I think this is,
Yes.
by the way, this is quite cute.
Yes,
If you go
D5.
Queen F4,
Okay.
it looks like you're getting a favorable endgame, right? You're a pawn up,
Yes,
and you have full control, and you're starting to go D5. You're losing.
H4.
After I take H4.
H4, yes,
And
because
then
now
you get
G4
checkmated.
is... Yes.
G3 is coming,
And Rook C1.
and mate on the first rank is coming.
That's
This is nice.
crazy.
Yes.
Okay, so King H2, Queen F1. I mean, I rushed to play this move, but
Bishop B6, maybe
but
there is
hold on.
D5, no?
Okay, hold on.
Yes.
I can do. I'm really my brain hurts here. Just a second.
Let's
funny.
check this variation. F takes E6, Bishop
Okay.
takes, and then I
Okay.
propose this move D5 here, trying to open
Okay.
this line.
But we were happy to kick the bishop away from D5.
But I have Bishop A7, I'm a pawn grabber.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, but I don't know. So I saw the check and I thought, you will try to run away. And do I have anything here?
Well, once again, I mean this.
I can go Queen
threat of mate.
G1 in the worst case. Queen G1.
Oh, okay.
These long moves with Queen.
It's not the threat of mate on G2 is not so fearsome. You're saying.
No. I
Wow.
mean, at least H4 is not losing because now I can take on G4, right? With my
Yes.
rook. Bishop is not protecting.
Good point.
Yes, G4
Good point.
anymore. So you have to do something, and if you move your queen to E2,
Wow!
I don't know. Like I have so many pawns, by the way.
Guys,
please.
What a tense game.
Yes.
No,
This
it's a
was.
fantastic game. It's ridiculously enthralling.
Well,
It's an amazing game.
The pendulum swings with the aid
Have
of
been
the
huge.
engine, but from a practical perspective, it looks so complex. Right?
Yes.
If you don't know the evaluation, you
Right.
won't be
Of
able to
course.
say yes, black is better or white is better.
Right.
No, we lost
It's
this
just
position.
impossible.
I lost this position already 3 times for white and for black, and it shows actually that every move can bring you
With
to.
no efforts. With no efforts, Anastasia. I mean, you've lost them
Yes. I keep
simply
losing.
and
Yes.
beautifully.
For both sides, right?
Yeah, and I mean, you're just so tempted. You just want to capture this pawn. You
Yes.
don't want to see the queen landing on your doorstep and taking pawns with check.
Queen of
She's
wands.
played the move.
Played
This
Queen
is the
F1.
money move.
All right, now
Yes.
this is a big moment.
The-
Once again.
So, Christian, what is the
every
best
move is a big
here?
moment in
to
this
take
game.
on E6 or still to play Knight F4? I don't remember already.
Take on E6 seems
Yes.
to be the right way.
Yes, and then?
In fact, the only way.
So
Yeah.
Queen F4 is bad. You explained why. So what is the move here?
D5.
So D5 is correct.
D5 is correct.
Yes, sir. Oh,
Again, where's Chris Bird? Fair
D5,
play.
yes.
And
Fair
now the idea
commentary.
is that you take on d5. Now I go queen f4.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
This I didn't go so far.
F4 check. That's a pretty
Yes.
one.
And,
because once
G4.
again, the bishop
G4.
has been distracted from the G4. And even though you didn't pick up the pawn, you are at least forking this. And I think the troubles have passed. By the way, I just wanted to boldly state the obvious. I didn't want to do it at the time. But were we disrespected by Hans when he came in and he said, you know, these low-living podcasters and, you know, commentators, but he didn't mention any names,
On
fortunately.
every level. We were disrespectful on every level.
No, I think we have to organize this match between you and Hans, especially in Backhouse Chess, and you show him who is the boss.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yes. I
On
think you
every
have done
level.
it. You have done it before, even, right?
We'll do it again.
In Eric's house.
That's a pretty line, and that's the equalizing line.
Let's see, guys.
Right.
Once again, Black
She's
also
taken on
has
E6.
options of going king e8, king g8 is even a move in the position.
Okay, let's try to figure out king e8. King e8, Anastasiya, we're going to lose this like once, twice, and three
You
times.
already lost.
Knight f4, rook
You already
c1,
lost, yes.
and this is
lost.
how.
Yes.
But
That's the first time.
That's the first.
no. But
we
I
have
wanted
many
to,
lives.
No, well, I wanted to ask you: is it lost? I go rook takes g4, right? I'm trying to figure it out. I'm so confused.
Okay, I messed it up.
Okay,
I actually
that's
messed it up.
one.
All right,
Then
all right.
I'm going to go take the bishop, right? Okay, sorry. What did
got
you
me
do,
this
Christian?
time. You got
What-
me this time. No, I'm actually going to go bishop a8 instead of rook c1.
Bishop
Okay,
A8. How can you find
come
this
on.
move? Yes, I mean, there is no way you find this
There's
move.
no way.
come on.
D5 you can play. No?
Zero chance. Of course not.
I mean, D5.
Bishop
I mean,
a8.
Yeah, don't ask me what the difference between bishop
yes.
a8 and bishop b7
yes, I know the
is.
difference because you moved your bishop. Now it's not hanging. So now rook c1 and you don't have rook
Rook
g4.
takes g4
Right.
is no
Yes, so
longer.
for
But what's the
example.
difference between bishop a8 and bishop b7?
No. This don't even. No. We are not going into this discussion.
I am ready
Yes,
for you, Anastasiya. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, I mean, I don't know.
I don't know either.
So like d5, rook c1, yes? So I still have these three nice pawns. Maybe I will have
Yeah,
four pawns for
gorgeous.
the rook. Who knows? Rook g4, and then here we go. d6, d7. So this game is completely
You go d5, rook c1, rook
Yes.
g4. What did you say? How many pawns did you get?
Already, I think
It's
I mean,
it's
it
an
seems like-
impressive.
4, because these pawns, double pawns, we don't count them.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that is just too
Too creative,
egregious. By the way, we do have this position. You also mentioned king g8 is even a possibility,
Oh my
Christian.
gosh. King g8 is 7 even
king
possible,
g8 is
yes.
also a possibility
Is
in that
7.
position.
Just in case, I just
Hold on, mate on g2.
E7
yes.
is
No,
mate.
I know you
yes.
don't want to play it immediately. I just mean there is this option sometimes even to play. So now you have to of course defend.
You
like
have to
rook knight
go,
f4, yeah.
and you're saying that one day
Yes.
e7 could be like you could do
take
something like
and
this.
e7. I don't know, for example.
Oh my gosh!
This is wildly complicated.
Yes.
Right?
Wildly complicated.
I mean, here we are, you know, going back and forth amongst ourselves. We've got engines, which we're trying not to use, and we're just like putting our minds together, and it's still, it's a challenge.
Yes, it's complicated. It's a position for 3 results.
Oh gosh,
And
yes.
everything is possible. One move you make and you can kind of lose it immediately.
It feels like a position for 5 results are possible. I mean, I don't know what the other results could be, but I mean, this is just.
But if they
it's too much.
exist,
yes,
we
this is a position for it. So takes on e6. What for me is absolutely fantastic is bishop takes e6, d5, bishop takes d5, queen f4 check. Beautiful move. The bishop has been distracted away from the pawn on g4, nullifying black's ability to play h4, and white is out of trouble, harm's way. Big moment here. Christian, help us out. Bishop takes
What
e6.
would you
We
like to
know if Nagy was in such a mood that said, "I have to play for a win.
Yes.
A loss is
It's the same as
it's the
draw,
same.
yes, for me. So king g8.
What would be the most
Probably
troublesome?
king to g8.
Yes,
King to g8.
Even though king to e8 is very tempting as well.
Right?
So king to g8, and now it does seem like we're probably going to have to enter a position such as knight to f4.
Okay, that defends g2.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now a rook to c1.
Not moving the bishop, but rook to c1.
No, rook to c1 now.
Now what?
And then
we were most likely going to see a queen takes c1, queen takes c1, knight takes d5.
Ah, okay. Also, this option is possible. Queen
so
takes c1.
it's better to give up a queen than an exchange?
Well, let's try to understand why. So if you go to g, yes, this position, yeah.
Okay.
And this would be I go queen to c4.
Yes,
and then
take some pawns, but yeah.
Not 100% sure who's better in the position.
Me too.
Well, if you win all my pawns, I can tell you who's going to be better.
Right.
Right.
And
yes, but
that's probably why you don't even want to go e7 in that position. It remains
murky.
Very king g8.
King g8.
There you go. She's done it.
You have to be really brave to play this move,
Agreed.
you know?
Agreed.
Like,
Agreed.
accepting the fact that this pawn, and you can see that white is not losing immediately, like you have knight f4 move, and so you have to be really brave to find king g8. Wow.
Truly.
Yes. Kudos to Nazi for trying
Really
to play
hard,
this
yes.
position for victory.
Absolutely. I mean, I tell you, it was inspiring yesterday, Alice Lee, seeing her play for a win against eight-time U.S. women's champion Irina Krush, and refusing time after time repetitions. And, well, we're seeing incredible play. Once again, knight f4, rook c7. I
Knight
like
f4
my
is the only
queen.
move now.
Knight f4 is the only
So you have
move.
to be very, very careful with white as well.
Knight f4 is the only move.
Knight f4 after king g8, yes.
And if you go rook c1, again, I'm
Rook
rather,
g4, yes.
I'd rather give up my exchange than my queen. Okay.
And what if I go rook to e1?
After rook takes g4.
After rook takes g4,
yes.
yeah.
Yes, you don't take. You play
Queen to e1.
rook to e1, and then what?
Whoa. Okay, hold on. You're threatening check and to take my queen with check.
So
I
if you
was
go-
thinking, okay, I have time to go e7. No, I do not. Queen h1 and
Wow.
rook takes e3.
That's important.
Yes. So, okay, now where can I go with my queen? Okay, let me just throw out a
That's a
move.
problem because I go queen g1, rook e3.
Rook e3, yes.
And I pick everything with check.
That is beautiful. Beautiful.
So
I have no place to put my queen.
No.
I
so
have
you
to
go rook
sacrifice.
takes g7.
rook takes g7. Okay, yes, we're ready to give this rook in any case. And then
And
what?
check.
Check. And then knight d5.
And then what?
But queen h1 is a threat. Yes, queen h1,
Oh, not again. He's got the same idea.
Yes, and rook
check.
e3.
Oh, shoot.
I snake to your king.
You sure did. Oh, shoot.
Maybe you have to,
Play e7?
for example, yes, e7 in order to try to give as many checks as possible before you resign.
Well, thank you for the good news.
Okay.
Whoa, wait a minute. I think I blundered into a discovery.
Yes.
Check this out. If you take my pawn, that's a check.
Knight d5, okay, it gives some chances.
Then and then I have a chance to move my queen, and gosh knows what's going on.
Yes.
I'm looking at Jennifer shaking, and I'm shaking with her. I understand why she's a nervous, a ball of nerves at the moment. And
Both of them are. I guarantee you that both of them are. Nazi is definitely wearing it better. No shaking, very professional looking, but
sometimes even the table is moving, you know, at
Yes,
these moments, like
yes.
if one of the opponents.
who had I mean, Bobby Fischer had the leg shake. He had that
yes.
too. But I'm thinking there was a player in my practice, I don't believe it was at U.S. Championships, where the legs were shaking and the table was shaking, and pretty soon I'm shaking. Like I'm wondering what's going on.
And then we speak about meditation, yes? So immediately you come to this mode of meditation, and everybody is like in a different...
Deep breaths, deep breaths. Yeah. What a position. Sorry, the other games were kind of losing track.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Tell us what's going on in Begim's game.
So Talia is definitely going to win her game, and we kind of knew that for a while now,
against Begim.
Right?
Yeah,
that endgame, it's you cannot say.
She was picking up the pawn on b6, which
she did,
has done.
And nothing actually improved for white. d5, d4, d3 is coming.
Yes.
There's no stopping that.
Poor Megan, who just lost 2 games in a row, and she also losing her.
Did she lose 2 games?
Yes,
so,
yes.
Yeah. Yesterday
she was in the lead with 6 points.
She was in the lead.
Yes, yes.
She got leapfrogged by Jennifer Yu by losing yesterday.
Yes.
Wow.
Now she lost again, and she's going to be stuck at 6 for the last 2 rounds.
No, wait, sorry. She lost to Begim. She lost to Begim, I think, yesterday.
With Begim, yes.
Yeah. Begim was actually, remember, telling that she was a bit nervous. And things like that.
And
Tatev.
Tatev is now in a basic rook and pawn ending that's known draw. The rook just comes to the 6th rank, waits for you to play f6 so that you can go king g6. And only when the pawn is on f6 do I go to the bottom of the board and harass from behind. So that's Sophie's got a draw if she defends it accurately. What happened to Ashritha? After this great move, knight f2, we thought it was winning for Begim, and was it?
It was, yeah, and it still is, but there's still a technical task ahead of Begim.
Okay.
And undoubtedly so. And Ashrita is fighting very well. She created this pass pawn, which at least looks dangerous.
Menacing,
right? Menacing, and knight to f7, picked it up.
Right.
Knight to d6, went back to f7. Makes a lot of sense, right?
It's just that the position is so short of material.
Will
that
you be in
gives,
time to exchange everything? That's
right?
the question. Yes, that
because
is the question.
It's almost like this pawn is a goner. I mean, king can come. This pawn is going to be very hard to defend as well. Like I can start with this, but also I'm thinking I should. The one that may hurt.
But now I go knight d5, right? And that defends.
And d4 and c4 pawns.
And also the c4
F3.
pawn. You're right.
And it's still not clear. I mean, you can take on c5 even at that point.
And what is this? Is this super lost?
It's not clear.
Yes.
Knight b5, by the way, is on the board.
Knight.
Your move, knight
b5.
b5. Yes.
Well, I don't want to take credit for bad positions. Just a second.
Knight to e5 has been played by
also by
Begim.
Begim.
Yes. Of course, you try.
By the way, we also had one remaining game in the Open, and that was Jeffrey Xiong. Did he draw that? We were thinking Sam Shankland a long while ago. So that completes.
And now knight takes c5.
The
So
Open
only
tournament.
girls are playing right now.
Hey, hard fight. Knight takes e5. So she's got, Ashritha, pardon me, she's got knight e6 check and knight takes f4 on her agenda.
But now
I'm
we're
expecting f3.
right?
Right. That's a
F3.
very strong move.
And the question is, where do you put your king now?
Exactly. Well, if I put my king on g3, I'm only inviting rook g7.
Precisely, yes.
And if I put my king on f2, well,
then I take on h3.
And then knight g4, and this pawn is
running.
Yes. So f3 is the money move.
What do you play after f3? Do you go to h2? But then do you stop the pawn is the question. I go f2, right?
f2, king. She's played
king
f3.
G2,
Could I play
then
knight
I go
g4?
behind,
Sorry.
rook to f7.
Could I play instead of this here knight g4, king g3? Yes, f2.
And then f2.
Yes.
I like that too.
That
But
is a
king
move as
g2,
well.
rook h3.
Yes. And now rook h2, pardon me, rook
H1.
h2 and rook h1 are your winning.
Wow.
Yeah, this is winning.
Yeah.
That's a win.
And f3 is on the board.
Wow. Okay. For Begim, by the way, a lot of players have been on a very strange roller coaster ride, and Begim is certainly one of them. I mean, she's had her moments in the sun, but equally, you know, she's had some real
difficulties in this,
down moments. Yes,
and she's doing really well. I like how she copes with the pressure. She said, "Okay, yes, I lost the game, so I'm ready to fight the next day. It's okay. Life continues."
Exactly.
Great example how you deal with when you lose your game.
Because we had that question
today
from our audience was like, how do you deal with these losses? How do you mentally approach the next games? And King F2 on the board.
And she's.
I don't know.
To
it's
grab
the
that
hover.
pawn.
Yes.
It's the hover.
Why not?
And again, how? I mean, it's nice that these knights are over there, but over there means that this pawn, knight g4 check and f2, it's going to promote.
Now you probably have to go back, right, to e4, try to stop that pawn.
Right.
Somehow.
And knight g4 check.
Yes, knight to g4, you go to g1.
Knight to g1, pardon me, king to g1.
King to g1, yes.
g3 check. King,
f2.
Pardon me, f2 check.
f2, I will pick
knight,
that pawn. Right.
Rook to g3 check.
And that's over.
And then once you go to f1, you step into that pin, and you're right, that's over. Whew.
Wait, is it over though?
What?
Is it over? I go king g2 after rook f3.
Oh no, oh no. Just when I'm expecting a hearty hand clasp.
King g3.
Oh, king g, that was a mouse slip, apologies.
Yes. It still probably is winning after rook a2 and a6, right?
I'll play a6.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
Okay, this is nice move. And
nasty.
now knight c7, maybe
Slow
you have
clap
to fight.
for Yassers.
No, knight c7 is bad. Rook c2 and rook c4. Double attack.
Nice. And although we haven't mentioned her game that much, we were expecting Anna and what?
What just happened in this one?
Anna went into a bishops of opposite color position, but somehow she lost her whole queen side, got eviscerated.
What?
Could Alice be? No, Alice could not be winning. No.
Alice might be winning, guys.
No, really?
Yes. Like, what do you need to play now? For example, a3, bishop f4, a2,
But
bishop
why
f5.
not? Why not?
And then the king runs.
It's the right color bishop, right? So I run.
Yes.
I think you're just one tempo away because you're going to lose the g2 pawn.
Yes, g2
also.
pawn. You have no time to protect this pawn, yes.
Well, then you will have two very wide, far pawns,
so let's see.
and that's a win.
Let's see, g3.
Yeah,
oh
g3,
my
king
gosh.
c4.
It's still not over, right?
g3, king c4,
King there. And if I go king b3, you go king d2.
Yes, and I just keep you out of c2 and b1.
Where's the win?
Yeah, I think you rushed a3 a moment ago.
Perhaps.
So here, after the move bishop f8, maybe you start with the king move.
Wow, that's actually a very important point.
So that
you don't lose this tempi. And now just king d3. Wow.
and king. Well, I'm not 100% sure because here, if you go here, I go here. So I'm threatening
both, yes.
Yeah, king c1.
But king b2?
Thank you. Of
Yes,
course,
king
that
b2
clears the
and
cobwebs.
yes,
No,
king b2.
no. I go king here.
King d1?
Oh.
And the idea is bishop c1, yes? So,
You're right.
and we don't have time to go king b1.
These tricky endings.
Yes.
So my dream is this. Anna's dream will be to play king c1 and bishop e5. Is time a factor, Anastasiya?
Yes, a good question. Let's see the time. Don't see from here.
Because normally Anna is the one who's always in time trouble, always relying upon her increments. I can't tell.
She got tricked, Begim, that is.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Begim got tricked.
Begim seems to have gotten
Hard
tricked.
to tell for me.
We got to this whole variation.
2
You were
minutes
right.
and
You were
20
right.
seconds.
Yasser Yesanne isn't in trouble. She
I
was-
know Anna. I mean, she was
Yes,
on
2
the
minutes
Olympic
against
teams.
14.
Yeah. Sorry, you said Begum has also slipped? No.
Maybe not so much, but I think she had a much better opportunity there.
King G3
Now
on
the
the
king
board.
is on G3.
We're looking at A6, weren't we?
Yes, she
she's
played
reached
this
it.
move, A6, yes.
A6 is on the
You
board.
just don't follow our great analysis.
No, Knight C7, Rook C2, that's easy.
Yes, but Knight A7, so Rook F7.
Correct.
So yeah, I mean, she
And
just
resigns.
resigned. No,
That's a
problem.
resignation.
Yes. No,
Okay.
it's just
Bravo, Begum.
And
No,
she
it's
hasn't
just a
slipped.
coach, you know. Every coach, he's so nervous that he starts to see some ghosts even, you know,
Okay.
in some positions.
After King G, I'm jumping quickly to the game of
Oh, that's
Jennifer and
fine.
Naji. After King G8, this incredible move by Naji, not going for that bishop
Mm-hmm.
takes E6, Knight F4, Rook C1.
I
She
told you
didn't
guys
play
we're
Rook
going
takes
straight
G4.
into that variation, right?
She took on C1 and took the bishop, and we're expecting Queen C4.
Yes, 4 minutes for Jennifer Yu, 8 minutes for Naji.
Unbelievable how well they play.
But
I
by the
must
way, this
just
position
say
can-
that. Oh, you imagine you play all this game already for
You're
4
exhausted.
hours, 4.5. You are
Yes.
absolutely exhausted. You had to make
Yes.
so many different difficult decisions in this game,
Precisely.
and now you had to go also for this position,
And-
this ending, and again try to find out what's going
And
on.
by the way,
And
Oh my
Queen C4 you can easily not take into consideration because you see Rook to C3.
Right.
You
and
take
you
on
start,
D5.
And you start to get scared.
Rook C8, E7, and
Yes, how
who's
to
winning
play.
now,
You start to get scared.
right?
Yes, wait a second. Let's try to find
I mean, you start looking at,
who's playing for
you
what.
know, how do I bail out with
E8 is a threat.
right?
And you probably have to take on D4 first, not on D5.
Pardon me, just a moment ago here.
Yes.
Take on D4 first and not on D. Wow, how counterintuitive is that? Not to take a piece, but to take
Pawn.
a pawn. But now you start to understand why we're doing this.
At
now
least
we
we
make-
have a draw.
Yeah.
Now we make a draw.
Now we make a
Well, okay. I don't know who feels a greater sense of relief after all of this excitement.
It's been a wild game.
I
It's
mean,
been a completely
truly.
wild
Now, if
game.
you ask me, Yasser, who deserves this kind of prize, brilliancy prize, this game for sure. Both
Yeah,
of them played
yeah.
really, really interesting game.
Remarkable game. Yeah. And again, I said it coming into the start of the show, you know, you look for inspiration and you see these, well, I want to say gladiators, real fierce warriors. And what Alice Lee did yesterday was remarkable. I remember such a moment when Magnus Carlsen played in the original, the very first Sinquefield Cup. He's a half a point ahead of Levon going into last game. If he makes a draw,
He wins.
Magnus wins. $100,000, the inaugural event of the Sinquefield Cup. Levon offers Magnus a draw. Magnus says, let's play.
Unbelievable.
Refuses a draw that guarantees him
Yes,
first.
yes, yes,
and
yes.
Magnus goes on to win the game. Maurice and I were just electrified. We just like taser because all our careers we're taught, you know,
Yes, you
take
can
a draw
make a
that
draw and just-
finishes and you're first.
Yes.
No.
Same happened in 2013 World Championship match against Anand, if you remember. Like he needed just half a point in
He'd
order
secured.
to finish the match. He
Yes.
got this really great position. He could make a draw any moment, but he was fighting until the end,
Right.
trying to
Win.
also this game. And at the end, it was a draw. Imagine what you just got your World Championship title, and he was
Right.
upset that he didn't
That he
manage to win the game.
didn't finish it in the style he had hoped. Queen G5.
Sign of the champions.
Wow, what a move by Queen G. Is that good? I mean, you've got a guest, and we've got a crazy game going on. But over to you, Christian.
We do, and we'll be short, but we are with Gulrukbegim Tokhirjonova after an important victory against Ashrita. Ashrita has been a very difficult player to gauge because she was winning a lot of games, she was then losing a lot of games. Which Ashrita did you expect to get today?
I wasn't sure. That's why I was a little bit worried, because sometimes she comes to the round and crushes everyone. Like I checked her game. She played so strong. I was like, I don't know which one I'm gonna get. But it was like in between, right? She didn't collapse anywhere.
Definitely a streaky player. Now, take us through the critical moments, and specifically
E4,
after the opening, because...
I have a feeling I messed that up a little bit. Like G5, F5, it was just too ambitious. After exchanging the bishops, we don't have anything. I was just hoping that she's gonna exchange the queens like that, because I saw that I have E4.
So you saw this from afar, this idea
Yeah.
of
Before
E4.
I played like Queen D7, I saw that idea that bishop is hanging all the time. So I just hoped for this, but even after that, I don't have much, but still it's
not as easy.
Yeah,
to
it's
convert.
not easy, but I need to give my pawn back, but my position is great. So I thought I'm gonna press here.
And actually, at this point, you had this electrifying move.
Oh, I
Rook
saw
takes
that. That's
G7.
why I didn't take
And if
King
you
G7
take
immediately.
Knight to F4. Did you spot this idea?
Oh, Knight to F4.
Knight to F4, yes, which wins the game.
Is it?
Yes, because you take, and now you
Is it
put the
winning?
king anywhere, and
Oh,
Knight
yeah,
to
the
E5 is
position
coming,
so
in fact.
No.
Yes, but...
I thought about Rook G7. I was like, wait a second, I should be able to take it, but like for some reason I forgot Knight F4 back.
And then you ladies were just like shuffling the pieces. Shrida was
I
playing
just
Rook D1,
saw the
D3.
idea with Knight B3, Knight D2, but I wanted to make it to the like 40 moves. So I will get half an hour. After that, I thought I'm gonna like
Go
think
for this
about
Knight
it.
B3, Knight D2.
I just knew that if I put my king on G6, then she has always, whenever I get this position, king on G6, she had a move. Oh, Knight G4, and after Knight E5 idea. No, here.
Not in this
like,
position.
At some point, my king was on G6. If I would play Knight B3, Rook D3, Knight B D2, Rook D1, and Knight E4, when her knight was
Knight on G5, and then there's some Knight E5 ideas.
Knight E5 is a check, so
Got it.
I couldn't like go to that line with my king on G6, and I couldn't go with my king on G7 because.
So you tried to hide the king on F8.
For example, yeah, if I got, can you go?
Yes.
A little bit forward. Yeah, move forward. Here, no, instead of Knight C3. If I had my king on G7, for example, she could play Knight F5 check. That's why I was just shuffling and trying to figure out where to put the king, and basically I just waited for 14 moves, right?
And did you see this move Knight to F2 from afar?
Yeah, sure.
So you were planning
Isn't it
on...
beautiful? I was like, that.
It's very nice. It's very nice.
I saw that she played Knight C3. I thought, oh, it's losing. Then I spotted F3 idea, but after F3 I saw Knight F2, which is so beautiful. I'm like, I'm gonna go there.
And after that, you converted nicely. Congratulations, Begim. A big victory for you guys. Any questions?
Not at all. But just to let you know, Begim, your coach was very proud of you. He was taking a great deal of credit on your success.
I did not say any of that. Don't inflate the ego.
Well done.
Keep them humble.
I'm gonna watch the broadcast after.
You'll need to
As
spend
you
6
should.
hours, yes.
As you should.
Thank you, Yasser, for letting me know.
Exactly, as you should. Crazy things are happening. Anna Zatonskih, 2 pawns down, a bishop and a pawn down, but a dead draw.
Yes.
When I first realized that this was a draw, by the way, it shocked me that you could be a bishop and a pawn up and can't win the game.
Yes.
And that will be a draw. But this game between Jennifer Yu and Naji has just been a drama in 5 parts. I mean, it's crazy. But after this move, Rook C3, with the threatening E6 check, it is time.
Yes, just
to end.
Time to end this game. Yes.
This incredible game with a perpetual, again, the threat of E6 check.
What if Black tried to win still?
And the game, as we've just seen, is over young 13-year-old Alice. pushing
But
her
guys, she missed a
champions.
huge opportunity.
Really?
Did she? What?
A huge opportunity.
Oh,
She was
no.
completely winning in this endgame.
Okay.
Oh no.
At this point, she played this move, king to e4, which
Blunder.
allowed the king to get close to the
Yes.
pawn.
So,
Okay.
what was the move?
H5 was the move.
And G5.
And G5. Precisely.
yes,
How do
the
you
same
get your
idea,
bishop? How do you
Precisely.
get- Yeah, your bishop is overloaded.
Actually, the same ideas tried linear Dominguez yesterday, right?
So if you go here,
Yes.
now I go G5, and how do you get...
You can't get to H2.
You're not in time.
Wow.
You're simply not in time to touch this pawn, this promotion square, and the H2 square.
Wow.
A huge missed opportunity for Alice Lee. And how much time
oh.
did she have at this point? So I'm kind of curious. Okay, 15 minutes.
Yes,
She
she has.
should have some
No.
lack of experience.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's
And she's
also-
only 13 years of age. She will learn with time.
Yeah.
But a big,
But what a
miss
big
by
miss.
Alice.
And that could have been huge again for our standings. And as expected, this game between Jennifer
Can I
and
do
Naji.
something?
Yes, please.
King H2, H4, just to... I want to continue. I like this game so much, just to make sure that it's completely lost.
You're playing with fire.
No, I know. I think it's 6, yes, or something like that.
Well, let's start with
but I
E6
want
check.
to... Yes, H6. I cannot play anywhere with the
No
king, so
king.
queen takes.
Only choice.
Yes.
Rook, let's say, goes.
Uh-huh.
Queen
Do I
check.
still have draw?
I don't know. Because there's some kind of a mutual. Your queen is. Your king.
Mutual respect. Position with mutual respect.
Right. I mean, I don't know.
Queen H6 I cannot play because knight C7 and E8.
Correct.
Oh my goodness. I mean, what is this game?
Maybe you would start to think, why didn't I make my perpetual
Yes.
check? But it's nice of you to ask. I mean,
Out of
and-
curiosity, you know.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a repetition in this one. It doesn't seem like she's going
Okay.
to try for anything.
And-
And Talia has won her third straight game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, yes, you're
That's
right.
a
yes.
hat-trick.
Puts her half a point behind Jennifer?
I think 1 full point behind Jennifer.
No.
Because
full
Jennifer
point?
makes a draw and she has 7, and Thalia will have 6. I mean, she has already 6, so it means 1 point.
What a game.
Oh, that's
What
right.
a
Because
game this
Talia
was.
had
Wow.
to win to catch
Yes,
up to
to catch
Megan.
up
I
to Megan.
apologize.
No
She
problem,
doesn't
yes.
jump
Uh-huh.
past Megan.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
So she is 1 point behind
and
Jennifer, right?
I think these ladies are stopping. Okay, they've made the draw. They're getting confirmed.
Well, look
and
at
then
them,
now
yes.
they're asking each other what was going on. Like
Nobody knows.
nobody knows. Wasn't I better
One move for 18 or 5
right?
or 25.
Did I miss a win?
Yes.
Uh-oh, Chris is saying, by the way,
I think
did
that's
you guys
Frank.
make 3 times?
Frank is giving them a heart. Or is that
Yes,
Chris?
he's telling them repeat it one more time or write it one more time or something like
Right.
that. Maybe.
Okay,
It's
by
tough
the
to
way-
be an arbiter, man. Nobody likes you. The players don't like you.
Exactly, and
You
leave me
come and you
alone.
tell them to like, yeah, sure, make sure you're following the protocol. They don't want to listen to you right now. I mean,
Right? It's crazy. Boldly stating the obvious, we had those days where white could only win games. Only white was
Yes.
winning games. Then we had those games, it was like a Black Tuesday or something. Only black could win. Today,
Today what? Only draws?
Hans won with the black pieces.
Yes, okay.
Talia
Yes.
won with the black pieces.
I remember a couple of draws. Now what's going on?
Begum won with the
Begum,
black
she
hand.
was black,
No
yes.
wins with the white pieces.
Ah.
It's crazy, right?
Yes,
I
yes.
mean, we're either on or off. It depends on what's going on. What games are remaining?
We have the game
Sabina.
Sabina versus Ru Yang
And Tatev is still trying
Tatev,
to-
which I think
That
might
will
be a
be a
draw very
draw.
soon.
Okay. But Ru Yang is a pawn up. She was an exchange up for most of the game. Sabina's been fighting to hold the position. My first impression is that black should be winning. My first impression, because somehow this pawn, the passed pawn, is actually very firmly blockaded, and I've got 2 connected passed pawns, and I might be able to, utilize them
Yes,
by
some
taking over the 4th rank
great
and,
ideas.
and things like this. So my first impression is Sabina, as hard fighting as she's accomplished, she hasn't gotten there, and this would yet be another win with the black pieces, by the way. Let's see what Tatev and Sophie. Well, wait a minute. Sophie Sophie didn't. Hold on.
No.
What the heck is going on?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Whatever you do is still draw, right?
I mean, she should have kept the rook on the 6th rank.
Right?
But then she played rook e6, so that kind of forces you to get away from the 6th
Okay.
rank.
So the whole point is, like, in this exact position, like a losing move would be a move like this, because then I kick the king away from the promotion square with check and check. So what you have to do as black in this position, pardon me, is whenever you have to drop back with the rook, so you could go rook check, whether you go king f6, rook f7 check, or if you go king g6, rook g7 check, and that's the drawing mechanism. But I think Sophie's made it a little bit more difficult than was her intention.
Yes, looks like it.
Wow. Wow. Anastasiya, I forgot to say, this round 10, it's the round before the free day.
Yes.
And I think that also, how do you say, gives the players a permission. When it's the round before the free day, I have felt that I could go all out. Like, I just pour all the energy that I could into the game. I didn't try to pace myself anymore and then recharge on the free day. And I think the kind of fighting games we had today are indicative that the players are well aware.
There is another possibility. Like some people, they kind of already start dreaming about this free day. And
right? Like Levon and Wesley.
Just
like, let's get out of there.
Let's make a draw and just have this free day finally.
Right.
You want
we
to
saw
prolong
that too.
this free day maybe sometimes. Okay, it
Right.
depends on your situation in the tournament as
Precisely.
well, right? But what it turned out that open section, they finished their games a long time ago. And the girls
ladies
are still fighting. Yes,
Yes,
so
exactly so.
I think it's two different approaches, and it was shown today in both events. Yes.
Exactly, exactly. And I think we're getting ready for another guest in studio as we review our results thus far. Only 2 games remaining in this round 10.
And we have 3 draws between Jennifer Yu with Crazy Gimnasia Paikidze, Irina Krush made a draw with Rochelle Wu, Anna Zatonskih survived against Alice Lee. And
That's the term, survived is right.
Yes, and then we have 2 decisive games. Talia won against Megan Lee, and also Begim won against Ashritha. And I think we have Talia, or no,
Not yet.
not yet. We don't have
Not yet.
the guest, but we're expecting the guest.
And the drama,
No.
the drama of the round, this game of Jennifer Yu and Najee, I feel like I could write a novel about that book. And what's the results in the open section? All the games are finished.
Yes, all the games are over, and we have the standings. Fabiano is on the first place as before. I think actually everything remained more or less the same. So
With
Ray
the
Robson
exception that Hans Niemann kind of moved up
a little bit.
Sorry.
So Ray Robson is only half a point behind him, and then we have a really big group of people: Linier, Dominguez, Jeffrey, Xiong, Sam Shankland, Dariusz Swiercz, Sam Sevian, and Avander Liang with 5.5 points. And then we see Wesley So together with Alex Lenderman and Hans Niemann with 4.5.
All on 4.5, tied
yes.
for 9.
And Elshan is suffering in this event so far.
Truly, a lot of suffering going on from Elshan at this moment.
Actually, Yasser, I mean, at the same time, this last 3 rounds, and everything can happen still,
yes.
right? The moment, if, for example, Fabiano will not speed up, will slip a little bit, then the others will have chance to catch him. And this is, it's great about this event that still everybody kind of keeps chances to fight for 3 first positions.
Exactly. For me, it was extraordinary to see the very young 15-year-old Christopher Yu playing such a mature game as he kept control over his much vaunted opponent Fabiano. Fabiano was really under duress, and maybe for the first, time in this U.S. championship that Fabi was the one that wasn't pressing, that he was the one suffering, and he did make a draw, but it wasn't comfy.
Yes, but actually he was trying to defend actively, right?
Yes.
He was not just standing and waiting for his opponent. He found all these active moves, exchanged all the pawns on the king side to make sure that, follow the rules, right?
Exactly.
How you make a draw in this type of situations.
just looking at this game between Tatev and Sophie for a moment, there is one drawing mechanism that you should really, really be aware of, and that is after the move King F7. I want to go rook here so I can go rook check and skewer. There is this one that you should know. After check, your king goes back, king here, and it would appear that you're stuck because, like, like any rook moves, like rook down allows f7, and if you allow me to go foop, foop, oops, excuse me, and I'll mate you, but you do have
nice,
rook g7
nice check. Yes.
That's your saving grace, rook g7 check. So we do expect a draw here, but we've said that for some time. Cristian, over to you. Tell us your thoughts of this tumultuous round 10.
Yeah, it's been a crazy round, and a lot of changes feel like they're brewing at the top as we enter the second rest day, and especially in the ladies section. I have to say, Jennifer, she was completely lost today.
Right.
I mean, I think it was -4, -5, but the position was just so ugly. You couldn't develop any of your pieces. And she managed to turn it around.
Right.
She turned it around. She was winning. After that, she gave the advantage away. Just a completely crazy round. But you see Talia catching up. She's on 6 out of 10 right now. We see Gulruk Begim Tokhirjonova as well, getting close behind, only 1 point behind the leaders. This one is not in the books yet. And the open section, of course, Fabiano Caruana still maintaining the lead, but Ray Robson also still very closely behind.
Yeah,
is going to come down to the last 3 rounds, and most likely is going to come down to the championship round, the last final round.
Wow. Ooh, exciting, exciting. You have the game between Sabina and Liang behind you, and I love what Liang did. She didn't try to go for a checkmate or anything like that. She said, if I trade queens, I'm going to have 2 connected pass pawns, and I've got this pawn under wraps. Like, I've got it blockaded, and this rook on f2 will be playing a completely defensive role, and I should win the game. And I think that that's what's going to happen. We're going to see yet another win for black.
Yes.
We're expecting a draw in the other remaining game between Tatev and Sophie. And I have to say, once again, great broadcast. All good things must end. We have to call it the day.
Yes, we call it
style,
today. We have a
Anastasiya.
rest day tomorrow.
Don't join us tomorrow, but
No.
be sure to join us Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday as we bring you the finish, concluding 3 rounds of these U.S. championships. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.